Killing through the worlds from the captain of the Zhenwu. Chapter 1, Captain Evergreen. 30 years of Qianning. Autumn. The starry night is bitterly cold. And the wind is chilly. Su County. South City. In a small two-entry courtyard deep in Wui Alley. Su Changqing slowly opened his eyes. Turned his head slightly. And then immediately showed his teeth. Ouch. There was actually a tearing pain in his lower back. Hiss. What the hell is going on here? One did not just go to wash one's feet after work. And then on an impulse. He had a night of deep communication with that Miss 18. How come when he woke up? It was like his waist had been rattled with a knife. And it was drilling pain. No way. I'm getting GAG8 here? Just at this time. Su Changqing's expression was stunned. And his entire body looked as if he had seen a ghost. Foolishly looking at the bronze mirror not far away. Is this me? Are you kidding me? I'm 3 years old. And this guy in the mirror. He's only 20 at the most. And that dress. That long flowing hair. How it looks like an ancient one. Gollum. Me. I'm not wearing this. Am I? Boom. Suddenly, a wave of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind like a raging flood, causing the unfamiliar face in the bronze mirror to distort all of a sudden. And bean-sized beads of sweat, dripping down continuously from above his forehead. Hiss. Ouch. Death by 1,000 cuts. Death by lynching is nothing more than that. Ah. Wanted to hiss. But his throat felt like it was being strangled by a pair of big invisible hands. And he couldn't make a sound. I don't know how much time had passed before Su Changqing's twisted face gradually stretched out. It wasn't a hallucination. It wasn't a dream. One really wore it. I came in fine. But I didn't realize that I wouldn't be able to go back after washing my feet. This was a strange ancient world. Not belonging to any ancient dynasty in the history of China and Xia. But a country named Qian. And, moreover, a world of high martial arts with transcendent powers. Some of the top powerhouses among martial artists were almost comparable to the legendary immortal gods. With the power to pick the stars and take the moon. And to move mountains and fill the seas. 1,300 years ago. Qian Taizu to the great force sweeping the 8 wilderness. A unification of the mountains and rivers. But the world's momentum will be divided for a long time together will be divided. To now. The Qian hidden dynasty of the last years of the elephant. Internal and external problems. The dynasty of the law is like a sham. The people do not want to live. And Su Changqing's predecessor was a victim of this era. Former father. Originally for the great Qian dynasty Tianlin House Zhenwu Division 100 officers. Because of the merits of solving the case. Although the final serious injuries and died. But still was promoted to the Tianlin House Zhenwu Division 1000 households. The Zhenwu Division adopts a hereditary system. And after the death of Su's father, he should have been replaced by his predecessor to become the youngest Qianhu official of the Tianlin Prefecture's Zhenwu Division. But in fact, the predecessor not only did not fill the vacancy of the position of 1,000 households, but was sent to the border county. Became the Qingshe County Zhenwu Division and Zhenwu Lieutenant. Not into the small officer of the 9th grade. The good sound is temporarily sent out to practice. And so on some days, will be able to return to the capital. To take over Su's father's position. As 1,000 households. But in fact, is to be sent out? Leaving the capital. And then want to go back. How easy it is. It's not out of the question to be ruthless and have the predecessor have an accident and die in office in this small border town. Now the Su family is only left in the predecessor only seedling. People go tea cold. There is nothing will give a dead man out of the head. Apparently, the predecessor had been in an accident. Where else would he have come? The death of the former body seems to be very strange. Su Changqing frowned. 3 days ago, the predecessor with his men Lux patrolled the streets. After the conflict with a few jianghu martial artists, the melee, the predecessor unfortunately in a knife. But that knife, far from being fatal. Not to mention a few days to recuperate. The predecessor injury has been improved. For no reason at all. How can a sudden violent death? Was there a problem with last night's medication? Su Changqing's mind flashed. Last night after the predecessor drank the medicine, he went on bed to rest. And then did not eat anything else. Who on earth would be so cruel as to poison the predecessor's medicine? Just then, with a creak, the door to the room was pushed open. A 28-year-old, beautiful-looking young woman with a hint of flirtatiousness twisted her slender waist and walked in. The moment she saw Su Changqing, her petite body couldn't help but tremble. And a touch of unbelief flashed in her eyes. No! I clearly watched him drink it last night. How can he still? It's her. How is that possible? Su Changqing froze. The woman named Qinghe. 11 years ago, Qianning suffered 100 years of drought. Countless good grain harvest. I do not know how many people displaced. Selling children. But also that year, only 7 years old Qinghe was sold into the Su family. Became the Su family maids. Because of the Su mother's early death, the Su father was afraid of aggrieved predecessors. But also not remarried. So that the predecessor does not have any siblings. Qinghe into the Su family, said Su family maids. In fact, more or less the Su father afraid of predecessors alone. To find a playmate. In fact, more or Su father is afraid of the predecessor lonely. To the predecessor to find a playmate. Over the past 10 years, the predecessor has long been treated as his own family. If not for the Su family's sudden change, the predecessor is not allowed to have taken it as a concubine. He really couldn't think of any reason for her to poison her predecessor. But Qinghe's sudden change of color. He saw it clearly. The death of the predecessor. She absolutely cannot get out of it. Young master. Is there something dirty on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Meeting Su Changqing's icy gaze, Qinghe's heart trembled. A heart almost jumping out of her throat as she stuttered. Su Changqing didn't open his mouth right away. Instead, he climbed up from the bed and moved his muscles. I don't know if it was because of the successful fusion of his predecessor's memories. Or something else. Su Changqing actually realized that his injuries had healed for the most part. And other than the wounds vaguely still having some pain, there was no more major problem. Swish! The long knife on the table was sheathed. Su Changqing put it on Qinghe's neck and said in a deep voice. In these 11 years, I asked myself to treat you well. Why did you poison me? Qinghe was jolted and panicked. Young master. What are you talking about? How could I? Snort! Not waiting for Qinghe to put words in his mouth, Su Changqing moved the long knife in his hand. A tiny knife mark appeared on Qinghe's white neck. Dots of blood dripped down the blade. I'll ask you one last time. The person behind you. Who is it? There was no one behind it. And she, a maid, had no reason, much less the guts, to plot against her predecessor. Young master. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. I hope you'll still be so tough-talking when you get to the imperial prison. Qinghe's face suddenly changed. Her face was full of panic. Zhenwu imperial prison. What kind of place is that? The human purgatory. Even the Iron Man. All smelled the color. not to mention her so a weak woman. No. Young master. I'm wronged. Wronged. Su Changqing didn't bother to talk nonsense and dragged Xinghe outside. At this time, Xinghe seemed to have resigned herself to her fate. Her waist was all the way up. And she looked at Su Changqing with two resentful eyes. Su Changqing. I'm the one who gave the poison. Because you deserve to die. Su Changqing was stunned. There was nothing wrong with his predecessor. Where did she get such a big grudge? Do you know that every day when I see this face of yours, I get sick to my stomach and want to vomit? Xinghe had a disgusted look on her face. How come you haven't been poisoned to death? Why should I be your maid and serve you for the rest of my life? Don't even look at what you are. Are you worthy? Because of this? You poisoned me? Su Changqing looked ridiculous. This cheap person is not crazy. Also, don't think about it. If not for my Su family, as early as 10 years ago, you would have starved to death. Su Changqing, you are so disgusting. 10 years ago, you guys did save me. But after so many years, I served you left and right. It's time for me to pay back. Why? Can't you just let me go? Ah. Su Changqing. You say it? Towards the end, Xinghe was almost hysterical. Uncooked white-eyed wolf. Su Changqing sneered. All these years, I've just been too good to you. Making you unable to carry your own weight. Mansioned so many subordinates. Which like her so arrogant. Spoiled. Are the predecessor to give spoiled? Su Changqing. What did you say? Xing was shivered with anger. Put. Su Changqing's long knife slashed. And instantly, blood sprayed. You. Xinghe stared with wide eyes and an unbelievable face. As if questioning Su Changqing. How dare you lay this killer? Something with no B number. Think I'm a predecessor and will continue to spoil you? The host has resolved a period of karma. Chakra Robbing Power 10. Chapter 2 8th Grade Martial Artist. Chakra Jacking Power? This is. Su Changqing's expression froze. And soon, a message surfaced in his mind. Beheading a person who is entangled with the host's karma can plunder his or her chi and transform the chi robbing power. Next. Buzz. A strange aura flashed in his eyes. And a transparent panel actually appeared in front of him. Host, Su Changqing Realm, 9th grade middle level technique, pure young technique first level, 5 out of 10. Martial art, introduction to Gale Blade technique, 7 out of 10. Chakra jacking power, 10. This is my gold finger arriving. Looking at the rudimentary attribute panel in front of him, Su Changqing quickly reacted. Also, these days if a traveler doesn't have a golden finger, they are embarrassed to say they are a traveler. Shame on them. This attribute panel. And this chi fortune robbery power. Could it be? Su Changqing pondered. In his previous life, he had read not a few novels. This golden finger he was familiar with. Deep Blue Plus. No. Chakra Jack power. Give me a boost to pure Yan Kung Fu. At once. The karmic robbing power was 5 points less. And at the same time, the attribute panel just changed. The pure Yang Gong successfully stepped into the second layer. And the realm column rose to the 8th grade low level. Boom. A warm current flowed through Su Changqing's entire body. Instantly, Su Changqing's entire body strength at a horrifying speed. Rapidly nourishing. Crazy upsurge. Inner strength. This was the unique internal energy of an 8th grade martial artist. Wudao 9 products. 9 products refining skin. Skin like cowhide. Non-sharp weapons cannot be hurt. Unusual 10 to strong man difficult to approach its body. 8 products of the martial arts. Internal energy breeding. The force of 1,000 kilograms. Can be said to be 100 enemies. In the Qingshi County, such a small remote county, has been a rare master. There are still 5 points of chakra jacking power left. The Gale Blade technique breaks for me. A martial artist's cultivation. Realm martial arts is indispensable. With an empty realm and no martial skills, the most one could do was to rely on their realm and bully the lower 9th grade martial artists. Soon, the chi fortune robbing power was once again 3 points less. In an instant, Su Changqing was like practicing the sword technique for many years within a confined space. After a fight, epiphany, countless experience in the way of the sword, such as an enlightened soul, surging into his brain, making his long-time unrefined Gale Blade technique break through the realm of the initiation in one fell swoop, and cross over to the realm of the furnace's pure and perfect miniature completion. The last 2 points of chi fortune robbing power. Su Changqing hesitated. Point on the pure Sun Gong. Then the martial arts skills. The internal strength party is fundamental. Instantly, the body just nourished pure sun internal energy. Once again climbed a cut. Phew. Spit out a mouthful of turbid air. Feel the power of the body skyrocketed. Su Changqing has a kind of unreal feeling. Predecessor qualifications. Not bad. But also cannot be called what genius. Hard to cultivate for nearly 10 years. Only to cross into the middle stage of the 9 products. Want to break through the 8 products? At least 10 years of hard cultivation. As a result, it crossed over so gently. Who would dare to believe it when it was rumored? After a while, Su Changqing was able to calm the excitement in his heart, and his gaze swept towards the corpse on the ground. But there were not many ripples. Su family is also regarded as a general family. Since childhood, the predecessor was Su father brought in and out of Tianlin Fu Zhenwu Division Imperial Prison. More than this oozing scene. Have seen a lot. And came to the Qingshi County. The predecessor of the hand. Not less stained with blood. Completely fused with the predecessor of the memories of his success inherited all of this. The scene in front of us. A small scene. Just not count for much at all. The next moment, Su Changqing once again opened the attribute panel. Host, Su Changqing Realm, 8th grade low-level technique, Pure Yang Kung Fu, 2nd level 2 out of 100. Martial art, Gale Blade technique, minor achievement 0 out of 100. Chi luck robbery power, 0. 100 chi fortune robbing power. This. Su Changqing raised his eyebrows. Directly doubled 10 times. This increase. A bit scary. This was still just breaking through the 7th grade. 6th grade. 5th grade. How terrifying should the required chi plundering power be? I also don't know how much chi kuei power that person behind the curtain can provide me with. Breaking through the 7th grade should not be a problem. After all, Xinghe, such an ordinary maid who did not understand martial arts, was able to provide him with 10 points of chi fortune robbing power. Unfortunately, there was some impulsiveness just now. And it was done too quickly to ask the person behind that. It's just that. Thinking about this now will not help. There is one. There are two. The person behind the scenes. There will always be a time to reveal the cloven foot. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. At this time, a sound of footsteps came from outside the room. Su Changqing looked for the sound, only to see a middle-aged man in gray and white robes, 50 or so, with white hair, striding towards him. Shan Pu, originally a lieutenant under Su's father, then left the Zhenwu Division due to injuries and became Su's housekeeper. So it can be said that he watched his predecessor grow up from a young age. As soon as he entered the room and looked at the corpse of Chenghe on the floor, Zhenwu was immediately startled and said, "Young master. Xinghe. How did she get there? She poisoned me and I killed her." Su Changqing did not find any excuses to shirk. Truthfully, Zhenwu and his family for decades to their father and son has always been loyal. Not to mention, like Cheng, he's such a maid who signed the deed of sale. To put it bluntly, is the master's family's slaves private property. Not to mention justified. Even if it is not justified, killed. At most, the penalty of a few taels of silver. Young master, I'm afraid there's something else going on here. Zhenwu pondered. Said. Xinghe is also considered to be he watched grow up. These years on the basis of Su Changqing's favor to her. Some overly arrogant. Cannot recognize their own. But there is no one to give her backing. She is never that courage. Dare to conspire against the main family. Uncle Chen. I think so too. These days. Have you found anything wrong? Zhenwu pondered and shook his head. In these few days, there was nothing strange about Xinghe. Uncle Chen. Bring a few people to search her room and see if there are any clues left behind. At the end, Su Changqing added. Call 2 more people to come over and deal with this bitchy servant girl. Yes. Young master. Soon. 2 servants came over to collect Xinghe's body. A quarter of an hour later. Young master. Look. Zhenwu took a wooden box to Su Changqing. Only to see a stack of silver bills placed inside. Each one 100 taels in face value. Sure enough, someone is behind this. Su Changqing's sullen face. Xinghe monthly routine but 1 or 2 silver. Even if the predecessor of the occasional reward, a month can have 4 or 5 silver is the limit. And here, a full 1,500 silver. She has not eaten drink for 100 years. Cannot save so much. Just then, an underling walked over and saluted at Su Changqing. Young master. The 2 adults Chenfeng and Qianlei are here. Invite them to tea in the parlor. I'll be right there. Su Changqing nodded. Although the Zhenwu Lieutenant was the lowest level military officer of the Zhenwu Division, he also managed 10 Zhenwu soldiers under him. Chenfeng, Qianlei were 2 of them. Half a quarter of an hour later, Su Changqing, who had changed his clothes, entered the living room, only to see that within it stood 2 young men dressed in dark green rec suits, with 3 or 4 points of similarity in their faces. These 2 were that Chenfeng and Qianlei, who not only worked under Su Changqing together, but were also a pair of cousins. Greetings, my lord. Seeing Su Changqing enter, the 2 brothers Chenfeng and Qianlei hurriedly came forward to salute. Be excused. Su Changqing gently waved his hand and said, How come it's only the 2 of you? Where are the others? Yesterday, the predecessor let the subordinate notify his subordinates, a group of wrecks in his home, set together, and then together to go to the Zhenwu Division. My lord. Those wallflowers all ran to Qianwu to offer their courtesies. My younger brother Qianlei said indignantly. A bunch of white-eyed wolves. They've forgotten how the Lord usually takes care of us. Qingshi County South Township Martial Arts Division. To Zhenwu General as the honor. Under which are 2 Zhenwu Lieutenant. And each Zhenwu Lieutenant and 4 Zhenwu Lieutenants. Some time ago, Su Changqing, their group of Zhenwu Lieutenants' old injuries recurred. Had to retire to the 2nd line. Resulting in the South Township Martial Arts Division lacked a Zhenwu Lieutenant. And finally decided to, by the command of 4 Zhenwu Lieutenants, ring match. To determine the strongest person. The lieutenant's position. And today, it is the day of the ring match. Today is the day of the match. Can it be that the person behind the scenes is that Changwu? Su Changqing eyebrow. For Zhenwu Lieutenant, Changwu cultivation is the highest. 3 years ago. Has been 9 products of high-ranking cultivation. The other 2 Zhenwu Lieutenant and predecessor in general are 9 products of middle-ranking cultivation. The strength of the mediocre on Changwu cannot cause much danger. The only one is him. The family schooling, the comprehensive strength, is still in the Changwu. Changwu is the biggest obstacle to the promotion of lieutenants. There were 9 grades of martial arts. And there were also 9 grades of feats and martial arts. Pure Yanggong is straight through the innate realm of the 5th grade technique. The Gale Blade method is worse, but is also a 7th grade knife trick. A bottom. Far from Changwu such county lieutenant can be compared. Directly instigated Qing, he poisoned me. Surnamed Zhang should not have the courage. He died. The Zhenwu Division will be investigated. Surnamed Zhang is only a small lieutenant. Even if the promotion of the lieutenant, it is difficult to be able to cover up the past, as well as the 500 taels of silver. Is not a small amount of money. Zhangwu monthly salary of 10 taels. Even if there are other income, want to come up with 500 taels of silver. But also not so easy thing. But I have this wound on my body. Chapter 3, Su Changqing. Do you dare to come up for a fight? South City of Qingshi County. Wui Lane 2 small courtyard. Su Changqing thought for a moment. With this serious injury of his, who would it be most beneficial to? None other than that Changwu. Upon further reflection, that battle that day was rather strange. Nowadays, the Zhenwu Division is really not as good as it used to be. Many sects and forces do not take the Zhenwu Division seriously. But not everyone dares to mess with it easily. But those people are good. Because of his subordinates. Lux looked at them a few more times. And without saying a word, he drew his sword against them. And it felt like it was a deliberate attempt to find a quarrel with them. Seeing Su Changqing's silence, Chen Fengqian and his 2 brothers thought that Su Changqing was disheartened and was ready to admit defeat. So they hurriedly consoled. My lord, those fellows are all wallflowers. How do they know how powerful you are? Our brothers firmly believe that you will be the one to win in the end. That's right. That's surnamed Zhang. How can he be a match for you? Your Excellency, the position of captain is not yours. Lord Su, our brother's coffin money is all on you. You can't just give in. Otherwise, our brother will be in deep shit. What's more, that Zhang. Already look at our brothers are not good. Really want to let him become our top boss. In the future where there are still our brothers' good life. You guys do have faith in me. Su Changqing gave the 2 brothers a somewhat playful look. My lord, we can still not know about your ability. Among the 8 captains of our Zhenwu Division, in terms of strength, if you recognize the second, who dares to recognize the first? Of all the lieutenants, you are the one we admire the most. And just he, Changwu, is worthy of being compared to you? My lord, that's a good point. These silver tickets. You guys take them to the Green Mountain gambling house and bet on me to win. Saying that, Su Changqing pulled out a stack of silver tickets from his bosom. This time, he was ready to make a killing and took out his entire savings. That said, thanks to the man behind the curtain, 1,500 taels of silver. Almost as much as his entire fortune. Ah! This. Chen Feng's 2 brothers froze and looked at Su Changqing. His own brother? As if he had overshot. Such a large stack of silver bills. At least 3,000 taels. If we lose in the end, Captain Su won't kill us. Will he? My lord. This. You want to stop thinking about it? Gulping down his saliva, Chen Feng carefully said. Zhenwu was already at odds with their brothers. If he pitted this one again, where would their brothers have a chance to live? The corner of Su Changqing's mouth swept over a touch of playfulness and laughed. It's not what you guys are saying. The winner in the end must be me. So what's there to consider? My lord. This. A big gamble hurts the body. A small gamble is good for the heart. Why don't you keep a little? Chen Feng smiled awkwardly and said. How come I didn't see before that Captain Su trusted our two brothers so much? Don't you have any idea what kind of situation you're in? How can that cut be healed in just 3 days? In this battle, you'd be lucky to have a 20% chance of winning. Just do as I say. All these silver tickets. Buy me to win. Su Changqing gently waved his hand. Without teasing the two brothers any further, he shoved the silver ticket in his hand into Chen Feng's hand, lifted his saber, and headed out. Brother? Lord, he's coming for real? Chen Lei stared blankly at the silver ticket in Chen Feng's hand. And suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he gulped and said, Brother, do you think that Lord he will really have the certainty to win over Zhenwu? This. Chen Feng was stunned. And soon, both of his eyes gradually glowed. Captain Su was different from the other captains. He came from Qianning Prefecture City and had an extraordinary background. It was said that his father was still a 6th grade master during his lifetime. So it was not possible to say that he really had some kind of undercurrent that would allow him to turn defeat into victory. Yeah. That must be it. Captain Su is not a little cutie. How can he place such a heavy bet when he knows he'll lose? With so many silver checks. Even if it wasn't all of Captain Su's savings, I'm afraid it wouldn't be far off. We're rich. Our brothers are rich. Not only can they make a fortune, when the adults promoted to captain, their brothers are bound to rise. It is not possible. But also mix a lieutenant as. Let's go. Quickly go to the Green Mountain Gambling House. Castle Rock County. South Township Wuxi. Su. Captain Su. You're here. When the Zhenwu warrior guarding the gate saw Su Changqing, his heart panicked and he hurriedly hid the congratulatory gift he was going to give to Zhenwu behind his back. This Su Changqing is also enough to fight. Are so seriously injured. Actually do not give up. Unfortunately, this captain position is destined to have no relationship with him. Su Changqing glanced at the gatekeeper. Straight into the Zhenwu Division. All the way over. All the people look at his eyes. Full of pity. To Su Changqing's strength. Originally the position of the lieutenant is not to say that 9 out of 10. But also not much. In favor of an accident. And now it's good. To the mouth of the duck flew not to mention. In the future in the chapter under the lieutenant. There is no need to have a small shoes to wear a bad. In this case, lost his life is also not certain. When Su Changqing came to the school field. The school field of those force is a dispersion. No one close to Su Changqing 3 feet place. One by one to hide far away. Rushing Su Changqing pointing. As if looking at what the plague god general. This Su actually dares to come to the schoolyard. He's not afraid of losing face. It can't be helped. Who told someone to have no face? Say no more. And still dream about it. Certain people just can't recognize their own weight. And watch. He's going to get it later. Su Changqing looked around. Silently those who have a broken mouth in his heart. When he won the Zhenwu, must take good care of them cannot. Let them know what is called the trouble comes out of the mouth. In a flash. It was the passage of marigold tea time. Heavy footsteps came from outside the schoolyard. And then they saw dozens of people flanking one person walking into the schoolyard. It was a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face and a beard. The same as Su Changqing, wearing a green and white lieutenant's uniform. It was precisely the popular of the lieutenants that the crowd was talking about, Zhenwu. One body position behind Zhenwu. There were two other lieutenants. And looking at their posture, it was obvious that they had already looked to Zhenwu as their leader. TSK. Captain Su. Are you going to take the field with an injury? This is truly a model for my generation. Zhenwu looked Su Changqing up and down and exclaimed. Everyone should learn from Captain Su in the future. Su Changqing slowly got up and rushed at Zhenwu and said rather profoundly. It's not as good as Captain Chang. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Captain Chang. What does the surname Su mean by this? Changwu's face changed. It's hard not to believe that this surname Su already knows that it's me who is looking for someone. No. This surname Su cannot stay. Must be resolved as soon as possible to solve his line. The next ring match is an opportunity to completely waste this kid. An end to the aftermath. It seems that I was right in thinking that those jianghu martial artists were in all likelihood related to this Zhenwu. Su Changqing narrowed both of his eyes and gave Zhenwu a deep look. At this time, the large school field has been surrounded by people. In addition to some have not been able to get out of the force. Most of the South Township Division of the Department of Martial Arts are gathered here. The lieutenant of the fight. But a rare event. Moreover, both school captains were among the best of the 9th grade martial artists. And watching the two men compete in a match could not help but lead to some insights. 9 products of the martial artist. Although only the end of the martial artist. But in the South City has been a rare good hand. The South City Township Division of Martial Arts up and down 100 or 200 people. But the real martial arts into the product only a few people. Counting. Are not more than the number of double 10. The strongest town of martial arts General Nanlai. But only on the 8 products of the cultivation. Not long after, the two brothers Chen Feng and Shan Lei also arrived at the schoolyard. Completely ignoring Zhenwu and the others. And came straight to stand behind Su Changqing. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the two. These two people have not had their heads pinched by the door. What time is it? Actually dare to stand with the surname Su. No. I have to stay away from these two little cuties in the future. Stay away from them. Lest you get dragged down by them. Zhenwu frowned and looked at the two coldly. These two guys? This is determined to have a hard time with lousy. Good. 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 I'll remember you guys. See how I'll clean you up in the future. At that moment, the somewhat wealthy Zhenwu General Nanlai walked over with a few people. Looking around the schoolyard, Nanlai's gaze finally landed on Su Changqing. This Su Changqing? It's a pity. The next moment, Nanlai raised his hand and said aloud. Everyone be quiet. Soon the schoolyard was silent. In this match, the winner will succeed Captain Qian and become the new captain of my Southern Town Martial Division. All of you are my Zhenwu Division brethren. I hope that you will be on point and never hurt anyone's life. At those words, Su Changqing secretly said a pity in his heart. A 9th grade martial artist. Or a lieutenant of the Zhenwu Division. His body's chi is by no means comparable to a maid like Qinghe. If he was able to behead him, the chi fortune plundering power that he seized would at least allow himself to break through a small realm. And it wasn't even impossible for him to advance to the 8th grade high level in one fell swoop. It's just a matter of collecting interest. Now this general announces that the tournament will begin. Whoosh! As soon as Nanlai's words fell, Changwu's figure moved, flipped over, and went straight up to the ring. Swish! The long sword was sheathed, pointing straight at Su Changqing, and he said in a cold manner, Su Changqing, Can you dare to come up and fight? Su, why don't you just get well? If you have to fight with me, you'll spend the rest of your life in bed. Chapter 4, Ruthlessness. Southtown Martial Arts Guards. Schoolyard Ring. Changwu's long sword pointed at Su Changqing from afar, killing intent exploding in his eyes. In his heart, he made up his mind that he would take this opportunity to waste Su Changqing in one fell swoop, eliminating all future troubles. Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on Su Changqing, and many of them even had a teasing look in their eyes. Not properly recuperating at home. Telling you to show off. Now let's see how you'll end up. Su Changqing didn't say much. His figure moved and appeared 3 feet away from Changwu. Hiss. Surname Su really went up. He doesn't want to die? Below the ring, quite a few people stared with both eyes. Looking at Su Changqing with an unbelievable face. Looking at Changwu that stance. Little cute. All could see that he was preparing to strike a painful blow. Although General Nan Lai had said that he should not hurt people's lives, he didn't say that he couldn't be maimed. Good guts. Changwu secretly rejoiced in his heart and said, Su Changqing, eat my sword. With that said, Changwu's figure moved and he couldn't wait to chop out a blade, fearing that Su Changqing would suddenly backtrack and admit defeat. Death. The tiger whistles at the mountains and rivers. This knife. Changwu did not have the slightest retention. The first shot is a killing move. A knife out. The sound of the tiger's whistle resounded through the ring. Nice Changwu. In the center of the crowd, Zhenwu General Nan Lai slightly moved. This knife actually let him. The 8th grade martial artist have a hint of danger feeling. It's afraid that he has already stepped into the realm of the 8th grade with 1 foot. The battle was won or lost, with the difference of 2 steps. Even in his heyday, Su Changqing's chances of winning would not be more than 5 layers. Not to mention the fact that he was still injured. Hiss. What a terrifying slash. Worthy of being Captain Chang. Among the captains, I'm afraid no one will be his opponent. Surnamed Su. Told you to show off. Now it's good. This knife goes down. If you don't die, you'll have to take off layers of skin. Many people drew a mouthful of cold air. This slash, even across the ring, made them chilled. The gazes that looked at Su Changqing were full of teasing. Some people directly closed their eyes, unable to bear to see that bloody scene. My lord, you must hold on. Chen Feng. Chen Lei, 2 brothers' heart tightened. Hands clenched into a ball. Heart to Su Changqing again have confidence. At this moment also cannot help but shake up. This battle, they cannot afford to lose. Really cannot afford to lose. On the occasion of betting for Su Changqing just now, they also borrowed high interest and placed heavy bets again. Once Su Changqing lost, the 2 of them brothers would never have a second way out besides wiping their necks. It was too late. Sculptor's little skill. Su Changqing sneered. Break it for me. Clank. The long sword was sheathed, and the light of the blade was like a pike, slicing through the void. This knife. Su Changqing did not use any martial arts skills. Not even mobilized internal energy. Just so ordinary a knife. But still not Changwu this 9th grade martial artist can match. 8 products. 9 products. A difference of 1 product. But a difference of mud. Bang! Changwu's tiger's mouth was cracked. And the long sword in his hand directly came out of his hand. And the whole person retreated explosively in a row. No! It's not true. It's not true. Changwu's eyes widened as if they were fish eyes, almost bursting out of their sockets. He is a quasi 8th grade martial artist. Even if the surname Su recovered his full strength, he would not be able to easily receive his knife. Not to mention, a knife knocked away the knife in his hand. Unless, of course, it's a true 8th grade martial artist. But is it possible? It was 3 short days. Not 3 years. Much less 30. False. It's all fake. Quiet. The large schoolyard was frighteningly quiet. Ah. What's going on? I'm not dreaming. Am I? Defeat. Defeated? Captain Zhang. He just lost? How is that possible? One cut. Just one cut. At this moment, even the 2 brothers, Chen Feng and Chen Lei, looked like they had seen a ghost. Although they knew that Su Changqing was able to defeat Zhangwu. In their opinion, even if Su Changqing was able to win, he would still have to put in some effort to do so. And most likely, he would even have to pay some price for it. Zhangwu, you take my slash too. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a sword pike cut through the air, directly targeting Changwu's chest. Put. Dumbfounded Zhangwu has not yet reacted. The long knife has already torn his chest, leaving a bone-deep horror gap. This is not over. Su Changqing long knife turn instantly cut off Zhangwu an arm. It couldn't directly take Changwu's little life, but it would never make him feel better. Ah! Miserable screams resounded through the schoolyard. No good. At this moment, Nanlai finally came back to his senses. Seeing that Su Changqing was chopping out another blade, Nanlai hurriedly dodged and went up to the ring, blocking in front of Zhangwu to receive Su Changqing's blade. Bang! Both of them took a step back at the same time. Hiss! What a Su Changqing! Nanlai's face was shocked. He was an upper 8th grade martial artist. Even if this blade was hastily struck and only moved 8 layers of power, it was not comparable to an ordinary 8th grade martial artist. This Su Changqing was actually able to be equal to him. And he had definitely broken through the realm of the 8th rank. No wonder Zhangwu couldn't block his 2 slashes. With the strong underpinnings of the pure yang technique, an ordinary 8th grade medium martial artist would not necessarily be a match for him. Now, those people are afraid to have a headache. Less than 18 years old 8th grade martial artist. Not to mention in a small place like Qingshi County. Even if it is put into the entire Moyang County, it is called a genius. In the future, as long as it does not fall, at least it will be a 6th grade martial artist. That is, impacting the 5th grade innate. It is not impossible. Lord General. He hasn't even opened his mouth to admit defeat. It's not good for you to intervene like this. Is it? Su Changqing said loudly. Others are afraid of Nanlai. He is not afraid. The world of martial artists. In the end, or strength to speak. Nanlai rolled his eyes. Why did I intervene? Don't you have any B numbers in your heart? This has made you break an arm. If you let you fight any longer, the Zhang family will have to open a banquet. School Captain Su, you won this match. In the future, you will be the captain of the martial division of my southern town. Nanlai didn't bother to ask the other 2 school lieutenants and directly announced. Even Zhangwu couldn't block Su Changqing's slash, let alone those 2 9th grade middle-ranked martial artists. Su Changqing, you have a cruel heart. Zhangwu, a hand holding the broken arm, 2 eyes dead staring at Su Changqing. Voice like a cuckoo crying ape wailing. Hatred. Broken right arm of his. A body strength. Not to say the whole waist, but also cannot be much stronger. In the future, not to mention the promotion of lieutenant. Whether to keep the position of the lieutenant, The hope is extremely slim. Hate. At this moment, he couldn't wait to eat Su Changqing's flesh and drink Su Changqing's blood. I'm ruthless? We all are with each other. Su Changqing shrugged and casually said. Su Changqing? You. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Zhenwu and he fainted directly into the ring. True. True. I'm not dreaming. Defeated. Captain Chang, he really was defeated. At this point, the crowd on stage finally believed this shocking reality. Even General Nan Lai himself was only an even match for Captain Su. 8th grade martial artist. Captain Su, he's actually an 8th grade martial artist. Deceived. All of us. In an instant, each and every one of the people who supported Zhenwu before all repented of their intestines. Especially those Rexes under Su Changqing. Each and every one of them was even more eager to give themselves two big fights. I was so blind. Why did I believe in the bullshit of the surname Chang? Only Chan Lei's two brothers were cheering. Harry. Completely Harry this time. Not only have they earned a lot of silver, but with Captain Su backing them up in the future, the two brothers will still be able to walk sideways in the Southtown Martial Arts Division. An 8th grade martial artist was already a top-tier powerhouse in South City. Not to mention, Captain Su is still so young. His future is unlimited. The ring. Nan Lai glanced at the fainting Zhenwu and couldn't help but shiver. Nowadays young people are really ruthless. Zhenwu is considered completely finished. Men. Carry Captain Chang down to treat his wounds. Looking at Zhenwu, who was carried down, Su Changqing narrowed both eyes and flashed a cold aura. Surname Chang. Don't think that this is the end. This is just the beginning. Chapter 5, The Black Tiger. Green Fish House. This is the largest restaurant in the southern city of Qianning County. On the second floor of the Green Fish building, all of the backbone senior members of the Southtown Martial Division gathered together. Even Nan Lai, the Zhenwu general, was there. Less than 18 years old. 8th grade martial artist. Worthy of his special treatment. Congratulations to Lord Su on his promotion to captain. I've known for a long time that this captaincy is not Lord Su's. And that he, Zhenwu, is worthy of competing with Lord Su? That's right. The captain's seat is for Lord Su. He sits in this seat. It's definitely a popular choice. Others? We can't agree. All lieutenants are stacked with smiles. A face of currying favor and flattery. Even the South Township division of another Lieutenant Huofeng do not dare to have a little bit of arrogance. Words are permeated with a wave of respect. The same as the lieutenant. That there are high and low points. Huofeng, nearly 50 years old, just barely into the realm of the 8. A potential, basically, has come to an end. The future, not to mention the promotion of the 7th grade, whether or not it can break through the top 8, are a big unknown. The best result in this life is to go further. To become a general of the township. The best result is to go further. Become the town of military generals. Guarding a side of the city. And Su Changqing, less than 18 years. The cultivation has caught up with him. The future is unlimited. The lieutenant. That is just the starting point. 100 households. Or even 1,000 households. Is not impossible. Is not at all what he can be compared to. Brothers, raise your favor. Su Changqing raised his wine cup and laughed. Everyone eat and drink well. Don't be polite. Next. Su Changqing turned his words around and said with a look of regret. It's a pity that Lieutenant Chang is injured and can't come over to drink together. The crowd was speechless in their hearts. Su Changqing, Su Changqing. Please be a person. Why can't Lieutenant Chang come over? Don't you have some B number in your heart? However, on the mouth are all praised. Su adult benevolence. Up to now still think of Lieutenant Zhang, which is like that surname Zhang. Not the slightest thought of the feelings of colleagues. Out of the way want to adult's life. I think adults are still too merciful. In my place, will not be so easy to let go of that surname Zhang. This is what I admire most about Your Excellency. Broad-minded and benevolent. Unlike that Captain Chang, who is small-minded and has a heart not much bigger than the tip of a needle. That's true. Who up and down my Zhenwu Division doesn't know that Lord Su is the most benevolent? Up and down the South City. When Lord Su is mentioned, which one doesn't clap their hands and applaud? People leave. That's the reality. Although Changwu did not die, but was abolished an arm, has been a waste of a person. In the future, do not say continue to sit firmly in the position of lieutenant. Whether to keep their own life are a big problem. Southtown Town Martial Arts Division. Most of the time, Zhenwu General Nan Lai is sitting in Zhenwu Division. Not easily. Many tasks, basically by the two captains, are responsible for the implementation of the two captains. Want to take the opportunity to mess with the death of a lieutenant? Is definitely not a difficult thing. Casually find a tricky task. Can let Changwu aid a lot of things. Elder brother Su, you are hiding a lot of pain from us. Less than 18 years old 8th grade martial artist. That is the county is rare. Worthy of being the son of Lord Su. A tiger's father does not have a dog's son. Nan Lai somewhat enviously glanced at Su Changqing and laughed. Although his talent for martial arts practice was not bad, but compared to Su Changqing, the difference was not half a star. When he was this age, not to mention the 8th rank of the martial arts, it was from the high rank of the 9th rank. There was still a distance. Your Excellency the General flatters me. This talent of mine is nothing. Su Changqing modestly said. His own talent, his own most clear. Single talent. Compared to Nan Lai too. Not much stronger. Can only be considered the middle of the upper posture? Not open hanging. This life, the 7th grade martial artist, basically is the limit. Upon hearing this, Nan Lai gave Su Changqing another high look. If it was anyone else, at this time, he was afraid that he would have already drifted off. Time slowly passed in the crowd eating and drinking. General Nan Lai excused himself for not being able to drink and left first. Today is Su Changqing's celebration banquet. He can't clamor for the main event. A genius like Su Changqing is not something that a Zhenwu general like him can suppress. Maybe at some point, Su Changqing will climb to his head. Leaving a more favorable impression now may not be able to pull him in the future. The jianghu is not only about fighting and killing, but also about human feelings. And the official world is even more so. Without Nan Lai as their top boss, the crowd was immediately a little less restrained. And the atmosphere became more enthusiastic. Soon, another hour or so passed. And it was only when it was nearing the end that the crowd dispersed in 2s and 3s. And in the end, only Su Changqing and the two brothers Chen Lei and Chen Feng were left in the room. Chen Feng first went to the door and looked around to make sure that there was no one, before returning to the room, closing the door, and pulling out a stack of silver tickets from his arms and handing them to Su Changqing. My lord, here is the money you won. So much. Looking at the thick stack of silver tickets, Su Changqing slightly surprised. Are 102 apiece? Such a large stack. At least there is a 30,002. This is enough for some county taxes for a year. My lord, since your injury, your odds have been adjusted again and again. And by the time we went to place our bets, It had already been lowered to 1 to 9. Chen Feng explained with a smile. 1 to 9? After counting the silver bills, Su Changqing raised his eyebrows. He remembered. Counting Qinghe's 1,500 silver bills, he took out a total of 3,300. 1 to 9. That's 29,700 only. And here is a full 32,000. Soon, Su Changqing realized that this extra 2,300 taels of silver should be the two brothers' special tribute to themselves. It seems that the two brothers have made a lot of money out of this one. The next moment, Su Changqing slipped the silver ticket into his arms, patted the two on the shoulder, and said, "You two have been with me for a while. It's time to add to your burdens. Turn around and I'll mention it to General Nan." He still lacked 2 lieutenants under his command, and it was just the right time to promote them. And as for Changwu, a man who was going to die was just a man. "Thank you, Your Excellency. Our brothers will surely offer our livers and brains to repay Your Excellency for lifting us up." The two brothers rejoiced. "Surely, the Lord will not treat us poorly. All get up." Su Changqing waved his hand. "Nothing else? All go back. My lord. We will retire." The next day, Wui Lane, Su Mansion Hall. Su Changqing was seated on the main seat, and at his lower head were the two brothers Chen Feng and Chen Lei. "Is there any sign of what was explained to you?" Su Changqing opened his mouth and inquired. Not long after the end of yesterday's competition, he let them brothers take people to find out the whereabouts of those 3 jianghu martial artists who injured their predecessors. The predecessors' revenge must not be unreported. What's more, the person behind the curtain was hiding in the shadows. And at some point, he would reveal his fangs again. The district's 8th grade low-ranking cultivation did not give him too much security, and dared to plot for the position of 1,000 households. The power of the person behind the scenes was definitely not weak, and might even involve the 5th grade innate. "Sir, fortunately, those 3 people are now hiding in the Black Tiger Gang's main hall." Chapter 6, The Killing Spree. Black Tiger Gang? Su Changqing raised his eyebrows. This name is not unfamiliar to him. This is the biggest gang in South City. There are many experts within it. The gang leader Zhong Heihu is even an 8th grade martial artist. Moreover, it has a close relationship with the big family of the inner city, the Li family, and it is the Li family's white glove in the South City. Even his top boss, Nan Lai, has to give this Zhong Heihu 3 times. And he doesn't dare to mess with it at will. "Let's go to the Black Tiger Gang." After saying that, Su Changqing picked up his saber and headed out. Other people are afraid of their Black Tiger Gang. He is not afraid. To pure Yanggong of the strong foundation, plus the small into the realm of the Gale knife law. Is the South Lai this 8th grade high-level martial artist Su Changqing are confident with one of the battle. Zhong Heihu although strong, but compared to the South Lai, there is still a gap. Besides, as long as he resolved those 3 jianghu martial artists, his cultivation would skyrocket by a large margin in minutes. And it was not impossible for him to break through the 7th grade even in one fell swoop. And a 7th grade martial artist, not to mention this small place in South City, even if it was placed in the entire Qingshi County, it was a top-tier powerhouse. Any power that was able to give birth to a 7th grade martial artist would immediately become the top power in Qingshi County. "Just the 3 of us, my lord?" Chen Feng hesitated and carefully said. Wanting to get someone from the Black Tiger Gang was not that easy. 3 is enough. Su Changqing did not return his head. A small Black Tiger Gang is not that qualified to let him raise an army. What to do? Chen Feng, Chen Lei and the 2 brothers looked at each other. But in the end, they gritted their teeth and chased after them. Black Tiger Gang's main hall, which is a 4-entry compound. The size of the area: no less than a few acres of fields. A pair of black tiger stone carving at the entrance. Majestic and lifelike. 2 big middle-aged men with sturdy builds and formidable breaths held steel swords and stood on either side. The pedestrians on the road. Almost none of them dared to linger too long in the neighborhood. And they all accelerated their steps and hurried past. Stand still. What for? Su Changqing's 3 people just approached the Black Tiger Gang's main hall. They were stopped by those 2 guards. Their gazes were insubordinate. They didn't care about the Zhenwu robes on the 3 people. Zhenwu on business. Spread out. Chen Feng stepped forward and chided. This lord is so official. The left side of that guard stepped forward. Sneered. Did not have the slightest intention to back down. Zhenwu, so what? Here is the Black Tiger Gang main hall. Not to mention the district of Arax. Is the Zhenwu a hand? To their Black Tiger Gang. Have to obediently according to the rules of their Black Tiger Gang. Su Changqing shook his head slightly. Sure enough. The Qian dynasty is sunsetting and getting worse. Zhenwu. But the prince's personal guards. Put 100 years ago. Not to mention the Black Tiger Gang, such a strongest but the 8th grade martial arts practitioner of the small gangs. That is, those who have a great clan with a grandmaster. Do not dare to offend the Zhenwu. Blind your dog eyes? This is my Zhenwu Su. A flash of sulkiness flashed across Chen Feng's eyes. Only that without waiting for the words to come out of his mouth afterward. A sound of jingo was heard. And a flash of sword light was heard. Su Changqing sheathed the long knife in his hand and slashed the guard's throat. Instantly, blood sprayed out and the whole person fell to the ground like rotten mud, quickly losing his life. You. The remaining member of the gang was staring at Su Changqing with 2 dead eyes. His face was unbelievable. How dare he? This is the main hall of the Black Tiger Gang. Isn't he afraid of death? He wanted to open his mouth, but he couldn't make a sound. As if a pair of big invisible hands had strangled his neck. Crouching, trough. Lord Su. Do you want to be so raw? The 2 brothers, Chen Feng and Chen Lei, were equally startled. In broad daylight. In the main hall of the Black Tiger Gang. A killing spree. This is not at all put the Black Tiger Gang in the eyes of. Su Changqing raised his eyebrows. A flash of disappointment flashed in his eyes. The mechanical sound he was expecting didn't ring out. Sure enough, there was no karmic entanglement. Killing people didn't gain the chi luck robbing power. Next, Su Changqing gently shook the bloodied long knife in his hand. Took a step over the scared and dumbfounded gang members. And stepped into the Black Tiger Gang's main hall. What do we do? Looking at Su Changqing's back. The 2 brothers Chen Feng and Chen Lei had a tangled face. In or out? Into. Later really want to tear face to fight. Their 2 brothers is basically 10 death situation. But if not into. That is undoubtedly betrayed Su Lieutenant. Then Su Lieutenant will not be able to spare them. Lieutenant Su was not a good person. Thinking of Changwu's miserable state. The 2 brothers immediately firm up. Enter. Just an ordinary gang member. The Black Tiger Gang wouldn't necessarily dare to tear themselves apart from Lord Su. Zhenwu Lieutenant. Unlike the school lieutenant, even the Black Tiger Gang has to weigh it. It wasn't until Su Changqing's trio walked away that the guard came back to his senses and let out a mournful roar. Ah! Someone! Enemy attack! What kind of person dares to trespass my Black Tiger Gang? I'd like to see who has eaten the guts of a bear and dares to sow their wild oats in my Black Tiger Gang. In an instant, the entire Black Tiger Gang's main hall was bustling with activity. And one by one, the Black Tiger Gang members, armed with sharp blades, quickly rushed towards the front yard. And before long, they surrounded Su Changqing's 3 people. Tick. Tick. Looking at the surrounding ooze, bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from the foreheads of the 2 brothers. Chen Feng and Chen Lei. God forbid there should be a fight. It's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. No matter how strong Lord Su was, he couldn't challenge a club by himself. This black pressure of dozens of people. That can be the Black Tiger Gang elite. Each one is practicing martial arts for several years of good hands. Unusual 3 or 5 strongman cannot get close to them. Not to mention, which there are many 9 products of martial artists. Just then, a person came from the back. This was a 40 or so pugnacious man, wearing light yellow robes, a tiger-striped belt tied around his waist, without a single hair on his head, and his eyes gleaming, not angry and authoritative. Wherever they passed, all of them chanted for the gang leader. Soon, Zhong Heihu arrived in front of Su Changqing's trio. Looking at Su Changqing, a flash of sulkiness flashed in Zhong Heihu's eyes. Since their Black Tiger Gang became the #1 gang in South City, this Su Changqing was the first one who dared to kill someone in their main hall. However, in the end, Zhong Heihu still forced down his anger and said in a deep voice, "Captain Su, although my Black Tiger Gang is not a big force, it is not something that anyone can bully. Today, if you don't give Zhong an explanation, I'll blame Zhong for not giving General Nan face." Su Changqing acted as if he hadn't heard Zhong Heihu's words at all. His line of sight directly crossed over Zhong Heihu and landed on the 3 people behind him. "You 3? Do you still recognize me? How could I forget that?" Zhong Heihu's heart sank. That day, 3 of his men stabbed Su Changqing. He is also clear. Just did not put on the heart. Just a district a Zhenwu Lieutenant. Or a not much root of the outsiders. Injured on the injury. What else can he do? I never thought that this Su's hiding was so deep that he was an 8th grade martial artist. Lieutenant Su. It's all a misunderstanding. It's all because of these brothers of mine. After drinking more horse urine, they don't know who they are. But today, Lieutenant Su also killed one of my brethren. This matter will end here. How about it? After pondering, Zhong Heihu opened his mouth. The difference between the 8th product and the 9th product, 1 product. But it's a heavenly difference. If not necessary, he doesn't want to offend an 8th product martial artist. Especially Su Changqing is still so young. You 3? What are you still standing there for? Don't you make amends and apologize to Su Du Lieutenant. Captain Su. It's all a matter of drinking and misdemeanor. I have offended you much that day. You are an adult. Don't take it to heart. Just admit it. Say. Who ordered you? The 3 hesitated and denied. Captain Su. It's really just a misunderstanding. No one instructed us. Clank. Su Changqing's bloodstained long knife was once again sheathed in a flash of light. Put. Chapter 7, Beheading the 8th grade. Black Tiger Gang's main hall. Ah. You. Among those 3. The burly man with a thin scar on his face covered his slashed throat and looked at Su Changqing incredulously as he slowly collapsed. Blood flowing all over the place. Silence. For a moment, the surroundings were as quiet as a grave. Each and every one of them stared at the corpse on the ground with wide eyes. Unbelievably. He. How dare he? Isn't this Su afraid of death? At this time, the mechanical tone that made him look forward to resounded in Su Changqing's mind once again. The host has fulfilled a section of karma. Karmajacking power 30. Su Changqing's 2 eyes lit up. Not to his surprise. Compared to Cheng He, an ordinary person, The qi robbing power that could be plundered by beheading a 9th grade martial artist was indeed much more. Just like the game setting. The stronger the enemy was, the more experience value could be gained from decapitation. 7 pints steady. Through the memory of the predecessor. For the strength of these 3 people, Su Changqing is very clear. That Scarface in the 3 is considered to be the weakest one. Barely into the middle stage of the 9th product. The other 2 are stronger than a lot of people. Especially the left side of the yellow man is compared to the Jianghu, that quasi-8th product martial artist, are not much weaker. On that day, it is also the person who was sword injured the predecessor. Su Changqing. At this time, Zhong Heihu finally came back to his senses. Both eyes red. Staring at Su Changqing with a deadly stare. Like the vicious tiger that had been completely enraged and wanted to eat someone. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. He tolerated everywhere and could be said to have given Su Changqing enough face. But this Su Changqing is good. In their Black Tiger gang's main hall. Or in front of him as the gang leader. Just so grandly kill his subordinate leaders. This is not hitting his Zhong Heihu's face. Completely is to trample him Zhong Heihu on the ground. Rubbing ruthlessly. At this moment, what kind of Zhenwu Lieutenant and genius martial artist were all left behind him? Dead. This Su must die today. Otherwise, where is his Zhong Heihu's face? And how can their Black Tiger gang still gain a foothold in this South City? Not good. The hearts of the 2 brothers Chen Lei and Shen Feng at the back of Su Changqing trembled. And their faces instantly turned pale. It's over. It's completely over. Lord Su. Lord Su. Why are you so impulsive? This time, our brothers have let you screw them over. In the main hall of the Black Tiger gang. Or in front of Zhong Heihu. Beating and killing the head of the Black Tiger gang. This is a person who can do something? Not to mention a Zhenwu Lieutenant. Even if their top boss, General Nan Lai, dared to do so, the Black Tiger gang would not take it lightly. I'm afraid. Regret. If they had known, they would not have followed in. No matter what they said. Brother Qiu Peng. Gang master. Brother Qiu Peng died a horrible death. You must avenge him. The surrounding group of Black Tiger gang leaders. The gang members were all burning with rage and killing intent. Brothers. Brother Qiu Peng will never die in vain. Clang. Zhong Heihu sheathed his tiger head saber in his hand. His eyes spewing fire. Su Changqing. You. Today, you don't want to walk out of here alive. Death. Savage tiger buster chop. A roar. Zhong Heihu was a knife toward Su Changqing chopping. This knife. Zhong Heihu with anger. The body of the internal energy urged to the limit. A shot is a killing move. Kill. Su Changqing coldly shouted. Not showing any weakness. With a shake of the long sword in his hand, he fought with Zhong Heihu. Eat my sword. Gale chop. Against Zhong Heihu. An 8th grade martial artist. Su Changqing didn't dare to be arrogant. And without the slightest reservation, he exploded with all his might. In an instant, the blade shadows were heavy. Like a raging storm. Enveloping towards Zhong Heihu. The realm of minor accomplishment Gale blade technique. One word. Is fast. A breath of time. Is 7 knives. Moreover. A knife faster than a knife. A knife more vicious than a knife. Damn. This Su. What a fast blade. Zhong Heihu's face sank. Originally thought that Su Changqing, so a newly promoted 8th grade, never would be his opponent. After all, as early as 5 years ago, He was already an 8th grade martial artist. 5 years passed. Although he had not stepped into the middle stage of the 8th grade. But it was only a hair's breadth away. Which had thought that this Su Changqing was so terrifying. Under that stormy attack. He, the veteran 8th grade martial artist, was like a lone boat on the furious sea ocean. For a while. It was actually only the power to fight back. Without the slightest power to fight back. Ha ha ha. Ouch. Su Changqing laughed out loud. The more he fought, the speed of his blade vaguely increased by a thread. No. It can't go on like this. Zhenwu secretly anxious. Guard for a long time will be lost. If it continues like this, the one who loses will only be him. Do it. Let's all go together and chop up this asshole. At this moment, Zhenwu couldn't care less about the face of the gang leader and roared out. Go on. Kill him. Kill. Surnamed Su. Give me death. Amidst the shouts of killing, a group of Black Tiger Gang elites led by several leaders rushed towards Su Changqing. Vile. Chen Feng and Qian Lei brothers cursed angrily. If you can't beat them singly, then beat them in a group. These guys, can they have some face? My lord. Be careful. With a cry of alarm, Chen Feng and Qian Lei brothers gritted their teeth and rushed up. At this time, they could only follow Su Changqing down the road in black. Once Su Changqing died, it was absolutely impossible for them to walk out of the Black Tiger Gang alive. Surnamed Su. If you dare to mess with my Black Tiger Gang, next year's today will be the anniversary of your death. Zhenwu let out a sardonic laugh and looked at Su Changqing as if he was looking at a dead man. 6 9th grade realm leaders. Dozens of elite good soldiers. Plus him as the gang leader. That is, an 8th grade middle-ranked martial artist. He was confident that he would be able to round them up and kill them alive. As for the two brothers Chen Feng and Qian Lei, they were directly ignored by him. 2 quasi-9th grade martial artists. A few random elite strikes would be able to block them. And it wouldn't affect the big picture at all. Big talk. Su Changqing sneered. Not panicking in the slightest. Zhenwu, you have no idea of the horror of a hanging bee. Add some for me. 30 points of chi fortune robbing power at once 0. Instantly. Su Changqing that consumed nearly half of the internal energy to a horrible speed. Rapid breeding. Less than a breath of effort. A cultivation. Broke through a rank. Zhenwu suffered death. Quickly. As his cultivation increased by 1 rank. Su Changqing's blade speed once again skyrocketed by 1. And in one breath, he chopped out 8 blades. Put. Zhenwu stared blankly at the long knife that pierced through his chest. His eyes full of unbelief. If there aren't only 7 blades, how come there's an 8th? Su Changqing. You are despicable. This actually hides its strength from the beginning. Put. Su Changqing drew out his long sword without explaining anything. Bang! Zhenwu flopped to the ground. His body convulsing irregularly. His pupils rapidly dilating. The host has resolved a period of karma. Chi Fortune Robbing Power 200. Chapter 8. 7th grade. 200 chirographic robbing power? Su Changqing froze. What was going on? That Zhenwu was not one of the 3 people who attacked the predecessor. There is no cause and effect as a medium. It should be the same as before he beheaded that guard in general. Will not produce the chi robbery power at all is. However, very quickly, a hint of realization rose in Su Changqing's heart. Could it be that it was because this Zhenwu took the lead in striking out at himself? At this time, the crowd of Black Tiger Gang leader elites who were rushing towards Su Changqing had their feet stalled. And each of them foolishly looked at the ground Zhong Heihu's corpse, their eyes full of unbelief. No. It's not true. How could he? The gang leader? Dreaming. I must be dreaming. Fake. It's all fake. The battle just now. They all watched in their eyes. Although the gang master was weaker than the underdog. But it was limited to that. How could he blink of an eye and fall in a pool of blood? Pure young kung fu. Third level. Give me a boost. Without much hesitation, Su Changqing couldn't wait to start adding points. The 7th grade of the martial Dao. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. Next. Boom. Su Changqing body internal energy rapid expansion. Cultivation to the naked eye visible speed soaring climb. The 8th product high level. 8th grade perfection. Quasi 7th grade. In less than a breath of time, the raging internal energy broke through the shackles, transforming into a more pure internal breath that rushed through the bones of the entire body. 7th grade of martial arts. Bone tempering realm success. Powerful. At this moment, he was more than several times stronger than the 8th grade middle rank. There was no need to utilize the internal breath martial skill. Just pure flesh shell power. Su Changqing had full certainty that he would easily blow up Zhong Heihu. There are still 132 points of chi robbing power. Gale blade technique. Give me a boost. In an instant, the chi fortune robbing power was once again reduced by 90 points. And countless saber Dao sensations, like an enlightenment, surged into Su Changqing's mind. And in just a breath, it was as if he had been practicing the Gale Saber technique painstakingly for dozens of years, which had caused his small completion Gale Saber technique to enter into the realm of the great completion in one fell swoop. Ah! Gang Master! At this time, someone finally came to their senses and looked at Zhong Heihu in a pool of blood and erupted into a heartrending. Like a mother's wail. Su Changqing! You shall not die. Kill him and avenge the gang leader. Asterisk 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 I want you to die. The crowd of Zhong Black Tiger diehards had red eyes and gritted their teeth. Completely disregarding the huge gap between the two sides, they madly rushed towards Su Changqing. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. That was to kill Su Changqing and avenge their gang leader. Seek death. A cold light flashed in Su Changqing's eyes as he turned the long sword in his hand. Put. A headshot straight up into the sky. The host has fulfilled one section of karma. Qigong robbing power 5. Sure enough, one's guess was right. As long as someone else struck out at him first, after decapitating them, they would be able to access the Qi Luck heist power. Looks like there will be less hate pulling and fishing for law enforcement in the future. Hey! It's not hard for an honest man like me. Strange. How come it only went up by 5 points of chakra jacking power? Suddenly, Su Changqing frowned. The person he had just beheaded was not a tender young girl like Changhe. It was reasonable to say that the harvested Qi robbing power was far more than that. It seemed that the Qi fortune robbing power was not only based on cultivation strength, but also other factors. Thoughts in his head. Su Changqing's hand movements are not slow. Hand up, knife down. Ahead. Like rain. Blood quickly stained the front yard. Quick. After the Gale blade technique was completed, Su Changqing's blade speed had another qualitative breakthrough. 13 slashes in one breath. No matter if it was those 9th grade leaders or ordinary elites. None of them were Su Changqing's enemy. In just less than 10 breaths of time, that group of Black Tiger Gang leader elites, just like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, were generally chopped up by Su Changqing for the most part. And that just shrunk for the most part of the Qi fortune heist power not only recovered as it was before, but also went up by one section, reaching 232 points. Dead. Dead. All dead. Not a human being. He's not a human being. The devil. He's the devil. Ooh. Somebody help me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Run away. Everyone run away. Collapse. The hearts and minds of the remaining group of Black Tiger gang members completely collapsed. At this moment, what to avenge the master of the gang? All let them leave behind. One only hated their parents to give them less 2 legs. These guys are running pretty fast. Su Changqing shook the blood on the knife. Somewhat unfulfilled. Although the full force of the chase, in the end, still ran a dozen people. Or else, in his hands, the Qi robbery power, but also can rise on a section. You still have to find your own method to practice in the future. The Gale Blade technique. Although it also contained a part of the body technique. But after all, it was a blade technique. And the main thing that was improved was his blade speed. And in terms of speed, compared to the real body technique, there was still a period of not a small gap. His predecessor had limited energy and didn't dare to be distracted from practicing body techniques. He didn't have that concern. With the plugin in place, the stance is just a matter of point and click. Ah. We're winning here? The 2 brothers, Chen Feng and Chen Lei, looked dumbfounded at the corpses all over the ground. Both of their brothers were ready to fight to the death. And this? Ignoring the 2 who were still in a daze, Su Changqing's gaze turned and landed on those 2 9th-grade martial artists who had attacked their predecessors. These 2. Su Changqing didn't directly behead them, but deliberately stayed his hand and left them alive. My lord have mercy. My lord have mercy. Meeting Su Changqing's gaze, the 2 men shivered. Not caring about the injuries on their bodies, they kowtowed and begged for mercy. Speak. Who? Exactly. Ordered you to kill me? Great. Lord. Innocent. We really do not want to kill you. One of them heart trembled, shouting injustice. From the beginning to the end, they did not want Su Changqing's life. Zhenwu Lieutenant, after all, is into the grade of the imperial court officials. They more or less still have some scruples. Put. With a flash of the blade, the head of the 9th-grade martial artist who had spoken rolled directly to the ground. To fulfill a period of karma. The Qi fortune robbing power 40. Without caring too much about the increased Qi fortune robbing power, Su Changqing's line of sight turned and landed on the last 9th-grade martial artist. I'm a person who doesn't like to listen to nonsense. So I'm going to ask you one last time. Who in the end instructed you guys to come and kill me? My lord. It's Changwu. He's the one who gave us 300 taels of silver to let the 3 of us out to seriously injure you. That 9th-grade martial artist's soul dared to die. And he hurriedly said, fearing that if he was slow to speak, he would be chopped off by Su Changqing. Sure enough. It's him. Su Changqing's face was unchanged. This point had been clear to him for a long time. The reason why he pressed again and again was just wanting a reason to kill someone. Changwu was different from these club members. The same Zhenwu Division. Without a little evidence. He is not good to direct action. Otherwise, last night will have to Changwu's dog life. But now, Changwu dead. By murder. Assault and kill colleagues. He is 10 heads. Are not enough to cut. Chen Feng. Escort this man. Let's go to the Chang mansion. Chapter 9, Death of Changwu. Really? Really? We're not dreaming. 1. Lord Su, he really won. At those words, the 2 brothers Chen Feng and Chen Lei, who were in a daze, finally came back to their senses. Next, the two brothers just had a moment of hindsight. Luckily, the two of their own brothers didn't drop their chains at the critical moment. Otherwise, their brothers were afraid that it would be hard for them not to die soon. Though, that hint of afterthought was replaced by surprise. Even their top boss, General Nan Lai, didn't dare to say that he could rival the Black Tiger Gang with the power of one man, let alone slaughtering most of them in such a short period of time. His Excellency's strength has definitely surpassed General Nan Lai's. And not just by a little bit. Hiss. General Nan Lai is already at the 8th rank high level of cultivation. So what cultivation level should he be? My lord? 7. 7th grade? Gulp. The brothers swallowed hard. This was the topmost powerful person in their Qingshi county. And the ancestors of all the great families in their Qingshi county, as well as that 100 households lord of the 100 households, were only at such a level of cultivation. And how old is he? My lord? A 7th grade martial artist who had not yet reached 18. Not to mention such a small place as Qingshi County. Even in Moyang County. And even the entire Tianlin province. It was called a first-class genius. In the future, as long as they don't fall, the legendary martial arts innate is afraid that they are all just the starting point for adults. With the right man. Our brothers are really with the right man. I don't know. Our brothers can be 100 households in the future. And we can lead a county's Zhenwu Division. Chen Lei. Send a signal and gather the brothers to come over and copy the Black Tiger Gang. Su Changqing continued to command. Kill and set fire to the Gold Belt. The Black Tiger Gang in the southern city for so many years. I do not know how much of the people's fat and wealth. He will not be cheap for nothing. East Water Lane. Chang's mansion, which is a small 3-entry courtyard. It was more than twice as big as Su Changqing's mansion. Zhenwu was lying on the bed. He not only broke his right arm, but also received a knife in his chest. His sternum was broken several times. Without a few months of recuperation, he should not think about getting well. At this time, Changwu's heart was filled with indignation and aggression. I've seen sinister. I've never seen anything so sinister. Su Changqing, can you have some beef-face? If he had known that Su Changqing was an 8th grade martial artist, even if he had been given 3 guts, he would not have been able to compete with him for the position of captain. But this Su is good. Not only hiding his real cultivation, but also pretending to be injured. What kind of grudge do I have against you to make you victimize me like this? And those assholes, all of them are white-eyed wolves that can't be bred. Thanks to me taking care of you so much in the past. At this critical moment, no one can be relied on. It's been a day and not even a single visitor. It is said that tea is cold when people leave. And the tea is already cold even before I leave. The more he thought about it, the more fire grew in Changwu's heart. One bastard. When I get well, I will make you look good. Come on, man. Where did they all die? I need to pee. It was just that what made Changwu shocked was that after he yelled a few times, none of them came over to serve him conveniently. Instantly, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Like a volcano erupting. Surnamed Su. And his fellow men were just fine. But these underlings, a bunch of lowly bitches. What kind of things are they? They actually dared to ignore him so much. Today, these assholes must be taught a lesson. Just then, the door of the room was pushed open. Changwu heard the person come in. And without looking back, he directly scolded. Dogs? Deaf? So long to come? Want to suffocate old me? Still don't go get the night pot and serve me to pee. Yell. Captain Chang. You're so powerful. A voice, full of teasing, came from the doorway. The voice is. Changwu's face changed. He turned his head to see that it was really Su Changqing who made him want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. And immediately his anger surged. Even his injuries seemed to be a few points heavier at once. Su Changqing? What are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Get out. Pop. A loud slap sounded and Changwu had a red handprint on his face. Surname Chang. Keep your mouth clean. Chen Feng coldly looked at Changwu and warned that it was not Su Changqing who had just struck out. At this time, if you don't perform well in front of Lord Su, when will you wait? Ah. Chen Feng. You. Changwu's eyes were red. Like the enraged beast. This surname Su's bullying and insulting himself was just a matter of course. But now even his subordinates dared to bully him like this. It was really outrageous. Pop. Without waiting for Changwu's later words to come out, Chen Feng again backhanded a large bout. Shut the fuck up if you can't speak human. You. Changwu glared angrily at Chen Feng. But the words that reached his mouth still made him swallow them. This surnamed Chen dog thing. Really dared to start. Good man but not before the loss. Dog thing. These two slaps old man remembered. Wait for the old man after the injury. Will want you to return 10 times. Su Chang. Seeing Chen Feng raise his palm again, Changwu reluctantly changed his address, gritted his teeth, and said, Lord Su. What exactly do you want? Su Changqing waved his hand, letting Chen Feng retreat, and said in a cold voice, Changwu. You've had your hair cut out. How dare you buy a murderer to kill me? You've got big dog guts. Changwu's heart trembled. If this charge was carried out, not only would it be difficult for him to escape death, even his family would be implicated. Lord Su. Don't falsely accuse good people. What by murder? I don't understand what you're talking about. Dead duck. Bring me the man. Su Changqing waved his hand. And soon, that 9th grade martial artist was escorted up by Chen Feng. Not good. Changwu's face panicked. My lord. It was this Changwu who instructed us. Looking at Changwu on the hospital bed. That 9th grade martial artist couldn't wait to break his body into pieces and thwart his bones. If it wasn't for this dog surnamed Chang, how would their Black Tiger gang have ended up in such a situation? Damn it! This dog deserves to die. You are talking nonsense. I don't even know you. How could I possibly instruct you to kill someone? Changwu hurriedly denied. This is something that no matter what, he can't admit. Lord Su. Everything has to be about evidence. You just find a random person and say that I instructed you. Even if you are my superior officer? You can't accuse someone so wrongly. Ridiculous. Am I here to discuss this with you? Su Changqing let out a cold laugh. When did he sue someone? Act. When did he need so much evidence? It's enough to have a witness who can handle the top. You. What do you want to do? Changwu's face suddenly changed. A sense of uncertainty enveloped the whole body. Panicked. Don't you mess around. Maiming a fellow officer is a capital offense. Finished? Su Changqing skimmed his lips and sheathed the long sword in his hand. In the world of martial arts, the strongest are honored. Who would stand up for a dead man like him? Don't. Spare your life. Su adults, spare your life. I have silver tickets in the secret compartment under the bedboard. As long as you don't kill me. These silver tickets I all give you. Regret. This moment. Changwu regret bowels are green. Their own how the lard blinded the heart. To provoke this crazy. Now well. The lieutenant of the position did not get. Even their own life is not guaranteed. Put. The knife flashed and slit Changwu's throat. Su Changqing. You. The host has resolved a period of karma. Chi Fortune Robbing Power 60. Chapter 10 Great Strength Advancement. Ridiculous. Looking at the body of Changwu on the bed, Su Changqing sneered. Killing you. That silver ticket is still not all his own. Waving at Chen Feng to move away Changwu's body, Su Changqing used his knife to pick open the hidden compartment under the bedpan, thinking that there would be some hidden arrows. But he had overestimated this Chang's surname. The next moment, Su Changqing found a bunch of silver bills from it. Dog official. I hate corrupt officials the most. This dog official deserves to die. Even if you are greedy. You are actually greedy more than yourself. A full 1,800 silver dollars. If this dog doesn't die, who will? My lord. The person small also help you identify. You see whether the small can. The 9th rank leader of the Black Tiger Gang on one side carefully glanced at Su Changqing and said, Put. With a flash of the blade, that 9th rank leader had an additional bloodstain at his throat. You. If you're a brother, you should be neat and tidy. Su Changqing glanced at that 9th rank leader. Injuring him and still wanting to live. What a joke. Not to mention, this dog is a moving 60 point. The next moment, Su Changqing's eyes turned to Chen Feng. This 1,000 taels of silver tickets. You take them and go visit General Nan. And report what happened today to General Nan. Although it was impossible for Nan Lai to offend him for a dead man even if he didn't send the 1,000 taels of silver tickets, there would definitely be resentment in his heart. The current him was not that qualified to be able to act recklessly, without putting any rules. In his eyes, the 7th grade martial artist, in the Greenstone County so small place, that is the top strong. But look at the whole of the great Qian dynasty, is also a slightly stronger ants. Not to mention the other. Just a Tianlin House Zhenwu Division. Within the 5th grade innate more than a handful of. And even the 4th grade of the strongest people in the town. Chen Feng hesitated and said, My lord. All of them? Then you are afraid of this cultivation. There's no harm in telling the truth. There's no need to hide it deliberately. Su Changqing waved his hand. Wanting to see him clearly was not that easy. When he consumed the Qi Luck robbery power in his hand, his strength could skyrocket by a large margin again. Saying that, Su Changqing directly walked outside. Next to wrap up. Naturally, there was no need for him to bother. After leaving the Chang mansion, Su Changqing went directly to the Zhenwu C100 house, ready to pick a few secret martial arts books to make up for his shortcomings. One pure yang technique and one gale blade technique are still less. Hundreds of households in the transmission of the court, which is the Zhenwu Division collection of secret books of martial arts place. All the first to enter the Zhenwu Division, there is a free opportunity to receive the secret books. And then each rise in one level. Plus one more opportunity to receive the work. In addition, want a secret books of martial arts? You must use merit to exchange. His predecessor was afraid that he could not chew on his greed. But he had never come to the transmission pavilion to receive the secret books of martial arts. Counting this promotion to captain, Su Changqing can receive a total of 2 secret books from the transmission pavilion. After arriving at the transmission pavilion, there was a specialized person in charge who gave Su Changqing some reference materials. Su Changqing pondered for a long time and finally picked a light skill and an external skill. The name of the light skill is called the ground walking art. There are 4 layers. The first layer of the introduction. You can step a zhang. Once you reach the 4 layers of perfection, a step out, there are 10 zhang of land. It can be called the 7th grade light skill and the very best. The external technique was the golden body technique. Along with the earth walking technique and the gale blade technique. This golden body technique was also a 7th grade technique with 4 layers. The first layer of the iron body realm. The second layer of the copper body realm. The third layer of the silver body realm. And the final golden body realm. And once the golden body was perfected, it could sweep the 7th grade and possess the power to rival a 6th grade martial artist. As for higher grade martial arts secrets, it's not that there is no such thing in the merit transmission pavilion. Even the 5th grade techniques that are comparable to the Su family's pure elemental technique. There are several of them in the merit transmission pavilion. But these require a lot of merit. And that 100 or so points of merit on Su Changqing's body is not enough to make up a fraction of a percent. After receiving the 2 secret books, Su Changqing walked out of the transmission pavilion, checking up on the attribute interface as he walked. Host, Su Changqing. Realm, 7th grade bone hardening realm low stage. Techniques, pure yang technique 3rd level, 0/1000. Golden body technique, uninitiated 0/1. Martial arts, gale blade technique grand finish, 0/1000. Earth walking technique, uninitiated 0/1. Chakra robbing power, 403. Without much hesitation, Su Changqing immediately used the rest of his chi fortune robbing power. Chakra jacking power -1. First layer of golden body technique. Chakra jacking power -10. Second level of golden body technique. Chakra jacking power -100. Third level of the golden body technique. Chakra jacking power -1. First level of earth walking technique. Chakra jacking power -10. Second level of the earth walking technique. Chakra jacking power -100. Third level of the earth walking technique. The last remaining 201 points of chi fortune robbing power. Su Changqing added it to the pure yang gong in a brain. And instantly, the internal breath that had just been born and was still a bit weak, all of a sudden skyrocketed by a large margin. Feeling the power surging within his body, a flash of excitement flashed across Su Changqing's face. Powerful. At this time he, although the cultivation did not break through the realm, is still located in the 7th product low level, but both internal and external cultivation. Double 7th product. The combat power more than doubled. Just pure flesh shell power. Can match the 7th product of the low level of martial arts? There is also the silver body realm of the horror of the defense. You are not polite to say. Under the 7th product, if there is no divine weapon, he is standing and letting him fight. Cannot hurt him a hair of the sweat. Coupled with the grand completion realm gale blade technique, the 3rd layer of the earth walking technique, even if it was a 7th grade high ranked martial artist, Su Changqing would have the confidence to fight with one of them. It was important to know that most 7th grade martial artists mastered martial arts that were only at the small completion level. Just then, Chen Feng also met with Nan Lai and explained everything that had happened in Changwu's purchase of the murderer and what had happened today. One by one. To Nan Lai. At those words, Nan Lai nodded slightly. Not too careless. 4 days ago, Su Changqing's injury was really coincidental. And he actually had suspicions about this. Well, I know the beginning and end of the matter. You go down first, since it was that Changwu who bought the murder in the first place. Then Lieutenant Su is not guilty. I will go and explain clearly to Lord 100 Households. And it will not affect him. Changwu wasn't his son. To mess with a genius like Su Changqing for a dead man. He was crazy to do that. Of course, the 1,000 taels of silver tickets were also a big key, which was not a small amount of money. Thank you, my lord. My subordinate will leave. When Chen Feng left, Nan Lai was no longer as calm as before. Jianghu that waste is dead is dead. As far as Su Changqing that ruthless, he had already expected. Jianghu, even if today is not dead, cannot live for long. The really scary thing is that Su Changqing even one person killed through the Black Tiger Gang. Terror. Even he didn't have much certainty that he would be able to sweep the Black Tiger Gang by himself. Good Su Changqing. I thought I had already overestimated you. But I didn't think I had underestimated you. Even if he hadn't broken through the 7th grade, he was afraid that it wasn't far off. Hiss. How old is he? At this moment, Nanlai only felt that he had lived all these years to the dogs. The gap between man and man is really bigger than the gap between man and dog. Sometimes. It was only after a while that Nanlai suppressed the shock in his heart. The next moment, Nanlai seemed to think of something. Both eyes narrowed. A touch of playfulness appeared on his face. Young man. Still too impulsive. Black Tiger Gang is nothing. But the Li family behind him is. Chapter 11, The Li Family in the Inner City. Wui Lane. Su Mansion. Hall. Lord. These are the plagiarism of the Black Tiger Gang obtained. A total of 15,320 silver checks. Cash silver 9,936. Gold 1,200. Jade jewelry a box. Antiques and paintings 2 boxes. Chen Lei bent over. Rushed to Su Changqing reported. Copying the Zhenwu Division that is professional. Even those dead bodies on the ground. They have not been downstairs. One by one. All to scavenge clean. Apart from those fixed assets, which were not good for realizing in a short period of time. The Black Tiger Gang was almost turned upside down by them. These dogs. They actually raided so much of the people's wealth. They really deserve to die. Hearing this, Su Changqing cursed. The Qian dynasty nowadays. The gold and silver exchange ratio is 1 to 12. 1,202 gold is 14,402. Plus silver bills. Cash silver. That is nearly 40,002 silver. Not to mention, there is a box of jewelry. 2 boxes of antiques. Even if nowadays the dynasty tremor, jewelry and antiques prices have fluctuated. So 3 big boxes. At least is worth 1 or 2 million taels. After pondering for a moment, Su Changqing spoke. These silver taels. You 2 brothers take 5. 000 taels. And another 5. 000 taels of silver and give it to the brethren. We can't let the brethren work for nothing. And another 10. 000 taels to send it to the general's residence. Eat meat yourself. How to let others have a mouthful of soup. Eat alone. But a big taboo. Thank you. Your Honor. Chen Lei's face was excited. 5,000 taels of silver. Even if the 2 of them brothers split it equally, that would still be 2,500 taels for each of them. Which was comparable to the fortune they made at the Green Mountain gambling house. Lord Su is the atmosphere. This is to change into Jianghu that dog. They are exhausted. Can give them 1,000 taels of silver? Even if it is good. For this courage alone, the position of captain should belong to Lord Su. That dog Jianghu. What the hell? Even he dares to compete with His Excellency. Qingshe County Inner City. Li Mansion. Study room. Bang! The celadon teacup in his hand was crushed into pieces by Li Derong, the head of the Li family. Good Southern Town Martial Division. Good Zhenwu Captain Su Changqing. Li Derong's face was iron blue. A few hours had passed. The news that the Black Tiger Gang had been destroyed. Zhong He, who was dead, and the Black Tiger Gang had been raided, had finally reached his ears. Anger. As the saying goes, you have to beat the dog. all over Qianning County. Who doesn't know that Zhenwu was a vicious dog raised by their Li family? If the Southern Town Martial Division moved Zhenwu, it would be a slap in the face of their Li family. Besides, most of the Black Tiger Gang's family fortune could be the property of their Li family. Tens of thousands of taels. Tens of thousands of taels of white silver. Li Delong gritted his teeth, his heart dripping blood. Even if their Li family was large and powerful, it would take a short period of time for them to be able to carry this amount of silver. Su Changqing and the Southern Town Martial Division. My Li family is not finished with you. The next day, Su Changqing changed into his new captain's uniform, brought his saber, and appeared at the South Town Martial Division. This time appeared in the Zhenwu Division. And before it is completely different. Before those force, Lieutenant, although see him, will also respectfully salute, but more or fear. Afraid of being his grudge. To give them shoes to wear. Changwu's tragedy. They can still remember. They don't want to one day step in Changwu's dust. But now. This one respect. But more a true heart. Follow Su Lieutenant have meat to eat. 5,000 taels of silver. Is not a small amount. Even if dozens of people to share. The least. Also got 50 taels of silver. To know. The ordinary Lucy. The monthly regulations but 5 taels of silver. Even counting some of the gray income. January can have 30 taels of silver. On the top of the sky. Su Changqing nodded his head casually in response. And soon, he arrived at Nan Lai's office case room. The two talked to each other. Coming out of Nan Lai's office case room, Su Changqing had a few more things in his hands. Two of them are 2 official documents appointing school lieutenants. Once Changwu died, Su Changqing was short of 2 school lieutenants under his command. Just mentioning it to Nan Lai, who readily agreed to it. The other sum is the Zhenwu Division collected information about the Li family in the southern city. Last night 10,000 silver extra money. Let him completely fall to Su Changqing. Not just the Li family. Afraid of a hairline. A word. Is dry. Of course. It's impossible to get his old man to charge. His old arms and legs, which can carry the Li family's retaliation, can only be in the Su old brother behind the idea? At most. Waving a flag. Aiding and abetting. Soon. Su Changqing had someone find Chen Feng and Chen Lei. This is your appointment letter. In the future, you will be my Zhenwu Division lieutenants. Do a good job and don't let down my expectations of you. Thank you for your cultivation. My lord. Chen Feng and Chen Lei were thrilled. Although Su Changqing had said the night before that he would give them additional burdens, they were still thrilled when the day actually arrived. The surrounding crowd was even more envious and jealous. Zhenwu Lieutenant. Although only the lowest level of military officials. But the official is an official. And as a Mandarin Zhenwu Sergeant, the status of that is a world of difference. These 2 dogs. They're really out of luck. If it wasn't for Captain Su lifting them up. Just these 2 dogs. Give them another 10 years. They wouldn't necessarily be able to sit on the captain's seat. Southtown Martial Arts Division of the Many Force. Just the 9th grade martial artist. Not less than a handful of. A foot into the realm of the 9th grade quasi-9th grade. But also more than 3 layers. Under normal circumstances, how to turn are not likely to take a turn on the 2 dog things. Regret. How did I go blind before? It's all because of Changwu that if he didn't deceive Lao Zi with his flowery words. How could Lao Zi not choose Su Lieutenant? No. I can't bear this. Don't think that when people die, it's all over. Surname Chang. Wait for me. I'm not finished with your Chang family. And encouraged Qin Feng. Shen lay a few words. Let them to martial arts as a priority. Do not have the slightest slack. Zhenwu see in the end. Or to speak with the strength. Two brothers if this is still the cultivation. The lieutenant is also their limit. Su Changqing then turned around and headed towards his case room. As soon as Su Changqing left, the two brothers Qin Feng and Qian Lei immediately became the center of attention. Congratulations to the two lords Qian on their promotion to lieutenant. In the evening at the Green Fish House, the two lords Qian must enjoy their company. At this time, one face is full of currying favor and compliments, where there is still a little envy and jealousy. Even the other two lieutenants under Su Changqing are all respectful. The same lieutenants. These two brothers are Su Changqing's beloved. They are still far from it. Capital Case Room. Su Changqing opened that one Li family information. Inner City Li family. Let me see what you have to offer. Just in the South Lai Case Room. Mentioned this Li family. South Lai this Zhenwu general are hidden with a hint of club. Good Inner City Li family. I have underestimated you. Chapter 12, Arrests. Turning over the Li family information in his hands, Su Changqing's face gradually gained a little more gravity. The Li family of the inner city was much more powerful than what he had imagined. Its inheritance was nearly 200 years old, and it was considered a leader among all the great clans of the inner city. And within the clan, there were 2 7th-grade martial artists alone, more than 2 hands' worth of 8th-grade clan elders, and dozens of 9th-grade martial artists. The strength of the strength. Then the entire Qingshe County Zhenwu Division 100 households to come are not too weak. Of course, only so is not enough to let Nan lie this Zhenwu general for fear. The key is the Li family this generation. Out of a genius. The Li family's eldest son, Li Haoyu. Less than 12. He succeeded in entering the product. And later on, he was even spotted by the elder of the True One Sword sect and accepted as a personal disciple. As for the True One Sword sect, that was one of the 3 major sects in their Moyang County. The experts within the sect were as strong as the clouds, and the strongest people were like rain. Each elder was a 6th-grade pulse-passing realm powerhouse. And there was even a 5th-grade innate sitting in the town. Backed by the True One Sword sect, this big tree, the Li family has acted over the years. More and more domineering. Many families have complaints about this. But they dare not say anything. Not to mention the others. Just Li Haoyu's master teacher alone was able to overwhelm the great clans. A 6th-grade powerhouse. In a small place like Qingshe County, that was an invincible existence. Even if he united all the 7th grades in the city, he wouldn't necessarily be a match for him. There were 9 grades of martial arts. And the further back one went, the greater the gap between each grade. The weakest 6th grade martial artist could rival 10 7th grade high-ranking martial artists. True One Sword sect. Passing Veins elder. Su Changqing frowned. With his current cultivation strength, against a 6th grade passage vein. Not to mention winning. Whether he could live or not was a big question. Of course, there was only some fear. To say fear, it was far from it. True One Sword sect elder. And is not the Li family nanny. The district a Black Tiger gang. It is impossible to alarm him. Nowadays what he has to face. But also the Li family's own family forces. 2 7th products. More than 10 8th products. Dozens of 9th products? This power is strong. But with his Su someone is not a good mess. When he resolved the Li family. If that True One Sword sect elder dared to come out strong for the Li family, it was not certain who would resolve who at that time. A small Black Tiger gang. Let him chopped hundreds of Chi fortune robbery power. A breakthrough of 7-product bone-quenching realm. If the settlement of the Li family. Breakthrough of 6 products. That is the nail thing. Is a breakthrough of 5 products? Are not impossible. But the Li family is different from the Black Tiger gang. So it's not good to directly kill the door. The slightest misstep may lead to public outrage. Today you were able to kill the Li family for no reason. Tomorrow. Will you be able to kill my clan? In the end, it's still not strong enough. If one was now a 6th grade powerhouse, or even a 5th grade innate, where would one need to worry so much? Anyone who dares to disobey will be suppressed. This second son of the Li family is a good breakthrough. Li family's second son Li Haoshuan, which is Li Haoyu's own brother with the same father and mother. Relying on Li Haoyu's power. This Li's second son can be called a hegemon of the green stone. Just this information. Its evil deeds. There are a whole lot of. In March of the 25th year of Qianning, Li Haoshuan trained to train his hounds to be ferocious, biting 7 villagers to death and wounding 24. In August of the 25th year of Qianning, Li Haoshuan ran his horse through the city, killing and injuring 13 pedestrians, 3 of whom were children under the age of 10. Qianning 25 years in November. Li Haoshuan looked at the east city of Jiushui Lane, one family ancestral secret recipe to want to. The Wang family does not from. The Wang family 3 women were taken captive to the Li house, insulted for 7 days, and then was sold into the spring house. In January of the 27th year of Qianning, Li Haoshuan forcibly occupied 800 mu of good land in Donlin village. And those who didn't comply had their limbs broken by his evil servants. In May of the 27th year of Qianning, Li Haoshuan took a liking to Miss Feng Yunyang of the Feng family in the western city and wanted to take her as his concubine. Miss Feng refused to comply. And the next day, her father floated his body in the moat. Qianning 27 years in October. Li Haoshuan fancy West City Ma family restaurant. Want a low price into the shares. The Ma family refused. That night, the Ma family was caught in a fire. The Ma family of 13, up to 80 years old mother, down to the 3-year-old child. None of them survived. Buried in the fire. In January of the 29th year of Qianning, Li Haoshuan built a manor and recruited 500 folk, stating that the daily wage was 30. But afterwards he broke the contract and did not pay a cent. And the folk were unwilling to do so, and were beaten to death by his men, 18 of whom were killed, and over 100 of whom were injured. In April of the 29th year of Qianning, Li Haoshuan, in order to seize the ancestral sacred weapon of the Chu family in the southern city, ordered the Black Tiger gang to attack the Chu family at night. And that night, the Chu family's blood flowed into a river. And no chickens or dogs were left in the 38 mouths of the Chu family. In less than 6 years, no less than 200 people have died at the hands of the second son of Li. And more than 1,000 have been injured. And many of his evil deeds have been horrifying. Moreover, relying on his status, this Li Ergonzi did not have the slightest concealment. All the evil deeds, so clearly in front of the eyes, truly is unscrupulous to the extreme. In the large Qingshi County, the name of the second son of Li can stop a child from crying. Someone, tell Chen Feng to come over. Soon. Chen Feng entered Su Changqing's case room. What are your orders? My lord? Take a few brothers and check the whereabouts of that second Prince Li. The second son of Li? Is His Excellency going to? Chen Feng's heart jumped, followed by a surge of excitement. This Li Ergonzi is too much to be hated. That pile. One tragedy after another. Is that what people do? Compared to the second Prince Li, that evil Zhong Heihu was considered a great person. He had more than once thought, one day, can do for the people. That Li Haoshuan to bring to justice. But the Li family power is not such a small person cannot mess with him? But now well, there are adults out of the hands of that Li Haoshuan's good days come to an end. Others are afraid of their Li family. But His Excellency is not. My lord. I'm on my way. Inner city. Li mansion. Study room. Li Derong's face had a few more points of gravity. A day had passed. And everything that had happened in the Black Tiger Gang's main hall had been laid out in front of him one by one. I thought that this Su Changqing was an 8th grade martial artist, able to let their Li family randomly needed. Which had thought that it would be so tricky, so easy to behead Zhong Heihu. Su Changqing at the very least is the same as him. Is a foot into the 7th grade quasi-7th grade martial artist. If that was all, it would be fine. But the biggest fear was that he had already taken that step. 7th grade. Quasi-7th grade. 1 step difference. But 2 concepts. A 7th grade martial artist was bent on leaving. And even if the 2 old ancestors of their Li clan personally took action, they were not completely sure that they would be able to leave it behind. Once you let it get away. The consequences. Li Derong could not help but shiver. Less than 18 7th grade martial artist. This talent. Then his family unicorn child are stronger than more than 1 chip. As long as not fall. That is bound to become innate. Not to mention their small Li family. Even the true One Sword sect had to weigh 1 or 2. But just give up revenge. Li Delong and all the reluctance. It was tens of thousands of taels of silver. Not to mention, the face of their Li family was at stake. My lord. Found the boy. An hour passed and Chen Feng once again appeared in front of Su Changqing and respectfully said, "Call up your men and arrest them." Chapter 13. Chui Lu Villa. Located 3 miles to the southeast of Qingshi County. On the shore of Chui Lu Lake. With rippling water and pleasant scenery. This was exactly the manor that Li Haowan had pitched 500 folk to build in January of the 29th year of Qianning. This garden had an area of 100 acres of fields. And was surrounded by a 2-foot-high wall. And from afar, it looked like a small city. A mile or so away from the Chui Lu Villa. Su Changqing led a group of his men and quickly rushed towards the Chui Lu Villa. On this trip, Su Changqing didn't bring many people with him. Apart from Chen Feng and Chen Lei, 2 of his beloved henchmen, there were just 6 Rexes. When he learned that Su Changqing was going to arrest the second son of the Li family, most of the school captains under his command, Rex, chose to retreat. The Li family is not the Black Tiger Gang. And the Li family's second son is not only the Li family's direct lineage, but also the Li family's the Tinjia with the same father and mother's brother. Moving Li Haoshuan, the Li family will not be able to stop with them. There was one present, counting one, who could not escape the liquidation of the Li family. Although Su Changqing was strong, in their opinion, he was still a bit short of being able to fight against the behemoth that was the Li family. In the end there were only 6 Rexes, who ventured to step forward. In response, Su Changqing didn't force himself, but only gave them an X in his heart. Half a column of incense later, Su Changqing appeared in front of the Chui Lu Villa with his 8 men. "Stop! Who are you?" Soon, 2 guards came forward to stop Su Changqing and his group. Su Changqing's footsteps were not stopping, and he flashed out his Zhenwu Division captain's token. "Zhen Weiwei is on business. Get out of the way." The 2 guards looked at the captain's token and then at the raging crowd. And after hesitating, they gave up blocking. Su Changqing and his group entered in a fishbowl. And one of the guards quickly rushed towards the manor, wanting to report in advance. Seeing this, Su Changqing wasn't afraid of running away from Li Haoshuan and let the guard go to report the news. It wasn't long before he saw a man, surrounded by a group of guards, striding towards Su Changqing and the others. It was a young man around 20. A long purple robe with a dark green tiger patterned gold wisp belt around his waist. Long flowing hair. Sword eyebrows and starry eyes. Just slightly thin lips. Giving people a mean feeling. This Lord Lieutenant looks very familiar. I wonder what I can tell you about coming to my manor. Lei Haoshuan looked at Su Changqing cloudy and light. These days, he is in Suelio Manor enjoyment. Do not know out of the Su Changqing such a figure. District Zhenwu Lieutenant. Not qualified to enter his second son of Li's eyes. Can let him familiar with the eyes? The least that is also Zhenwu general level characters. You're Li Haowan? Su Changqing raised his eyelids and said. Li Haoshuan frowned. A flash of sullen anger in his eyes. When did a small Zhenwu lieutenant dare to talk to him like this? Not bad. It is none other than my lord. The voice was calm. Not a trace of anger could be heard. But the group of Li family guards behind it had shivered. And each one looked at Su Changqing with a gaze full of pity. Those who were familiar with the second prince knew that the more it did so, the more angry it was. This Zhenwu lieutenant is dead. Even his family will have to follow. Take that. Su Changqing waved his big hand and directly ordered. What? Is this kid crazy? Does he have any idea what he's talking about? The crowd of Li family guards froze. Completely unable to believe their ears. Kid. Do you know what you're doing? A small Zhenwu captain also dares to disrespect my second prince. Do you really think that no one can rule you? The guard commander's son he stepped forward and warned. However, what amazed him was that those school captain Rexes didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. These guys? Are they crazy? Aren't they afraid to die? If they offend their second duke. Not to mention a mere Zhenwu lieutenant. Even a Zhenwu general wouldn't be able to protect them. Ha ha ha. Good. What a Zhenwu captain. Daring to let people take me. You're the first one. Lei Haoshuan laughed back in anger. Go on. Kill them. This prince will take care of anything. Zhenwu lieutenant. An official of the court. So what? He didn't believe that the Zhenwu would tear his face off with their Li family for such a dead man. The duke has ordered us to kill them all. Son, he bellowed out. Taking the lead and charging towards Su Changqing. As for the consequences, that wasn't something he needed to think about. Everything. The second prince will cover for them. How dare you? How dare you attack and kill a court official? His crime should be punished. Kill. Su Changqing coldly shouted. But in his heart, he was secretly happy. Waiting for you guys to make a move. Clank. The long sword was sheathed and rushed down at Sun He. Good. What a fast knife. Put. Starting from Sun He's forehead and extending all the way to his chin. A bloodstain appeared. Bang. Sun He planted himself on the ground and lost his life. The host has fulfilled one section of karma. Qi Kung robbing power 180. No. How is that possible? Lei Haoshuan's eyes were bulging. Unable to believe his eyes. Sun He is not an ordinary martial artist. As early as 3 years ago, has broken through the 8 products? 3 years past. In his deliberate training. Just one step short. Can be promoted to the middle of the 8 products? That is, the 8 products of high-ranking martial artists. It is not possible to kill Sun He in seconds. And their Qingshi County Zhenwu Division lieutenant only what level? Most of them. But the 8 products of the lower level. The weakness is only quasi-8 products and even 9 products of high-ranking cultivation. Earthbound steps. Whoosh. The third layer of the earth walking steps. A step of 7 feet. Su Changqing's speed was like that of a ghost. instantly arriving in front of a ninth-grade martial artist. Put! With a flash of the blade, it directly cut through the ninth-grade martial artist's neck. The host has fulfilled one section of karma. Qi robbing power 40. With another step, he reached behind another ninth-grade martial artist and severed his head with a slash. At this moment, Su Changqing was like the walking god of death. With every step, one person's head fell to the ground. In less than 3 short breaths of time, not a single one of the 6 ninth-grade martial artists under Li Haowan's command was left. And they were chopped down by Su Changqing. My lord is mighty. The spirits of the 8 Qian people were shaken. And their morale soared. Kill. Scum. Die for me. Dogs. Eat the school captain's sword. No. Don't kill me. Mercy. My lord. Surrendered. I surrender. A few breaths later, the remaining guards completely collapsed. With fewer entry-grade martial artists such as Sun He, these ordinary guards of theirs, they were a bunch of lambs to be slaughtered. Drop your weapons and get on your knees. Once again decapitating an ordinary guard, Su Changqing let out a high cry. If you want to obtain the Qi fortune heist power, you still have to rely on those entry-level martial artists. These ordinary guards, even the elite of the Black Tiger Gang, are not as good as the Black Tiger Gang. Each one of them has just 1 or 2 points of Qi fortune heist power. And together, they are only comparable to a 9th-level martial artist. Without the slightest hesitation, the remaining guards all threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground. Soon, besides Su Changqing and his group of men, Li Haowan was left alone. Mr. Captain. What a good tactic. At this time, Li Haowan also came back to his senses. Without any panic on his face. Instead, he also clapped his hands. I just don't know if Lord Captain has ever considered the consequences? Chapter 14, 100 Households Wu Chen. Consequences? Su Changqing glanced at Li Haowan. He was still waiting for the Li family to come to the door. Men. Arrest them. The 2 brothers, Chen Feng and Chen Lei, immediately stepped forward and pressed down on Li Haowan. Good. 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 My lord remembers you all. Li Haowan coldly looked at Chen Feng and the 2 men, seemingly wanting to imprint them in his mind. Growing up so big, no one had ever dared to treat him so roughly. How dare you glare at the old man? Pop. Chen Feng backhanded Li Haowan and gave him a big bout. Crap. When did this Chen Feng kid become so ballsy? The 6 Rexes at the back looked dumbfounded. Was this still the Chen Feng they knew? In their place? That is to give them 3 more guts. It is impossible to lay such a cruel hand on Li Haowan. Taking the risk of capturing Li Haowan is one thing. This kind of direct hand, giving him a big fight, is another thing. You. Li Haowan was furious. When had he ever suffered such a loss? You what you? Saying that, Chen Feng raised his hand and another slap fell, falling under his own lord. You think you can still leave alive? It's not just this second son of Li. The whole Li family will have to follow the bad luck. He trusted his own lord more than the Li family. 7 pints. Is that really the limit for adults? He had a vague feeling that the adults would have an even bigger surprise waiting for him. Li Haowan gritted his teeth. But the words that reached his mouth still made him swallow. The good man was not forced to do anything. This mangy man was really daring to take a big ear scrape and whip him. Bastard. Wait for me. If I don't let you know what is called regret in the future, I won't be called Li Haowan. Take it away. Su Changqing waved his hand and took the lead to walk outside the manor. As he walked, he opened the attribute screen. Host, Su Changqing. Realm, 7th grade bone hardening realm low stage. Technique, pure yang technique 3rd level, 202/1000. Golden body technique 3rd level, 0 out of 1000. Martial arts, gale blade technique grand finish, 0/1000. Ground walking technique 3rd level, 0/1000. Chakra robbing power, 446. Enhance the pure yang kung fu. Boom. In an instant, Su Changqing's internal breath within his body skyrocketed several times. And his cultivation broke through 2 steps in a row, stepping into the 7th grade high rank in one go. Good. The 6th grade pulse passage realm was not far away. Feeling the power surging within his body, Su Changqing tightened his fists. At this moment, the Li family was a pile of moving qi robbing power in its eyes, and was no longer on its mind. With a 7th grade high-level cultivation, plus 3 layers of golden body technique, and a 6th grade passing vein not coming out, he was fearless of anyone. Even if he couldn't beat them, he would have little problem leaving if he was bent on leaving. Soon, Su Changqing and his party escorted Li Haoshuan out of the Chuilu mountain villa. At which point, the remaining group of Li family guards only dared to whisper. Hiss. Where in the world did this rash young man come from? How dare he lay his hands on the second duke? Watch. This rash won't live long. And those people? All of them must die. The Li family has been rooted in Qingshi County for hundreds of years. Is it not something that he can deal with as a small Zhenwu lieutenant? Not to mention the rash. The priority now is to report back to the family. If anything happens to the second prince, the family head will not be able to spare us. Yeah. Go back and report it right away. Half an hour later, Su Changqing and his group returned to the Southtown Martial Division. Chen Feng. Escort him to the cell and lock him up. Chen Lei. You put the word out that tomorrow at 3 minutes past noon, Li Haoshuan will be beheaded at the entrance of the vegetable market. What? Did I hear you right? The 6 in the back froze, unable to believe their ears. I thought that Chen Feng slapping Li Haoshuan was already crazy enough, but I didn't expect that it was just an appetizer. Once this word is released, there is no room for détente. At that time, the Li family will have to go through thick and thin with you. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon asked to behead my lord. Good. I'd like to see how you'll kill me tomorrow. Li Haoshuan coldly looked at Su Changqing. Not the slightest bit of terror visible in his gaze. Kill me tomorrow. That's only if you have a tomorrow. Soon, the news that Su Changqing, the captain of the Southern Township Wushu Division, would supervise the beheading of the Li family's second son tomorrow at 3 minutes past noon quickly swept through the Southern Township, and even the entire Qingshi County. With lightning speed, countless people clapped their hands and shouted. And the people of Qingshi have been suffering Li Ergonzi for a long time. How many people hate to eat their flesh and drink their blood? Now the scourge is finally dying. Lord Su. What a greatly good official. However, there were also many people who pinched a cold sweat for Su Changqing. If second Prince Li was that easy to deal with, he wouldn't have been allowed to do evil for so many years. A few years ago, it wasn't as if no one wanted to bring the second son of Li to justice. But as a result, the grave grass was an unknown number of feet high. This Captain Su is afraid that he will not be spared from ending in tragedy. Hey! I'm sorry to hear that. It's a shame to see such a good official who was working for the people. Inner city. Li family. Hall. Bang! The celadon teacup in his hand was heavily smashed on the ground by Li Delong. This little person surnamed Su is really too deceitful. My Li family hasn't even gotten to you yet for the Black Tiger Gang's vendetta. And now you want to make an example out of my son. Do you really think that their Li family is made of clay and is easy to bully? He just wanted to bring people to kill Su Changqing to let him know that the Li family is not to be bullied. But just as he stood up, Li Durong sat down again. This surname Su is not like the kind of brainless people. If he said that he cannot see what Shen Er did, can be completely in the dark, he can easily defeat the Black Tiger Gang. What a god does not know the ghost unknowingly solve Shen Er? Is not a difficult thing. Now it's a big deal. And I'm afraid they don't know about it. There must be something in it. It's hard to believe that he's really a 7. Men. Go to the 100 houses. I want to see hundreds of Wu. Zhenwu 100 house. Bang. 110 and Wu Chen slammed his hand on the table. Asshole. Who allowed him to do that? The arrest of Li Haoshuan is just. But also threatened to behead Li Haoshuan tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This surname Su, how he does not go to heaven. He doesn't go out and ask around. Is this Li family that easy to mess with? Did you know that just 3 months ago, the Li family's eldest son had become a true one-sword sect true disciple? It is important to know that every true one-sword sect true biography is the mainstay of the true one-sword sect, with a status second only to those passing vain elders, and is expected to inherit the position of the patriarch in the future. Even he, the 100 households, now do not dare to offend the Li family at will. This surname Su's little one lieutenant is eating a bear's heart, or ate the leopard's guts dare to catch Li Haoyu's brother. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Wu Chen barely suppressed the anger in his heart and quickly stepped out of the 100 house. My lord. Lord Hayakuto is here, waiting for you in the parlor. Chen Feng came to Su Changqing's side and carefully said, Well, I'm on my way. Su Changqing nodded. His face as usual. All this was expected. He made such a big commotion. It would be strange if the 100 households didn't know about it. Chen Feng reminded in a low voice. My lord. Lord 100 household's face is not good. I am afraid of it. The two brothers has long been with Su Changqing a glory. Once Su Changqing have any good or bad, their two brothers also absolutely no good days. There's no harm in it. I know it in my heart. Su Changqing didn't care. In the world of martial arts, cultivation strength is the most important thing. Everything else is just vanity. Soon, Su Changqing arrived at the parlor hall. At this moment, apart from Wu Chen, 100 household, who was sitting in the main seat, there was another person carefully accompanying the lower head. It was Nan Lai, the hand of the Southern Township Martial Division. Seeing Su Changqing arrive, Nan Lai looked at Su Changqing with an indescribably grudging gaze. Su old brother. This time is a pitiful old brother me. I give you the information. Is to let you slowly figure out? Not let you so reckless. Older brother is old and has a bad heart. He can't take the shock. You are Su Changqing? Wu Chen grimaced coldly and said in a deep voice. Who gave you the right to arrest Li Haoshuan? Forget it. Save the other words for your explanation with the Li family. Now. Immediately release Li Haoyuan and then go to the Li family to apologize. Chapter 15, Softening. 100 households. Wu Chen looked at Su Changqing with two cold eyes. At this time, he only wanted to quell the Li family's anger as soon as possible. What Chen Wu see face? He already cannot care so much. As for Su Changqing life and death, he is even more did not care. Even still can't wait for Su Changqing to die. This kind of unknown situation. Don't know what's good and bad rash. Early death and early life. Save the day again to him to stab a big basket. Release? Impossible. Everything I do is based on the laws of Qian. And the crime committed by Li Haoshuan is to die 10 times over. Su Changqing's voice was calm. but it was permeated with an unquestionable you. The anger in Wu Chen's heart could no longer be suppressed. And he dabbed his head and stood up from his position. This Su. You don't know what you're talking about. Do you? What's your grade? Don't you? You think I'm negotiating with you? Su Changqing. I think you don't want to do it anymore. Now. Release me immediately. No release. Su Changqing was calm and collected. His tone firm, as if he had never seen Wu Chen's outburst at all. Good you Su Changqing. Do you still have me as 100 household in your eyes? Men. Take them down for me. If you dare to resist, shoot on sight. Wu Chen slammed the table and ordered directly at Nan Lai, who was at the bottom. At that moment, Nan Lai was speechless. Big brother. You guys are arguing about yourselves. Why are you bringing me into this? You? I can't afford to offend you. Can I mess with Su Changqing? Zhenwu Si. Unlike the civilian system, although the official position is important, the more important thing is still personal force. Other lieutenants valued their official positions. But with a demonic genius like Su Changqing, the position of the district Zhenwu Lieutenant was nothing. The big deal is that he resigned from his post, and there are big powers willing to take him on. I'm also really stupid, knowing that Su Changqing has stirred up such a big mess. How dare I stay in the Zhenwu Division? Now that's good. Your Excellency. Calm your anger. Captain Su did not mean to offend Your Excellency. After hesitating, Nan Lai still favored Su Changqing. Wu Chen is a pensioner 100. The potential has been exhausted. This life, if there is no great chance, not to mention the 5th grade innate, is to promote the 6th grade through the veins, are 1,000 times more difficult. Otherwise, it is not so much as to be a family of Li to ride on the head. Offended him. The worst result is to be dismissed from the government. The early retired. But if you make a move to catch Su Changqing, or perhaps, the life of the little one will have to account for it here. This Su old brother that is really ruthless, and can even be said to be vindictive. Look at that Changwu. Have become a waste of time. He still want to kill everyone. Tough. It's really hard. You guys. Good. What a Southtown martial arts division. Wu Chen was shivering with anger. Su Changqing's rashness to contradict himself was just a matter of course. Never thought that the usual timid and fearful Nan Lai would actually have the guts to disobey his own orders as well. The next moment. Boom. The powerful aura of a 7th grade middle-ranked martial artist completely erupted, crushing towards both Su Changqing and Nan Lai. In an instant, Nan Lai sweated like a pig. Under that terrifying aura, he, an 8th grade high-ranking martial artist, was like a lone boat on the angry sea ocean, uprooted and in danger of being subverted at any time. Just then, Su Changqing took a step forward and blocked in front of Nan Lai. And in an instant, a terrifying aura that was much more powerful than Wu Chen's rose from Su Changqing's body, instantly blocking Wu Chen's aura. Blocking. Blocked. This. Nan Lai's heart shook. But soon, his face changed once again. No. Not just blocked, but crushed. Gulp. If he remembered correctly, Lord 100th Household had been a 7th grade mid-stage martial artist as early as 5 years ago. Elder brother Su was actually able to crush Lord 100 Household, a veteran 7th grade middle-level martial artist. So he, high 7th grade, or even quasi-6th grade. Hiss. What kind of demonic genius is this? Next. Nan Lai was bursting with ecstasy. The bet was right. He was right. With old brother Su backing me up. He Wu Chen is nothing. He wouldn't dare to touch my old man even if I borrowed his guts. A few breaths later. Bang! Wu Chen finally couldn't hold on any longer and stumbled and fell into his seat. The anger in his heart dissipated in this instant. And there was only incredulity. What kind of monster is this? If he remembered correctly, it seemed that this Su Changqing was not yet 18. But that aura. It was just not even close to that of a 7th grade high-level martial artist. A 7th grade high-level martial artist who was less than 18 years old. Even those big clans that had patriarchs in their ranks couldn't find a few of them. Right? It was only after a while that Wu Chen reluctantly came back to his senses. Looking at Su Changqing with a complex expression. All of us were fooled by him. This Su Changqing? What a deep city. How do we end this now? Wu Chen's mind was torn for a moment. I thought that Su Changqing was a small character who was randomly needed. But I never thought that the clown was actually himself. You said you too. With this cultivation. You should have said so earlier. I can't wait to flatter you. I won't be the villain. Now. I'm not the one who's in trouble. That's just it. You guys handle your own business. I don't care. As soon as these words came out, Wu Chen was like a deflated ball of leather. And his entire body seemed to have aged 10 years all of a sudden. The local big family he cannot control. Now even under the people he also cannot pressure. When the 100 is this wimpy. Who else? After saying that, without waiting for Su Changqing to open his mouth, Wu Chen directly went out of the meeting hall. This southern town martial division. He had no face to stay any longer. 1 hour later, Li Derong receives a reply from Wu Chen, who tells him that Su Changqing is very resolute and does not even give face to him as 100 households. Just refuses to release him. And is determined to ask for the beheading of Li Haoxian. However, regarding Su Changqing's cultivation, Wu Chen did not disclose it at all. Both sides are not good people. Let them bite the dog. It's best to fight a losing battle, so as not to come back to give him anger. Pop. When he finished reading Wu Chen's reply, Li Delong could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and slapped the table to pieces. Rubbish. Just know how to collect money. Can't even control a henchman. What's the use of having you? Between his eyebrows. However, there was an extra wave of gravity. The last thing he'd expected to happen. It still did. He was clear about Wu Chen's cultivation strength. If the one surnamed Su was only a quasi-7th grade, it was impossible for Wu Chen to be unable to suppress it. 7th grade. Only a true 7th grade martial artist was qualified to not give Wu Chen face. If you want to be safe, you still have to inform Yuchan. Surname Su. If you want to fight with my Li family, you're not good enough. When Yu arrives, it's your time to die. But Xianner's matter can't be delayed. That dog is really daring to do it. Someone. Call Chief Steward by over to see me. Chapter 16, 6th grade penetrating veins. 3 minutes to midnight. In the Southern Township Martial Division, 3 mysterious silhouettes dressed in black and masked silhouettes quietly approached the Township Martial Division's compound. These 3 people's lightweight skills were quite remarkable. The 2 feet high wall of the Zhenwu Division was easily climbed over without making a single sound. Zhenwu C Prison. 3rd floor. Inside a small, separate cell, Li Haoxian was chained with an ankle bracelet. Chained to a urinal. The sickening stench turned his belly inside out. Even when he went to the prison, Chen Feng never let him go. Damn bastard. When this Gongzi goes out, if I don't kill your whole family. This Gongzi vows not to be a human being. This was already an unknown number of times that Li Haoxian had cursed Chen Feng. Hate. Never had he hated a person so much. And even at this moment, in his heart, his hatred for Chen Feng exceeded that of Su Changqing. In all his life, he had never suffered such an insult. Just then, 3 black shadows, like ghosts, quickly entered the dungeon, unknowingly crossing over one jailer after another, and finally arriving in front of Li Haoxuan's cell door. "Second Prince, we've come to rescue you." A slightly hoarse voice came out from the mouth of the black-clothed man in the center, waking up Li Haoxuan, who was gritting his teeth. "Quick! Open the cell door and let me out." Upon hearing this, Li Haoxuan immediately rejoiced and hurriedly said, "This shitty place. He is a second. Can't stay down. Dare to rob the prison. What a big dog dare." Suddenly, a cold shout came out from a corner. Next, a person appeared in the line of sight of several people. And it was none other than Su Changqing. This night, he did not return to the house, but squatted in this cell. Tomorrow this Li Haoxuan will be beheaded. He does not believe that the Li family will be so honest. Su Changqing. Looking at Su Changqing, Li Haoxuan gritted his teeth and his voice was filled with hatred. Kill him for this eunuch. If it wasn't for this dog, how would he have suffered this? The black-robed man in the center frowned and said, "Wrap him up. I'll save the second prince out first." The other 2 nodded their heads and their figures moved, directly charging towards Su Changqing. "I don't know what to do." Su Changqing narrowed both of his eyes and sheathed the long sword in his hand. Instantly, the 2 black-clothed men's sweaty hairs exploded, and an extremely unsettling aura enveloped their entire bodies. It seemed that the next second, they would be on their heads. Shit! What's going on here? They were all quasi-7th grade martial artists who had stepped into the realm of the 7th grade. Even if this surname Su was really a 7th grade martial artist, he shouldn't have made them so powerless. Die! As soon as the words fell, a blade light cut through the sky. Quick! It was their last thought. And just as they tried to react, the light of the knife had already ripped through their throats. The host has fulfilled one section of karma. Chakra jacking power 380. The host has fulfilled one section of karma. Qigong robbing power 370. No! How is that possible? The remaining black-robed man who had just split open the cell door was dumbfounded. His eyes filled with disbelief. The strength of the 2 guest secretaries. He was more than clear. Although they were not a match for a 7th grade martial artist, but with the 2 of them joining forces, it would not be that easy for an ordinary 7th grade martial artist to kill them. If not, he would not have been able to bring the 2 of them here to rescue them. Su Changqing was guarding against their Li family. And why hadn't they thought that they would probably face Su Changqing tonight? Your turn. As he spoke, Su Changqing's figure moved, taking a step of 7 feet, and appeared in front of the man in black at once. Die! The light of the blade was like a pike, chopping down on his head. No! The man in black erupted into a desperate wail of a wild beast on the brink of death. Put! A trail of blood stretched down from his forehead, shattering the black cloth on his face and revealing a pale face. Ah! Uncle White! No! That's not true! Looking at the dead by you, Li Haoxuan looked open-mouthed, completely unable to accept all this. This Su. It's just a matter of decapitating his subordinate son. How can he kill Uncle Bai in seconds? That was a quasi-7th grade martial artist who had stepped into the realm of the 7th grade with 1 foot. A top expert second only to the ancestors of each family. He's just a lieutenant of the Zhenwu Division. What can he do? No! I don't believe it. Fake. It's all fake. Not bad. Another quasi-7th grade. Second Duke. Still a fine bait. Tomorrow at noon when we ask for the beheading, we can harvest another wave. Just think about it. Glancing at Li Haoshuan in his frenzy, Su Changqing opened the attribute panel. Host, Su Changqing. Realm, 7th grade bone hardening realm higher stage. Technique, Pure Yang Technique 3rd level, 646/1000. Golden Body Technique 3rd level, 0 out of 1000. Martial Arts, Gale Blade Technique Grand Finish, 0/1000. Ground Walking Technique 3rd level, 0/1000. Chakra Robbing Power, 1130. Great Harvest. 3 quasi-7 products directly made him a fortune. 4th level of Pure Yang Kung Fu. Give me a boost. In an instant, the chakra robbing power was 354 less. Boom. Su Changqing body internal breath. Rapid expansion. Less than a breath of time. Across the quasi-6th grade. Impact the 6th grade shackles. Without the slightest pause. The 6th grade bottleneck is like a papier-mâché general. A poke that is broken. The huge internal energy in his body rapidly concentrated and turned into a more pure true qi. Next is the golden body kung fu. Cultivate both internally and externally. And when you break through internally, you can't pull back externally. With the remaining 776 points of qi fortune robbing power, Su Changqing didn't have any reservations and added them all to the golden body technique. In an instant, Su Changqing's flesh shell strength and defense soared at a speed visible to the naked eye. One breath later, feeling the power that had skyrocketed within his body, Su Changqing couldn't help but have a few more moments of intoxication on his face. Powerful. 6th grade low-grade internal energy. Coupled with 7th grade high-grade external energy. At this time, he was more than 10 times stronger than he was before his breakthrough. And a 7th grade middle grade martial artist like Wu Chen. Nowadays, he could easily exterminate 10 of them without any harm to himself. Li family. Study. Ta-da-da-da. Li Delong walked back and forth somewhat uneasily. It had already passed the ugly hour. How come Baiyu hadn't brought anyone back yet? It's hard to believe that they... No. It can't be. Something must have delayed it. Yes. It must be. Baiyu also had 2 guest ministers. But they were both quasi-7th grade martial artists. Compared to him, they were only slightly inferior. The 3 of them joined forces. Although they were still not a match for a 7th grade martial artist. But if they were bent on leaving, it would be very difficult for a 7th grade low-ranking martial artist to stay with them. Unless that person's surname Su had more than a 7th grade low-level cultivation. No. It can't be. Even the young master of the True One Sword sect. With the True One Sword sect all-out cultivation. At the age of 18. But only just barely into the realm of the 7th product. That's Su Changqing. The son of 100 households. And behind the back of the support of no big forces. What virtue and how to be able to break through the 7th product at this age in the middle stage? Soon. Another hour passed. The uneasiness in Li Delong's heart increased. Could it be that Baiyu and the others are really? At dawn. The sky is gradually whitening. Li Delong's heart sank completely. The night passed without a single word coming from Baiyu. Planted. Baiyu's trio had really been planted. Damn it! That dog really does have a 7th grade mid-level cultivation. Now we can only ask the old ancestor to make a move. Chapter 17, I've waited for the flowers to bloom. Li family. Hall. Bang! The exquisite square table that had just been replaced with a new one was once again slapped into pieces by the furious Li Delong. Dead. Baiyu and 2 of their Li family secretaries are all dead. Su Changqing, you shall not die well. Li Delong's eyes spewed fire. hating to break Su Changqing into pieces and thwart his bones. Although he had already expected Baiyu's 3 men to fall into Su Changqing's hands, he still had a trace of hope in his heart. Hoping that the 3 men were just like his son in general, only injured and captured. Unfortunately, the news that he had just gotten from the Southtown Martial Division completely dispelled the last bit of fluke in his heart. It was I who underestimated that little man and harmed Chief White in them. Li Delong had some self-blame in his heart. If he hadn't been concerned about his own face and unwilling to alert the old ancestor, Baiyu's trio wouldn't have died tragically. 3 quasi-7th grade martial artists were enough to break the bones of their Li family. Especially Baiyu. That is their Li family's son. From his grandfather. Has been working in their Li family. To him is even more loyal. Is his right-hand man? Midday. South City Food Market entrance. Su Changqing sat high on the supervisor beheading platform. The left and right sides is Chen Feng, Chen Lei, 2 brothers, under the command of the other lieutenants. Rex, scattered around to maintain the order of the 4 sides. The cloak Li Haoshuan kneeling in the forensic field on top of the clothes are still hung with a lot of rotten vegetable leaves. On its side, the bare-chested executioner is grinding his ancestral beheading knife. Nan Lai, the hand of the Southtown Martial Arts Division, was not personally present. In his words, it was better for the young people to do this kind of showmanship. And it was never because he was afraid of the Li family's retaliation. At this time, around the food market, there was already a dense crowd. A day had passed, and the news that the second son of the Li family was about to be beheaded had long spread throughout the entire Qingshi County. And even some of the surrounding villages had quite a few people rushing over. Li Haoshuan. You also have today. God. You finally opened your eyes. My poor daughter. You in heaven. Watch well. Today is this death. A pair of red eyes, dead, staring at the court on Li Haoshuan. One hate to peel its skin, its tendons. If not with the town force soldiers to stop them, they have already rushed to the court. Will be broken into pieces. Dozens of meters away from the food market entrance. A restaurant. The 3rd floor. A seat by the window. A group of magnificently dressed young ladies and gentlemen gathered in one place, looking away from the court. Hiss. This Su Changqing came for real. Ha! To this day, a lot of people are still having some trouble believing it. In this day and age, there are still such good officials who ask for the people's lives? Where can it be false when it's been escorted to the court? Doing theater is not such a practice. This time, if you close, that the government really do not want to face. But Li Haohuan is also to blame for having today. Although they are not really good people. In the past, bad things have not done less. But with Li Haoshuan then, that is completely small to see the big witch. The key? They will be more or less covered up. At least to the government to stay a bit of face. This Li Haoshuan is good. On the basis of a good big brother. Is afraid that others do not know how many sins he created. Blatant. Is a bit of cover cloth does not give the government to stay This kind of person is just too much to hate. It's just that I don't know if this Lord Su can carry the Li family's retaliation. Looking at Su Changqing on the supervisory platform, many gentry sneered and laughed. In this world, good officials often don't live long. How powerful he is now. How miserable he will be later. The Li family was not a good match. Especially that one, who had always favored him as his second brother, and would never let it go. This Su Changqing, being able to die a painful death is the best ending. On the chopping block, Su Changqing gently tapped on the desktop as time passed by. Soon it was 2 minutes past noon. Li Haoshuan. who was originally quite calm, gradually gained a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Why hasn't father sent anyone yet? Has he given up on me? Father? No. It won't. There's no way my father would give up on me. I'm not one of those commoners. If anything happens to me, how will my father explain to my elder brother? Another half a quarter of an hour passed. Li Haoshuan's heart was even more uneasy. And when he thought of last night, the 3 Bayou people who had been beheaded by Su Changqing, his heart completely sank to a low point. Li Delong could not only be his father, but also the head of the Li family. He had to think about the entire Li family. For his sake, he had already lost 3 quasi-7th grade powerhouses. And the only way to save him from the law court was to invite the 2 old ancestors. That was the last of their Li family's reserves. If there was any failure, it would be a devastating blow to their Li family. For the sake of his one son, was his father really willing to risk the destruction of his family to save him? On the chopping block, Su Changqing frowned slightly. This Li family is really able to tolerate. Are approaching 3 minutes of noon. Actually, no one has made a move. Could it be that last night's strike was too heavy and scared them? Don't tell me. It's possible. The family legacy comes first with these great families. There's nothing that can't be given up for the sake of the family legacy. Not to mention such a playboy son as Li Haowan. If necessary, it was not impossible to sacrifice Li Haoyu, the pride of the Li family. If that's the case, it's going to be a problem. My lord, the hour has come. After another session, Chen Feng came to Su Changqing's ear and reminded. That's just it. The big deal is to just kill the Li family. Su Changqing clenched his teeth and had a decision. Although direct recklessness was a bit risky. But today's him was not the one from a day ago. Even if there was really any change. With his cultivation, it was enough to suppress everything. The next moment, Su Changqing grabbed a token arrow and threw it. The hour is up. Behead. Kill him. Kill this. In an instant, the entire food market was abuzz with people. Put. A mouthful of liquor sprayed on the ancestral beheading knife. And the executioner raised the large knife in his hand high. No! I don't want to die. Save me. Father. Save me. Collapse. Li Haowan completely collapsed. Chop. At a command, the executioner's beheading knife fell high in his hand. Just then, snort! A sword light breaks through the air point in the executioner, that ancestral sword. Instantly that beheading knife into 2. The executioner, the whole person, is like a ragsack general thrown flying more than 10 meters away. Instead, there were 2 more people on the legal field. 2 mysterious people with white hair and black masks. Surely there are still changes. Inside the restaurant, none of the crowd of gentry were surprised. It would be strange if the Li family could stand by and watch Li Haoshuan get beheaded. I also wonder if this Lord Su can keep Li Haowan? Finally, Su Changqing somewhat grudgingly looked at the 2 mysterious people. These 2 bastards had to dilly-dally until now. Do you know that I waited for the flowers, or almost thankful? Dare to rob the court. A crime punishable by death. Take them down. Chapter 18, A Change of Day. Su Changqing let out a stern cry, sheathed his long sword on the table, and with a single movement of his figure, he killed towards a black-clothed man. The visitors were all 7th grade martial artists, and were by no means able to deal with those school lieutenant Rexes under his command. Second brother. You take Qianning and go first. A black-clothed man bellowed. Dodged. And directly met Su Changqing. That voice is the old ancestor. At those words, the desperate Li Haowan was ecstatic. Saved. I knew there was no way my father would give up on me. Su Changqing. You dog thief. Even if you are really a 7th grade martial artist. So what? The 2 old ancestors of my family are both 7th grades. Especially the eldest ancestor, who is a 7th grade high-level martial artist. None of you will leave today. Su Changqing let out a sardonic smile. And the true qi in his body exploded with full force. Die. This knife? Su Changqing did not have too much reservation. The lion fights with the rabbit also with all his strength. 6th grade low-grade internal energy. 7th grade high-grade external energy. In addition to the grand completion realm gale blade technique. The speed of this blade was so fast that even a 6th grade powerhouse wouldn't necessarily be able to react to it. No. A flash of panic flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes. And he only had time to utter the word no. Put. Su Chen's long knife. Then. Had penetrated his chest. With another hard jerk. He strangled his heart. And blood gushed out like a spring. Bang! The man in black collapsed disheveledly. His eyes staring at Su Changqing with unbelief in his eyes. The host has fulfilled one section of karma. Qigong robbing power 2100. Nice! Su Changqing's 2 eyes lit up. Worthy of being a 7th grade martial artist? Far from those weaklings. It's not in vain for me to set up such a big battle to lure them on the hook. Big brother. No. The other black-clothed man who had just severed the restraints on Li Haowan looked at his dead elder brother and erupted into heart-rending wails. Howl for what? Soon. I'll send you to your big brother. 2 brothers? That's how you walk neatly. No good. The black-robed man's heart trembled and reacted that this was not the time to grieve. Even big brother, a 7th grade high-ranked martial artist, is not this little opponent. Let alone a 7th grade low-ranked martial artist like him. No. I can't die here. Big brother is already dead. If he folds here again, their Li family will be finished. Over the years, their Li family has offended a few forces. In the past days, they were just afraid of their Li family's powerful strength and did not dare to move. Escape. Run away now. Don't. Old ancestor, save me. Save me. At this moment, Li Haoxuan could no longer care about why the great ancestor could not block Su Changqing's slash, and cried out for help. He was still young and had a bright future ahead of him. How could he die so humiliatingly on top of the torture chamber? However, the Li clan's second ancestor acted as if he hadn't heard Li Haoxuan's cries. And without looking back, he quickly leapt outside. At this moment, it was difficult for him to protect himself. So where did he have the heart to save Li Haoxuan? Besides, if it wasn't for this unfilial son provoking this bogeyman, how could his elder brother end up in this situation? This kind of scourge. It's better to die earlier, so as not to continue to scourge their Li family in the future. No. Old ancestor. You can't do this. Take me away. Please. Take me away. Want to run? Did you ask me? The earth walking technique was pushed to its limit. A single step was 7 feet of land. And in less than a breath of effort, Su Changqing caught up with the second ancestor of the Li clan. Die. Don't. Spare. Before the word life could be uttered, Su Changqing's long knife slashed his neck. Bang! The head rolled to the ground. And the black cloth on that face scattered aside, revealing a resigned face. The one who comes out to be a gangster. Speaks of honesty. And says that if I send you to see your big brother, I will definitely send you. The host has fulfilled one section of karma. Chakra jacking power 1300. Good. Good kill. Dare to rob the court. These 2 old dogs are not worthy of death. Still wanting to save that dog Li Haoshuan. Do your spring and autumn dreams. Outside the courtroom. Countless people clapped their hands and applauded. The tavern outside the court. Third floor. The crowd of young ladies and gentlemen stared blankly, dumbfounded at the tumbling heads. Just because the farts didn't recognize the old man didn't mean they didn't know either. That was the Li family's second ancestor. One of the Li family's two 7th grade martial artists. Actually just so by Su Changqing a knife. My second uncle Master Ah. To not be so scary. No. Just now the Li family's second ancestor called the other one Big Brother? Suddenly, the crowd's faces changed once again. In the entire Li family, the one who can be called Big Brother by the second ancestor of the Li family seems to be the only one. Hiss. This Lord Su. This is going to heaven. The law courts. Su Changqing shook off the blood on his sword and took a step toward Li Haoshuan. His steps were slow. But every step he took was like stepping on Li Haoshuan's heart. A horrible pressure that overwhelmed him. Bang! When Su Changqing walked 3 steps away from him, Li Haoshuan could no longer hold on. And his entire body, like rotten mud, collapsed to the ground. Don't kill me. Please. Don't kill me. I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Put. With a sound, the blade light cut Li Haoshuan's throat. That demon is finally dead. Woo woo. Father. Mother. Your spirits in heaven can rest in peace. Lord Su has avenged you. The host has fulfilled one section of karma. Chakra robbing power 230. Ha! Su Changqing surprised a sound. 230 points of chi fortune robbery power. This is more than the Zhong Heihu that the 8th grade martial artist or a lot more. But this Li Haoshuan. But only a district of the middle stage of the 9th grade cultivation. And even by the wine and sex hollowed out the body. The real strength. Even the 9th grade is not as good as the low stage. Otherwise, will not be Chen Feng, Chen Lei, the 2 quasi-9 grade martial artists to easily pinch. Would have thought that there can be a 30 to 50 points of chi fortune robbery power would be good. Is it because of who he is? Su Changqing thought for a moment. Right. The second son of the Li family. Which is comparable to those mud legs. Leave a few people to clean up the scene. Others. Follow me to the Li mansion. How dare you rob the court? This Li family is trying to rebel. Ah. Su Changqing greeted towards the crowd of henchmen who were still in a daze. These 3 people are just the beginning. Today, he will exterminate the Li family's entire family. Yes. My lord. A group of school captains and rexes responded loudly, all straightening their backs, and their aura was like a rainbow. At this moment, they were completely different from when Su Changqing had ordered to capture Li Haoshuan yesterday. Even the ancestor of the Li family was cut down by the adults. So they were still afraid of a ball. Now the Li family. That is the fat meat on the chopping board. Let them slaughter. A black tiger gang. The Lord sent 5,000 tails down. This Li family. And how many tails of silver? 50,000 tails. Or more. This is going to change. Quickly. Go and inform the head of the family. Chapter 19. Southside Food Market Entrance. Su Changqing opened the attribute panel as he walked. Host, Su Changqing. Realm, 6th grade low level. Technique, Pure Yang Technique. 4th level, 0/10. 000. Golden Body Technique. 3rd level, 776/1000. Martial Arts, Gale Blade Technique Grand Finish, 0/1000. Ground Walking Technique 3rd level, 0/1000. Chakra Robbing Power, 3630. 4th level of the Golden Body Technique. Give me a boost. After hesitating, Su Changqing still decided to enhance the golden body technique. 3. 630 points of qi robbery power was enough to break through a rank in his cultivation. But the increase in battle power was far less powerful than a double 6. Moreover, the golden body technique was only 224 points of qi fortune robbing power away from a breakthrough. Next, qi luck robbery power, 224. Su Changqing's body surrounded by golden light flashed. His external cultivation further breaking through the shackles in one fell swoop, crossing into the realm of the 6th grade, instantly skyrocketing his power by a large margin. The golden body kung fu was complete. After all, the golden body technique was only a 7th grade external technique, and being able to advance to the 6th grade realm was already the limit. Ha! Suddenly, Su Changqing's eyes lit up. And there were a few more words after the golden body technique. Deductible, 0/1000. This he is familiar with. 1000 qi fortune robbery power. Deduce the next layer of gongfa is it? This deduction function is good. It saves me a lot of trouble. Although there are a lot of high-grade martial arts secrets in the Zhenwu Division. But each door, all need merit exchange. Just pure yang gong such as the 5th grade technique need tens of thousands of merit. 4th grade 3rd grade martial arts secrets. The required merit is hundreds of thousands of millions. Even if Su Changqing's cultivation now has greatly improved and want to accumulate these merit, but also is not an easy thing. Like Su's father, a 6th grade martial artist, 100 households of the Zhenwu Division, who had worked hard for a year, could not even see that he was able to carry 10,000 merit badges. What's more, the Zhenwu Division also has its limits. The 4th grade, 3rd grade techniques can still rely on merit exchange, but above the 2nd grade, 1st grade mastery want to exchange, in addition to enough merit, but also have to meet many harsh conditions. In this world, no matter whether it is the Daqian court or the clan family, there is a strict control over the high-level gongfa. Ordinary people, if they wanted to get a door, it wasn't as hard as heaven. But it wasn't even close. After thinking about it, Su Changqing didn't immediately deduce the 5th layer of the golden body technique. Instead he chose to enhance the Gale Blade technique. After advancing to the 6th rank, the Grand Completion Realm Gale Blade technique was somewhat unable to keep up with him. Most 6th grade powerhouses mastered 1 or 2 Deshang Realm 7th grade martial skills. And some were even 6th grade martial skills. Soon, the chakra robbing power was reduced by another 1,000. Boom! Countless saber Dao epiphanies surfaced in Su Changqing's mind. And in just a breath of time, it allowed Su Changqing's Gale Saber technique to step into the realm of consummation in one fell swoop. Next, the ground walking step. Developing holistically to go farther. He wasn't going to leave himself with any shortcomings. The last one. 406 points of qi robbery power. Su Changqing is a brain added to the pure yang gong. Instantly, the body of the true qi soared by a large margin. Internal and external double 6th grade. Plus 2 consummate realm 7th grade martial arts. A body of combat power directly soared more than double. It was hard to say about the high rank of the 6th grade. But among the middle rank of the 6th grade, when there were not many people who would be his opponent. Li family. Hall. Li Durong's fingers gently tapped the table. 3 minutes past noon. Qian should also be back soon. Li Delong was not at all worried about whether or not the old ancestor and the others would be able to save his second son. The 2 old ancestors came together. And in this hand, he directly flew the dragon to right his face. And asked how to lose. Counting the time. You should have received my letter. Little tomorrow. is your death. Just then, Zhang Chao, the Li family's second chief steward, ran over in a panic and anxiously said, "Master, something's wrong. The old ancestor and the second prince they. What happened to the old ancestors and the others?" Li Delong's heart jumped and he said sharply, "Old ancestor and the others. They have all returned to heaven." At the end of his words, it seemed as if he had drained all of Zhang Chao's strength at once. "No! That's not possible." Li Durong jumped up at once. "The second ancestor is just. But the great ancestor, he is a 7th grade high-level martial artist. Not to mention Su Changqing only 7th grade middle-level cultivation. Even if he is a foot into the realm of the 6th grade quasi-6th grade strong. The old ancestor? They want to go. Or not much of a problem. And then not good. But also able to escape a person. Cannot be wiped out the whole army. Master. This is what the old slave saw with his own eyes. The old ancestor they really have. Bin. Old ancestor. Qian heir. Li Durong eyes sobbing blood. The whole person seems to pale 10 years old at once. Zhang Chao and Baiyu General. Are his right hand and left arm loyal to him? Never can. In such a big event hoodwinked in him. Who? In the end? Who? Dared to conspire with that small together with my Li family? Other than that explanation, he couldn't think of a second possibility. Feng, Shu, or Huang. One by one, the great families of the inner city flashed quickly in his mind. Family master. There's no one else. It's all Su Changqing that. Soon, Zhang Chao told Li Durong what he had seen in the court of law. One by one. Originally. No. How is that possible? To kill his family's great ancestor in a second with a single slash. It was impossible for a quasi-6th grade powerhouse to have this power. Unless he's a real. Is that possible? A 6th grade martial artist who was not 18. Not to mention their Moyang County. Or even the Tianlin Prefecture. Would not even be able to find one person. But reason told him it was all true. There was no way Zhang Chao would lie to him. Not to mention, it was still this kind of thing that happened in plain sight. Hiss. What kind of sins did my Li family create to provoke such a monster? Hey! I shouldn't have indulged Qianner so much all these years. Otherwise, it wouldn't be today's disaster. Old ancestor. My grandson is sorry for you and the family. Master. That Su Changqing is now bringing people to my Li family. We. Pop. Without waiting for Zhang Chao's later words to speak, Li Delong was a big BB dumped on his face. Saying angrily, "Asshole! Why didn't you say something so important earlier? Quickly go and gather all the clan elders. The male and female. If you are late, it will be too late." At this moment, Li Durong can no longer care about grief and self-reproach. The disaster of extermination is just around the corner. A 6th-ranked strongman. By no means their Li family can resist. Not to mention, now they, even a 7th-ranked martial artist, are not. With what to fight with a 6th-ranked strongman? For the sake of today's solution, only 36 plans to go for the best plan. Let's avoid the front line for now. And wait for Yuer to come over. Then think of a way to remove that Su Changqing. And avenge the old ancestor and Qianner's death. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Surround the Li mansion. Sharp footsteps appeared on the streets. And soon, several hundred people quickly dispersed, encompassing the entire Li mansion. And all the intersections that could be escaped from were blocked and plugged. In order to take down the Li family in one fell swoop. This time, The Southern Township Martial Division came out in full force. And apart from the necessary people who stayed behind, even Nan Lai had rushed over. With Nan Lai sitting on the periphery and coordinating the four directions, Su Changqing brought Chen Feng and the other men from his headquarters and kicked down the Li family's door. Li family Li Boyuan. Li Boatao. Without regard for the law, robbed the court to save the death row prisoners. The crime is very serious. Has been the official on the spot. According to my Dacian law, is now on the Li family plagiarism and extermination of the family. Those who resisted, kill without amnesty. Chapter 20, I'll be waiting for you underground. Stop. What do you want? The Li family guards reacted very quickly. Su Changqing and his party hadn't gone out far. There was a group of guards blocking their way. At the head of the group was an 8th grade middle-ranked martial artist, Li Chengwu, the commander of the Li family's guards and also the Li family's collateral descendant. Behind him, those dozens of guards. Nearly half of them were 9th grade martial artists who had entered the grade. The remaining 30 or so were also elite. Basically all of them had stepped 1 foot into the realm of the 9th grade. Compared to Su Changqing behind a group of lieutenants. Luck's difference is not a half a star. The 8th grade martial artist. One did not. The 9th grade martial artist. There are only a number of palms. But also are the 9th grade in the low level of cultivation. But the lieutenant's Lux is not afraid. And even the aura of the vaguely also win a chip. It's not true that they are weak. But they have Lord Su. How could these dirtbags be a match for Lord Su? Li family Li Boyuan. Li Boatao robbed the court to save the death row inmates. Treasonous. The crime deserves 10,000 deaths. Li clan. Heinous crimes. Should be exterminated. Any obstruction. Kill without amnesty. Robbing a court? Li Qingwu and the group of guards behind him had their hearts jumped. The matter, I'm afraid, is true. With the importance that the family head places on the second son, it's categorically impossible for him to stand by and watch the second son being questioned and beheaded. What Li Boyuan? Li Boatao. My Li mansion doesn't have these two people at all. Don't you falsely accuse good people. Robbing the court? This is a felony of extermination. No matter what. Cannot be recognized. Good Li family. In order to get off the hook. They don't even recognize their own ancestors. What did you say? Li Chengwu froze. Somewhat unresponsive. Aside from Li Derong and some of the clan elders, very few people amongst the younger generation of the Li family knew the names of the two old ancestors. Li Boyuan. Li Boatao. Bo Zzz. Did. Suddenly, Li Qingwu's heart trembled. Currently their Li family, the Bo generation, consisted of two old ancestors. No. It won't. If the two old ancestors were truly to make a move, how could the regional Southern Town Martial Division be able to help the two old ancestors? Just then. Clank. Su Changqing sheathed his long sword in his hand. He came to exterminate the clan. Not to ink with these minions. Do it. All Li clansmen. Kill without pardon. These days, not many of these sons of the great clans are good people. And besides, no snowflake is innocent under an avalanche. As soon as the words fell, Su Changqing appeared in front of Li Qingwu. His hand rose up and his sword fell. Li Chengwu's huge head flew up. An 8th grade middle-ranked martial artist. 2 days ago. He had to be cautious. Now. It was nothing more than a mole cricket. The host has fulfilled one section of karma. Chakra robbing power 230. As expected. My karma with the Li family is already knotted. But even if I don't take the lead and kill anyone from the Li family, Killing them will be enough to cut down the Qi fortune robbing power. At this moment, Su Changqing completely lost his worries. The fourth layer of earth walking steps was pushed to its limit. Just like a ghost, weaving in and out of the crowd of guards. And every time he flashed, a 9th grade martial artist perished. Chakrajacking power 35. Gasjacking power 43. Chakrajacking power 52. The Qi fortune robbery power that had just been zeroed out soared rapidly at a terrifying speed. And in the blink of an eye, it once again broke through 4 digits. Kill. Kill all these traitors. At this time, Chen Feng and the others finally reacted. Although Chen Feng and the others' cultivation was not as good as those guards. But the crowd of guards had long been killed by Su Changqing to the point of chills. And simply couldn't raise much will to fight. On the contrary, Chen Feng and the rest of them, one by one, were as powerful as rainbows. Like tigers descending from the mountains. And for a while, they were actually pressuring the crowd of guards to fight. A few breaths later, put! The last guard was chopped under Su Changqing's blade. Chen Feng, leave a few people behind to look after the injured brethren. A bunch of his men were still too weak. Even with him suppressing the whole situation, there were still a few injuries. Luckily, no one died. The others, come with me. Saying that, Su Changqing took the lead and killed the Li mansion's inner courtyard. These guards, they were just appetizers. The Li family's head patriarchs and their offspring were the main event. Soon, there was another group of guards, killing out from the inner courtyard, blocking the path of Su Changqing's group. This was the die-hard loyalists that the Li family had cultivated since childhood. Not many in number. Less than half of the front yard guards. But every one of them was an entry-grade martial artist. And even the 8th grade martial artists. There were 3 of them. Good Li family. Worthy of being a great clan in the inner city. Su Changqing's 2 eyes lit up. These could be moving Qi robbing power. Die. At this moment, Su Changqing was not holding back. The Great Perfection Gale Blade technique was utilized. And he instantly chopped out 36 blades, killing all of that group of diehards. All the way up. No! Don't kill me. Leave me alone. Please. Leave me alone. Oh. I don't want to die. Someone help me. Help me. Cries and shouts, begging for mercy, constantly resounded in the inner courtyard. In response, Su Changqing was not moved in the slightest. And all the Li clan members, regardless of men, women, and children, were all mercilessly beheaded by Su Changqing. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. He wasn't going to leave hidden dangers for himself. Even if these people couldn't possibly be dangerous to him in the future. The only ones who were underlings and slave girls. As long as they didn't resist, Su Changqing didn't make things difficult for them and just let his men take them into custody. It's too late. Listening to the shouts of killing that were getting closer and closer, Li Dirong's heart was burning with anxiety. We can't wait any longer. I hope Qin'er will be lucky. Li Haochen. This was his 3rd son. And the one he valued the most besides Li Haoyu. His talent was second only to his eldest son Li Haoyu. And there was a great possibility of breaking through the 7th grade in the future. Next, Li Dirong's sight turned to a gray-clothed old man with white hair. Behind him stood 3 men and 2 women. These were the best of the young generation of the Li family. The hope of their Li family. Second uncle. Immediately take Juner and the others to leave through the secret passage. And I'll take the clan to buy you some time. It wasn't that Li Delong hadn't thought of escaping together. It was just that Su Changqing had come too fast. And he didn't have the slightest bit of certainty if he wanted to run now. 6th grade martial artist. Compared to the 7th grade martial artist, not only is the metamorphosis in strength, even spiritual sense, there is a qualitative change. 100 meters in a radius of the wind and grass. It is difficult to escape his perception. At this time, that Su Changqing's spiritual sense is afraid to have locked them. After saying that, without waiting for the Li clan's grand clan elder to open his mouth, Li Durong led the other clan elders and rushed outside. Family master, take care of yourselves. The Li clan's grand clan elder gave a reluctant glance at the backs of Li Durong and the other clansmen. Then, without saying a word, he headed for the clan's secret passage. There's no such thing as a dog-eared picture of life and death. That would just be a waste of the sacrifices made by the head of the family and the rest of them. Put. Another Li clan member died under Su Changqing's knife. At this time, Li Delong brought a group of Li clan members to block Su Changqing. Su Changqing, you are so ruthless. What kind of enmity or grudge does my Li clan have with you? To go so far as to lay such a cruel hand on my Li clan and exterminate it? Li Delong didn't do anything right away, but delayed as long as possible. Which was, of course, what he had been wanting to ask. He doesn't believe that Su Changqing is really the kind of good official who asks for a life for the people. Within Qingshi County, there were many evil families, and they were not the only ones. If I don't make a move, your Li family will let me go? Su Changqing asked a rhetorical question. He was just making the first move. If you want to blame it, you should blame your Li family for not being strong enough. Weakness is the original sin. After saying that, the true qi in Su Changqing's body exploded with full force. Boom! The sky was filled with sword light, like a flying waterfall, enveloping Li Delong and his party at once. No! Block it! Block it for me! Flying rainbow 13 swords. Heavenly questioning 3 blades. Li Durong and a group of Li clan members resisted to the death, even going so far as to use secret methods to forcefully raise their strength. Yet in front of a 6th grade powerhouse, it was all futile. Bang! 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 One by one, the clansmen fell like rain. And in less than 3 breaths of time, only Li Durong was left, still holding on to his breath. Su Changqing, you are right. Weak flesh is strong. Weak is the original sin. It is my Li family that is not as skilled as others. But sooner or later, you will also die in the hands of a stronger person. I will wait for you underground. Chapter 21, Strength Gains. Waiting for me underground? Su Changqing glanced at Li Delong. Then you will have to wait. A hangman himself. Can he still lose to you natives? The host has fulfilled one section of karma. Qi Kung robbing power 980. Good Li family head. Worthy of being the head of a clan. This is almost catching up to a 7th grade martial artist. Chen Feng. I'll leave the rest to you. After leaving behind a sentence, Su Changqing's figure moved and arrived in front of a rockery in the backyard. After a while of groping, Ka! The sound! The wigwam slowly moved, revealing a 1-person-sized portal, which was the entrance to the Li family's secret passage. He didn't forget that there were still a few leaks. Art is bold, and not afraid of what organs and hidden weapons in the secret passage. For layers of golden bodywork. Under the 6th grade. If there is no divine weapon, he is standing and letting people cut. Cannot break his defense. Taking a step out, Su Changqing directly entered the secret passage. It was a narrow tunnel, almost 100 feet long. Out of the tunnel, but to the next door, Changshui Lane. Here the exit is also guarded. Only at this time, the exit, more than 6 corpses. 4 people dressed in the town force sergeant clothing. The other 2 people, a man and a woman, dressed in brocade clothing, at a glance as the rich young masters and young ladies. And next to these 6 corpses, there was Nanlai and a dozen or so Rexes, most of them carrying injuries. Even Nanlai, who was pale and gasping for air. Above his left shoulder, stained red. Seeing Su Changqing, Nanlai covered his left shoulder, came to Su Changqing, lowered his head, and begged for forgiveness. Older brother failed in his duty, leaving only 2 people behind, letting that Li Hao run away with 3 people. At this time, the 2 men's positions were completely reversed, as if Su Changqing was the hand of the Zhenwu Division. Previously, when he received the news that the 2 ancestors of the Li family had been killed by Su Changqing with a single slash, it almost didn't scare him to death. A 6th grade martial artist of less than 18. What kind of monster is this? At that time, he made up his mind that he must hold onto the thick leg of Su Changqing. There is no need to blame yourself, my lord. You did your best. Li family big old Li Hao and Li Durong general. Our quasi 7th grade martial artist? Nanlai district 8th grade high level cultivation. Over the years, and has been pampered. Whether there is still 8th grade middle ranking combat power, are a big problem. Can block Li Hao. Only strange things. A single Southtown Wushu division is still too weak. Comforting Nanlai with a few words. Following the direction he pointed out, Su Changqing continued his pursuit. Half a column of time later. Found you. Su Changqing's 2 eyes lit up. And with a few rises and falls, he entered a small 1-entry courtyard. Put. The door to the room shattered in half with a flash of the blade. Don't you come out yet. Do you want this official to ask you to come out? Cough cough cough. Su Changqing, you will definitely have retribution for destroying my Li clan. Li Hao, whose face was pale and barely had much blood, coughed and walked out of the room, looking at Su Changqing with a gaze full of resentment. In order to defeat Nanlai earlier and break out, Li Hao was similarly injured. Retribution? Su Changqing did not care to laugh down. Incompetent dog barking just. Really want to have retribution on the evil things they have done. Li family. Should have been 9 whole family is. Tell me the whereabouts of those 3 and I'll give you a hard time. Bah! Dog thief. You're dreaming. Stubborn. Put. With a flash of the blade, one of Li Hao's arms was directly chopped off by Su Changqing, blood gushing like a spring. Ah! With a miserable scream, Li Hao's face was filled with madness. Dog thief. Kill me if you have the guts. Want me to betray my clan? You're delusional. Old thing. Has some backbone. Put. A touch of knife light cut Li Hao's throat. This Li Hao has sprouted the will to die. He is how to force the question. The result is the same. Unless he will be legendary in the art of soul searching. Unfortunately, this was the world of martial arts, not immortal cultivation. And the art of soul searching? He had never even heard of it. Not to mention seeing it. Cough cough cough. Su Changqing, you will avenge us. The host has fulfilled 1 section of karma. Chakra jacking power 570. Li Hao Yu. I'll wait for him. Su Changqing sneered, not taking Li Hao's threat to heart in the slightest. The grass must be cut to get rid of the roots. Even if Li Hao Yu spared him, he would still find his way to the door. Soon. Another small half-hour passed. Su Changqing returned to the Li family with some disappointment. He had almost turned the inner city over. and still had not found the whereabouts of those 3 people. It's just a matter of counting their lives. Shaking his head, Su Changqing wasn't thinking much. 3 ninth-grade martial artists. Running away is running away. The amount of them couldn't make any big waves. Without disturbing the people who were frantically checking the Li family's family history, Su Changqing went straight to the Li family's bookstore to see if the Li family had a suitable knife method. The Gale knife method mainly focuses on speed. For the power is not much increase. It didn't matter to those 7th or 8th grade martial artists. But if they were to face a martial artist of the same realm, they would easily lose out with just a single Gale blade technique. There were 5 floors in the Li family book pavilion, which contained hundreds of secret martial arts books collected by the Li family in the past 200 years. Most of which were unranked secrets without grades. There were 83 ninth grade secrets, 21 8th grade secrets, 5 7th grade secrets, and even 1 6th grade martial arts skill. Unfortunately, it was a sword technique. And Su Changqing still preferred the sword of the 100 soldiers' guts to the sword of the 100 soldiers. In the end, Su Changqing selected an 8th grade saber technique, triple bastard blade. Every time he practiced it, he could increase his strength by double. Triple bastard blade. Triple increase. It could be considered as the very best of the 8th grade saber techniques. Not too much worse than the 7th grade saber techniques. And it was the strongest saber technique in the collection of the Li family. After all, the Li clan was not the Zhenwu Division, with the Dacian imperial court as its backing. Not to mention, the Li clan's main cultivation was swordsmanship. However, for Su Changqing, the triple hegemony blade was already enough. The big deal was that it would cost Qi robbing power for deduction. After exiting the book depository, Su Changqing checked the attribute panel as he walked. Host, Su Changqing. Realm, 6th grade low level. Technique, 4th level of pure young technique, 1406/10. 000. 4th level of golden body technique, can be deduced. 0/1000. Martial arts, Gale blade technique perfection, can be deduced. 0/1000. Ground walking technique level 4, can be deduced. 0/1000. Triple bastard blade uninitiated, 0 to 1. Chakra robbing power, 8113. It's just 481 points short of the Qi robbery power. Su Changqing had some regrets. If he had taken down those 3 remaining Li family members, he could not say that he would have been able to gather enough 10,000 Qi gene power. Same as the 9th grade. But the Qi gene power of those Li family's direct lineage was not comparable to those guards. 5th grade innate. That's the top fighting force of Moyang County. It's that close. That's all. Raise the triple buster blade first. Chakrajack power -1. First of the threefold bastard blade. Chakrajack power -10. Triple bastard blade second. Chakrajack power -100. The third of the triple bastard blade. Chakrajack power -100. Triple bastard blade begins to push. Boom. In an instant, countless saber Dao epiphanies poured into Su Changqing's mind. And the triple hegemony saber successfully deduced the 4th. Chakrajack power -1000. The 4th level of the triple bastard blade. There are 7002 points of chakrajacking power left. Pure Yang Kung Fu gives me a boost. Boom. The true Qi in Su Changqing's body soared rapidly. And in an instant, his cultivation broke through 2 steps in a row. And in one fell swoop, he stepped into the realm of the 6th grade higher grade. And even from the quasi-5th grade, it was just a step away. Powerful. At this moment, it was as if his power had crossed a new threshold. Combined with the triple hegemony blade. No! Now it should be the quadruple hegemony blade. A blade out. The power skyrocketed 4 times. Innate powerhouses did not come out. I am afraid that there are not many people who can block a blade from him. Li Hao Yu. And that true one-sword sect. We're waiting for you now. What? The Li family has been copied and exterminated? Chapter 22, The Dark Tide. Qianning County Inner City. Liang family. This is one of the major clans in Qianning County. And its power is just a little bit inferior to the Li family. And even before Li Haoyu worshipped the true one-sword sect, its strength was still just above the Li family. Bang! Liang Hongda, the head of the Liang family, was so shocked that he didn't even realize that the teacup in his hand had fallen to the ground. The Li family has been raided and exterminated? How is this possible? In recent years, the dynasty tremor. Although the Qianning County every year there are families extinction. But are some small families. Like the Li family has a 7th grade martial artist in the town of the big family was extinguished. Decades do not see to be able to appear a time. It was only after a while that Liang Hongda came back to his senses. What a South Township Martial Division. What a Zhenwu Captain Su Changqing. Qianning County is really going to change the sky. Being able to overthrow the Li family with his own strength. This Lord Capital was afraid that he had already taken that step. I also don't know what this Lord Su thinks of our family. If soon, Liang Hongda's heart had a few more points of worry. That Su Changqing was able to exterminate the Li family's entire family. Naturally, he could also easily exterminate their Liang family. Inner City. Huang family. Huang Xiaoyuan, the head of the Huang family, had a face full of shock. How long has it been since the Li family was exterminated? From the time he received the news that Su Changqing had killed the Li clan's oldest ancestor with a single slash in the execution ground until now. It was less than an hour. Right? The Li family, hundreds of people, were almost slaughtered. Ferocious. This Lord Su. He's so ferocious. No. The sins of the clan. They must all be grounded. The ostensible cause of the Li family's demise was because of the evil second Prince Li. Regardless of this, Su Changqing has a few sinceres for the people please life. But where there is a little possibility, he cannot take the risk. The Huang family must not step Li family dust. Come on people. Let those few brats stay honestly in the mansion for this period of time. Whoever dares to step out of the door of the mansion, I'll break his dog's legs. Inner City. Chu family. Chu Yuanbai, the head of the Chu family, froze as he looked in the direction where the Li mansion was located. And his heart was rather like a rabbit dying. After fighting with the Li family for so many years, I didn't expect that. With just this much effort, my old rival would be gone. The next moment, Chu Yuanbai heart is a burst of happiness. Fortunately, as the Li family first provoked the bogeyman. Or else, be exterminated is not allowed to say is their Chu family. Compared to that Li Ergongzi, his sons, they were not too much stronger. Only that they were not as arrogant as Li Haoshuan. And all their evil deeds were well known. There is a sky outside the sky. People outside the people. People or cannot be too arrogant. To always maintain the fear of the heart. Lest when, like that Li Haoshuan general, to provoke the people who should not be provoked. For the family to bring about the disaster of extinction. Less than an hour time. The Li family was plagiarized and destroyed the news. Spread all over the inner city of the big families. A time. I do not know how many people talk about Su color change. A bit of playboy. Was strictly prohibited. Afraid of a bad. On the mess with Su Changqing the bogeyman. Of course. There are also a lot of families. Ready to prepare a thick gift. Go to Wui Lane. If it is able to rely on Su Changqing this tree, then they can be hair. a less than 18 of the 6 products of the strong. Its future is at least a 4 products of the master. And even have a small grasp. Break through the 3 products of the realm of the great master. That is the dynasty's top combatants. Anyone stomping Xinjiang Road and even the whole of the Qingzhou have to be shaking on the 3 trembling. However, more families still choose to wait and see. Although the Li family destroyed, but Li Haoyu is still there. Behind the true One Sword clan, but there is a strong innate 5 grade clan. 6 grade martial arts with them. That is nearly invincible big man. But in front of the true One Sword clan. But also just a slightly stronger ants. Everything. It was better to wait until Su Changqing had passed through this calamity. Inner city. 100 house. 6th grade. That Su Changqing was actually a 6th grade. 100 households. Wu Chen was horrified. Followed by a wave of fear. It was fortunate that he didn't tear his face off with Su Changqing yesterday. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk out of the South Town Martial Division. No. There's a problem. There's a big problem with this Su Changqing. Suddenly, Wu Chen frowned. 7 products of high ranking cannot sit steadily the position of 1,000 households. Had to leave their homes. Came to their small city of Greenstone. Barely justified. But as 6 products of the strong. Already qualified to keep the position of 1,000 households. Zhenwu thousands of households. The majority of the number of 6 products through the vein of cultivation. The 5 products of the innate not more than 3 layers. And then to Su Changqing's age. Its position in the house of the Zhenwu will never be lower than those who are the realm of the innate thousands of households. And even there is absolutely no need for him to come under his command as a small lieutenant. Could it be that this Su Changqing had broken 3 grades in a row in just a few months? Gulp. Wu Chen swallowed hard. No other explanation seems to be found than this possibility. For such a small amount of time. I'm afraid that those 3rd-ranked great clans with great masters in their ranks don't have that kind of ability. Hiss. Could it be that this person's surname Su has obtained the inheritance of a supreme great master? Wu Chen's heartbeat began to accelerate. If he could take that chance from Su Changqing's hands. In the future. Not to mention breaking through the 6th grade. It would not be difficult for him to become an innate. A patriarch. Just quickly. Wu Chen was a burst of bitter laughter. Wanting to take food from the tiger's mouth in the hands of the surname Su. How could it be that easy? At this time, he is already not surname Su's enemy. Not to mention the future. The gap between the two will only be greater. It seems to be the only way to go. Gritting his teeth, Wu Chen seemed to have made some sort of decision. If you can't eat meat, then follow with a mouthful of soup. A supreme grandmaster inheritance. There were people who were interested. I've been in this Castle Rock County for almost 10 years now. And it's time to move up a bit. In my seat. Surname Su. Let this be your compensation for disrespecting me yesterday. Time passed. It was a night that passed. The Li family was copied and exterminated the news. Like the autumn wind sweeping leaves. Sweeping across the Qingshi city. See hour have not yet passed. The entire Qingshi city has been spreading this news. On this day, I don't know how many people wept with joy. Many families even erected longevity plaques for Su Changqing, praying to the heavens to bless Lord Su with a long life. Fortunately, Su Changqing was not clear about this. Otherwise, he would have to turn his back. A long life. That's not revenge. You're cursing me with an early death. Wudao 9 products. 5 products in 8. There will be 2 a life. After that, each breakthrough 1 product. Life will increase greatly. The legend of that 1 product myth. Life is more than 500 years. almost with some weak dynasties with the same life. As a hangman, Su Changqing didn't think that he couldn't break through the first grade, or that it was only a matter of time before he surpassed the first grade. Live long and look down on who? In the South City. Inside a small 2-entry courtyard on Willow Creek Lane, which is adjacent to Wui Lane. A middle-aged man in his mid-40s, with an upright and slender figure and a pair of Danfeng eyes, frowned. Good Su Changqing. What a deep city. All of us have been fooled by him. 6th grade martial artist. No wonder that hearty rotting sand didn't poison you. For today's solution, we can only inform the Lord. Chapter 23, Steady as an Old Dog. Elder Chang. Southtown Martial Arts Division. School grounds. 1 by 1. Iron and wooden boxes about 4 feet long, 2 feet wide and high, with seals affixed to them, were neatly placed in the center of the schoolyard. As time passed, 2 days had already passed since the Li family's destruction. In the Southern Town Martial Arts Division of nearly 300 lieutenants Lux, and dozens of paperwork counselors overtime. Finally all the assets of the Li family seized empty. Now, waiting for Su Changqing to acceptance. At this time, around the school field, 1 by 1, the lieutenants and officers, clerical counselors do not have a bit of continuous overnight 2 nights of fatigue. A look of excitement. Just like playing chicken blood. It's almost time to part with your money. Who wouldn't be excited to see this white silver? Lord Su. After our statistics, the Li family has a total of 79,382 taels of cash silver, 134,500 taels of silver certificates, 122,321 taels of gold, 5 boxes of jade jewelry, and 13 boxes of antiques and calligraphy and paintings, with a total value of about 275,500 taels, and the total value of the other industries and stores, which is about 527,400 taels. A clerk came to Su Changqing and reported, "This Li family, it's worthy of being a Qingshi tumor. Millions of taels of silver. Some of the poor small counties of the Daqian dynasty. A year of taxes are just so. These cash silver. Take 2 layers. Half of it sent to the general's mansion. The other half, divided into 10. 2 of them sent to the Chu mansion. The remaining 8 lieutenants each have 1. The remaining 8 layers of cash silver. 2 layers of income into the treasury for everyone's cultivation needs in the future. A layer of the downward distribution to the brothers." Su Changqing pondered. Said, "As for the other 5 layers, it goes without saying. Naturally it is sent to the Su mansion. Those jewels and antiques, and those industries and stores, when they are offered afterward, they will also be distributed according to this ratio. In this regard, including Nan Lai, none of them had an opinion. The Li family could almost be said to have been destroyed by Su Changqing alone. And to be able to take out half of it and share it with them was already benevolent. If it were up to them, it would be good if they could take out 2 or 3 layers. Chen Feng. The families of those fallen brothers. In addition to the pension, each family will send another 500 taels. Out of my share. My lord is benevolent." The gazes of the surrounding people looking at Su Changqing were filled with emotion. It's worth it to follow such an adult. If this were any other superior officer, to be able to pay out the full amount of pension, even if there is a conscience, but also 500 taels per family. Do what spring and autumn dream. Tianlin Prefecture City. Inside a 4-entry compound, a young handsome gentleman in his early 30s, dressed in brocade, took out a small bamboo tube from under the feet of a carrier pigeon and poured out a note from it. What? Looking at the contents of the letter, that brocade-clothed male's face suddenly changed. 6th grade martial artist. How could that little bitch be a 6th grade martial artist? Even his deadbeat old man was just barely crossing into the 6th grade. It was only after a long time that the brocade-clad male calmed down. Good you Su Changqing. What a deep heart. On the contrary, he did not suspect that Su Changqing was having a strange encounter, and his cultivation had greatly improved in the past few months. From the time Su Changqing left the prefecture city. In the past few months, Su Changqing's every move was under the surveillance of his subordinates. If he really wanted to have some kind of a strange encounter, there was no way that he would not be aware of it. No! He must not be allowed to return to the capital city alive. Soon after, a flash of viciousness flashed through the brocade-clothed male's eyes. Dead. This little bitch must die. A 6th grade martial artist under 18. Once he grew up. Not to mention him. Even the family behind him was in danger of clan annihilation. But there was no rush. First let the true one sword sect try the depths of that little bitch. Time passed quickly. Another 2 days passed. At 3 minutes past the 11th hour. Qianning County. South City. Chuihong Building. This is the largest flower building in the South City. Su Changqing and his subordinates, a group of school captains, Lux, are drinking. Surrounded by flowers and willows. Ringed with fat and thin. Another day of hooking up and listening to music. Effort is not possible effort. Winter practice 3-9. Summer practice 3 volts. The road of martial arts. Such as rowing against the current. Not to advance is to retreat. That's someone else. After only 1 day of cultivation, Su Changqing completely swung for the fences. Cultivating hard for 3 hours. Pure yang kung fu didn't even improve a little bit. With this talent, relying on his own cultivation, that is, give him another 30 years. It is impossible to break through the innate. Got it. Being a hangman, you should drive honestly. What a bullshit endeavor. If he had that kind of time, wouldn't he smell good if he listened to music every day? As for what kind of golden finger conspiracy theory? That kind of person. When Su Changqing saw him, he only wanted to give him 2 big bouts. What the hell? Without Goldfinger. You're a fucking der. Typical of those who raise their bulls to eat meat and put them down to curse their mothers. A white-eyed wolf. You don't think about how many kilograms you have. What is worth that kind of great power to conspire to count on you? The time was quickly approaching the midnight. Su Changqing once again weighed the heavy conscience of the 2 flower leaders beside him. Got up and headed out. There was no staying at the Tsuwerong mansion for the night, as those of his men did. It is not that he is hypocritical and pretentious. This life cannot open meat. This life for the first time. How also have to find a chick to do. This a little bit of lips of 10,000 people taste. Do not know as a few hands of the goods. Play acting is okay. Really want to really swords. Or forget it. Of course. Suwerong Building is not no unmarried girl. Is the appearance of the poor point? He is now at least 6 products strong. The South City. And even the entire Verdunstone County uncrowned king? This first woman. Have to have class. And then do not help. 90 points always have to have. And not in the previous life of that bitter. Looking for a small sister to talk about. Do not dare to go to high-grade point of the place. Out of the Chui Hong Building. The autumn wind blew. Su Changqing won a few points. No henchman escort. A person wobbling toward Wui Lane. Wui Alley. At the entrance. On the roof of a small courtyard. Hibernated 4 people. All men. 3 old and 1 young. That young man. Looks like about 30 looks. Face and that was asked to be beheadedly family second son has 5 or 6 points of similarity. At this time it's from time to time to look at the alley outside. Eyes full of indignation. This person is the Li family's eldest son Li Haoyu. In fact, as early as 2 days ago, Li Haoyu returned to the Green Stone. However, waiting for him is the thunderbolt from the clear sky. Although he hates Su Changqing to peel the skin of his body, broken into tens of thousands of pieces. But it is still clear that the huge gap between him and Su Changqing, and finally forced to suppress the hatred in his heart, sent a letter to invite his own master. The 3 people beside him were none other than his master, Chang Rui, the 5th elder of the True One Sword sect, as well as his 2 master uncles, Tan Hong, the 8th elder of the True One Sword sect, and Ko Hongjue, the 13th elder. Senior Chang. For a mere junior whose hair hasn't even grown back. Why bother? Tung Hong muttered. Chang's senior brother cannot be too much fuss. Potential is only potential. Before not transformed into strength, everything is false. And a less than 18 boy can be strong to wear. Afraid that has barely stepped into the realm of the 6th product. They are 3 brothers and sisters. The weakest senior brother is the middle stage of the 6th product cultivation. Cheng's senior brother is the 6th product consummate masters, which is completely to kill the chicken with a bullseye sword. What's even more outrageous is that it's also preparing a sneak attack. Should we be so cautious? If word gets out, do the 3 old guys still want to lose face? Senior brother Tang. One cannot be too cautious with this kind of demonic pride. Chang Rui face solemn. Not the slightest bit ashamed. He changed someone walking in the jianghu. Rely on what? Just a steady word. Especially when dealing with these geniuses. If you don't make a move. Once you make a move, you must kill them with a single blow. Otherwise, there will be endless consequences. Senior brother Chang. But this is too much for you. Tung Hong let out a bitter smile. This Cheng senior brother of his was good at everything. He was just excessively stable. Don't talk. It's coming. Chapter 24, The 5th Grade Innate. Chang Rui's face stared as he interrupted Tung Hong's later words. Father, mother, 2nd brother, and all the clansmen. You watch well in heaven. Tonight is the death of that icy cold killing intent flooded Li Haoyu's body. Wui Alley. Dozens of meters away. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow and stopped in his footsteps for a moment. Not good. Exposed. Chang Rui gave his precious disciple a somewhat grudging glance. This killing intent of his was so conspicuous in this dark night. Especially to them, these 6th grade martial artists. It was like a light in the darkness. Master. It's all my fault. Li Haoyu lowered his head apologetically. Just. Chang Rui waved his hand. And could not bear to continue to blame Li Haoyu. The hatred of extermination of the clan. Not to be shared. This disciple of his is still young. Cannot control the killing intent. It is also human nature. If you can't sneak up on them, then you can just force them to kill them. With the strength of their 3 great elders, it was not much of a problem. At most, the winning percentage is reduced by 2 percentage points. From 100%. Come out. Do I have to ask you to come out? At this time, Su Changqing's voice came from the entrance of the alley. Go down and meet this Lord Su. Since he had already been exposed, Chang Rui no longer hid his whereabouts. And with a greeting, he dodged and steadily landed a few feet away from Su Changqing. Li Haoyu. You finally came. But you made me wait. Looking at Li Haoyu, who was several times similar to Li Haowan, Su Changqing laughed. Su Changqing? You unforgivable. Today, I will avenge my Li clan. Li Haoyu's eyes were bloodshot. His voice was like a cuckoo weeping ape wailing with hatred. Su Changqing. The three of us are here. Today you will not be able to fly. Considering that you are also a generation of heavenly pride, you can end it by yourself. This elder will give you a whole body. The corner of Chang Rui's mouth slightly raised, as if being able to give Su Changqing a whole body was already his greatest mercy. Where's the SB from? And leave me a whole body. What are you? Su Changqing did not even look at Chang Rui and said disdainfully. Su Changqing? You. Chang Rui's heart was furious. He was kind enough to give him a decent, but he actually didn't appreciate it. What a lot of crap. With that, moo! A dragon's roar sounded. Su Changqing sheathed the long knife in his hand. The dragonine blade. This was a top-grade sharp weapon, named because when it was swung, there was a hidden sound of a dragon's roar. In the Qian dynasty, the blades are divided into mortal weapons, sharp weapons, divine weapons, 3 levels of 12 products. The top-grade sharp weapons are already very rare. 10,000 gold is hard to find. Many a foot into the realm of the innate quasi-5th grade strong hands are not necessarily have a top-grade sharp weapons. Speaking of which, it was thanks to the second son of Li, this Longyin blade, the very same ancestral sword of the Chu family that had been exterminated by Li Haoshuan in April of the 29th year of the Qianning era. And after the plunge of the Li family, this sword had fallen into the hands of Su Changqing. Whoosh! Ground walking steps operated to its limit. Su Changqing was like a ghost, charging towards Chang Rui's 4 people. However, the target of his attack was not Chang Rui, but rather Li Haoyu, who was not far away from him. Challenging at a higher level is not as cool as crushing at a higher realm. Nowadays, he was 1 head away from being a 5th grade innate. When he advanced to the innate, he would kill them like chickens. Why bother to fight them to death with injuries now? It's not like he's the one who likes to be abused. Or so 3 old farts. He's not that heavy-handed. Not good. Chang Rui's face changed. Completely did not expect Su Changqing would be so unethical martial arts. Sneak attacking as small as 7th grade martial artist. This dog still has no bit of the pride and demeanor of a heavenly pride. Wanting to rescue. It was already too late, and only had time to let out a cry of alarm. You were. Be careful. Die. The realm of perfection Gale Blade technique unfolded. The speed was as fast as a thunderbolt, far beyond the limit of a 7th grade martial artist's reaction. Put. The blade flashed, and Li Haoyu had an additional bloodstain on his neck. I. Li Haoyu covered his neck and tried to say something with an unwilling face. The host has resolved 1 section of karma. Qigong robbery power 2800. Worthy of being the first genius of Qingshi Prefecture. A body of qi is far from being comparable to an ordinary 7th grade martial artist. Su Changqing's 2 eyes lit up. This Li Haoyu, in terms of cultivation, was just a hair stronger than the Li family's second ancestor, barely stepping into the middle rank of the 7th grade. But the chopped-up qi fortune robbing power was more than the Li family's great ancestor, who was a high-ranking martial artist of the 7th grade. The 5th grade innate is stable. Pure Yang Kung Fu level 5. Give me a boost. Qigong robbing power 1592. 5th level of pure Yang Gong. Boom. Su Changqing body true qi unlimited climb. Like a sin dragon. Quickly break through a meridian acupuncture points. Through the 2 veins. In an instant. The body of the day after the true qi. All concentrated metamorphosis. The day after the innate for the innate. This is the 5th grade innate. Su Changqing's face was a bit intoxicated. At this moment, his sense of power solidity seemed to have crossed a new height. 5 products. 6 products of product difference. But the quality of the sudden change. Powerful more than 10 times. The two were completely 2 levels of life. No wonder that throughout the ages, there were few 6th grade martial artists that could cross the level to challenge a 5th grade innate. Ah! You were. Chang Rui's eyes inside completely and utterly in the blood spewing. That 6th grade consummate powerful true chi crazy riot. Gritted teeth. To kill. As if bereft of death. Su Changqing. You. I want you to die. Ah. He had never married in his life. And Li Haoyu, the child disciple who had been with him since childhood, was as good as his son to him. This hatred is not shared. Kill. With a furious cry. A flash of sword light enveloped an extremely dense murderous and fury aura. Tearing through the night sky. The heavenly hair kills and astonishes the heavenly sword. At this moment, in a violent rage, Chang Rui's amazing heavenly sword technique actually broke through the shackles and stepped into the realm of consummation in one fell swoop. Good. Surnamed Su is dead. Tung Hong from the back shouted loudly, looking at Su Changqing as if he was looking at a dead man. Perfection of the realm of the amazing sword method, coupled with their Chang senior brother 6 perfect cultivation. The sword of the terrible. Is half a step innate have to temporarily avoid the front. The districted junior. What he take to block. Acting like a master and disciple with me. Then I'll be merciful and send you a layer. As he spoke, Su Changqing's hand longing blade moved. Just a flat chop. Without using any martial arts. But falling in Chang Rui's eyes, this blade was stone cold, giving him an unprecedented feeling of powerlessness. Bang! With a heavy sound, the long sword in Chang Rui's hand came out of his hand. This was the crushing of the realm. Next. Put. Chang Rui's chest had an additional knife mark that was deep enough to be seen on the bone. Blood sprayed out. And his torso collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. His eyes were filled with shock and despair as he looked at Su Changqing. First. Innate. You are actually an innate powerhouse. Chapter 25. Under the innate. Even a half-step innate. It would be impossible to seriously injure him with one slash so easily. Only the 5th grade innate can have such great power. You were. What kind of monster did your Li family provoke? An innate powerhouse at such an age. He had never even heard of it. Not to mention seeing it. Considering that he was still hovering at the doorstep of the half-step innate in his ancient age. Chang Rui immediately had the feeling that he had lived all these years to the dogs. Brother Chang. At the back. Tung Hong and Ko Hongzhua let out a heartbreaking cry of shock. Their eyes full of disbelief. Haoyu's nephew was killed by that Su Changqing's sword. How come even Chang's 6th grade completion master was not a match for him? At those words, Chang Rui finally came back to his senses. Now was not the time to think about this. Senior brother Tang. Senior brother Ku. Run. Saying that, Chang Rui raised a strong breath and exerted his last strength to hold onto Su Changqing's dragoning blade that was chopping at him again. Just now that knife has already injured his heart vein, even if by chance to escape from the ascension, but also cannot live long. In this last moment, he can do. The only thing he can do is to use his residual life for his 2 senior brother, in exchange for a way of life. Brother Chang. Tung Hong 2 people jealousy. Eyes red. True one sword sect crowd of elders. The 2 of them and Chang Rui relationship is the most intimate. The 3 people are not pro-brothers. Or even brothers. Otherwise, it is not possible Chang Rui a sentence. They do not say anything thousands of miles to come to Qingshi County. Leave me alone. You guys go. Rather a brotherly love. Don't worry. Soon. I'll send them down to accompany you. Su Changqing lightly laughed. And the dragon blade stabbed with force, directly piercing through Process Rue's torso. Ah! Master Chang! Teng Hong roared angrily, wanting to rush over and fight Su Changqing. Senior brother Tang. Go! Don't let senior brother Chang die in vain. At this time, Qianning finally regained a trace of sense. Deadpool Teng Hong. Even Chang's senior brother is not that Su Changqing's opponent. The two of them go up. Will only lose their lives for nothing. Go! Chang Rui grasped the dragon blade with both hands and let out a final roar. Senior brother Chang. You dog miscellaneous seed. Killing my senior brother Chang. I, True One Sword Sect, will not rest with you. Teng Hong roared, directly turned around and ran. Senior brother Ko was right. He couldn't let senior brother Chang die in vain. True One Sword Sect. Not going to die with me? Then let's see who dies first. Su Changqing let out a sardonic laugh and turned the dragon blade with force, directly strangling Chang Rue's heart. Before, he would have been afraid of the True One Sword Sect for 3 points. But now, the True One Sword Sect that was an experience bag. Put. Drawing out the dragon blade. Blood gushed out like a river breaking its banks. Su Long. Bang. Chang Rui exhausted the last of his strength and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The host has resolved one section of karma. She Fortune Robbery Power 9200. Next. It's your turn. With a ferocious flash in his eyes, Su Changqing's speed was played to the extreme. And although the earth walking steps hadn't been deduced to break through yet, but under the innate true cheese enhancement, the speed once again skyrocketed by a cut. And with one step, he stepped out. Nearly 15 feet of land. In just 3 steps, Su Changqing appeared 3 feet away from Teng Hong's 2 men. Not good. Teng Hong's heart trembled as he clenched his teeth and suddenly made a turn, charging towards Su Changqing instead. Senior brother Ko. You must quickly go. No one was stopping Su Changqing. None of the two of them would be able to leave today. Asterisk 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 even if I die, I will bite off a piece of your flesh. Teng Hong's face was frantic. His body's true chi rippled wildly. And his breath climbed rapidly. No. Elder brother Tang. A line of bloody tears dripped down from the corner of Qiannings's eyes. And he didn't turn around. He couldn't waste senior brother Tang's good intentions. Su Changqing. You. Sooner or later. One day. I will definitely kill you. Fuck mudblood. Su Changqing angrily cursed. This one. Endless is not it. One act after the other comes, making me look like a villain. Get this straight. I'm a good official who works for the people. And you're the bullies who prey on the people. Put. With a horizontal slash from the dragon blade, Teng Hong's hideous head shot up into the sky. Desperate. That also points to the object. Not what cats and dogs have that qualification to delay the footsteps of an innate powerhouse. The host has fulfilled one section of karma. And has a chi robbery power of 7,300. Without even glancing at the severed Teng Hong, Su Changqing took a single stride and directly later surpassed Qianning. Brotherly love, huh? Then join your 2 best brothers on the road. Put. The dragon blade pierced through Qianning's chest in one go. Su Changqing. My True One Sword Sect will not let you go. The Supreme Elder will definitely kill you. Qianning's eyes were sobbing blood. Just like a severe ghost. Don't worry. It won't take long for the True One Sword Sect to bury you all. As the words fell, Su Changqing drew out his dragon blade in one go. Bang! Qianning planted himself on the ground, his body twitching twice, and gradually died. The host has resolved one section of karma. Qigong robbery power 6800. Looking at the skyrocketing Qi robbery power on the attribute panel, the smile on Su Changqing's face didn't stop. This battle, he was earning hemp. A 7th grade. 3 6th grades. Enough to add 100 points of Qi robbery power to him. Truly a wave of fat. Double precursor. Here I come. 5th level of the golden body technique. Give me a push. Chakrajack power minus 1000. Begin to deduce the 5th layer of the golden body technique. Chakrajack power minus 10. 000. Golden body technique breaks through the 5th layer. With 508 points of chakrajacking power left. Which one should be pushed next? Chakrajack power minus 1000. Begin to deduce the 5th level of earthbound steps. Hesitating again and again, Su Changqing still chose the earth walking steps. Internal and external dual innate. All the power is not too much weaker than the high level innate. But on the contrary, the speed, a lot worse. Chakrajack power minus 10. 000. Earthbound steps breaks through the 5th level. Whoosh! Su Changqing moved his steps and actually appeared 30 feet away. Hiss! What a fast speed! A step of 30 feet. Afraid that the high rank innate are not as good as. With 508 points of Qi robbing power left, Su Changqing didn't continue to deduce it, but directly added it to the pure yang gong, allowing the innate true Qi in his body to rise by a fraction. Almost forgot to touch the body. Su Changqing slapped his forehead, somewhat chagrined. If you don't touch the corpse when you fight a monster, heaven help you. Soon, on the 4 people, all the valuable things were scavenged by Su Changqing. Silver bills 8,900 taels. 2 books of martial arts secrets. But unfortunately, they are all swordsmanship. With him useless. The last thing is that the 4 of them carry swords with them. 1 medium-grade sharp weapon and 3 lower-grade sharp weapons, which can be sold for tens of thousands of taels of silver if they go out. Willow Creek Lane. Inside a loft. Bang! The 1,000-mile mirror in Zhu Yuan's hand fell to the ground. Horrified. Surprising heavenly sword Chang Rui. Flowing wind sword Tong Hong. Flying rainbow sword Ku Hongjua. These are all long famous 6th grade powerhouses. How can that little cheap bastard be? Chapter 26, The Man Behind the Scenes. I didn't realize there was a little stray fish. Su Changqing, who had just packed the accompanying blades of Chang Rui's 4 men, suddenly turned his sight in the direction where Willow Creek Lane was. Next, Su Changqing's figure moved and disappeared under the night. Willow Creek Lane. 2 small courtyards. Inside the attic, Zhu Yuan was still in a daze. The 3 true one sword sect elders. That can be the best of the 6th grade martial artists. The 3 joined forces. The 5th grade innate not out. Is the quasi 5th grade powerhouse. They are not without the power of a battle. But what did he see? In just a few short breaths of time, Chang Rui's trio was slaughtered like chopping melons and cutting vegetables by that bastard Su Changqing. Difficult. Is it hard to believe that he has already broken through the innate? Suddenly, Zhu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Hiss. Is this possible? How old is he? At such an age, reaching the 6th grade is already a rarity in the world. And the 5th grade innate. Not to mention their Tian Lin house. Or even the Qing Yang Dao. Is afraid that they will not be able to find one person. Just then. Bang! with a heavy sound. The attic door shattered to the ground as Su Changqing walked in from outside. Not good. Zhu Yuan's heart trembled. He was exposed. But on his face, he pretended to be calm and said, "I've met Mr. Su. I don't know what Mr. Su's orders are for his late-night visit to my humble abode? The equipment is quite complete." Su Changqing looked around. Somewhat playfully. "Say, who asked you to spy on this official? I thought it would be Li Haoyu and other people's accomplices. Or the remaining members of the Li family. But now it seems that it is not so. Look at the many signs here. This person here to monitor the fear is some time. And he messed with the Li family but just a few days. For no reason. How could the Li family have that mind? Let come to spy on him, so a small lieutenant. More critical. Or this person's cultivation. Then the South Lie is also stronger than the order. Has crossed into the realm of the 8 products complete. Just to monitor a 9th grade martial artist. Unless the Li family was crazy. They would not use an 8th grade perfect martial artist. Zhu Yuan panicked. Hastily denied. Su adults. You must be misunderstood. I just heard a commotion outside. Only to use a 1,000-mile mirror to check it out. Is not intended to spy on adults. I'm just an ordinary merchant. That is, to give the villain a few guts. But also do not dare to spy on you. What a common merchant. It seems that my Zhenwu Division has really fallen. The hallowed Zhenwu general. His cultivation is even worse than a small merchant. The corners of Su Changqing's mouth lifted. A touch of sarcasm swept across. He can actually see through my cultivation. Is he really? Zhu Yuan's torso shook. A little bead of sweat dripping down from his forehead. Under his secret method of concealment. It was the 6th grade consummate martial artist who was 2 great realms higher than him. Not necessarily able to see through his reality. The reason why my personal maid, Xinghe, poisoned me should be under your orders. Suddenly, Su Changqing had a flash of light in his mind. His enemies. There were just so many of them. Either they were the remnants of the Li family. Or they were from the prefecture. Lord Su. Unjustly accused. The villain has no grudge against you. Why would I harm you? Moreover, villain doesn't know your maid at all. Zhu Yuan braced himself. Sweat unknowingly, wetting his back. This official will give you one last chance to reveal the person behind your curtain. And this official can still spare your life. Lord Su. You are a good official loved by the people. Our Qingshi County Qingtian Big Master. You can't just be so wrong. Before the word in vain could be uttered, a dragon's roar sounded. Put. With a sound, Zhu Yuan's left arm directly fell to the ground. Blood gushing out like a tidal wave. Ah! Zhu Yuan let out a miserable scream and almost fainted from the pain. Think before you speak. Next time it's your right arm. Su Changqing, the old god, said. The human stick knows. Right? It is to cut off the limbs and plant them in the urn. No. One limb is less counted. Saying that, Su Changqing swept a glance at Zhu Yuan's indescribable place. Take your time. This official is not in a hurry. Anyway, you still have 4 more chances to tolerate mistakes. Don't worry. When the time comes, this official will ask the best doctor to take care of you. To ensure that you live a long life. Lord Su. I'll say it. I'll say it all. Zhu Yuan was sweating like a pig. His mind completely collapsed. Death is not scary. What is scary is not being able to live and not being able to die. It's the third prince of Qi. Everything is him instructing the little one. Soon. Zhu Yuan poured out everything he knew. Like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. All at once. Qi Zhuo, the third son of the Qi family of the Tianlin prefecture, was actually the one who took my position as 1,000 household. Su Changqing faced more than a few points of gravity. Tianlin Fu Qi family, he is not a stranger. That is one of the top big families in Tianlin Fu city. The clan more than 2 hands of the number of innate strength. There is even a 4th grade master sitting in the town. Even the lord of the Tianlin Fu have to respect it 3 times. Even more frightening is that it is still the top of the Qianning Road big family Qi family branch. Originally, he also wanted to find an opportunity to transfer back to Tianlin Prefecture City and reclaim the position of 1,000 households for his predecessor. But now it seems that this matter has to be considered in the long run. Although the 5th grade innate was strong, it was still inferior against the behemoth that was the Qi family. 4th grade. No. A little more stable. Or 3 grades before returning to Tianlin Prefecture City. When a branch family was in trouble. As the main family, it was impossible for the Qingyang Qi family to sit back and do nothing. There's nothing wrong with a little stability when your life depends on it. Just let the dog Qizhuo live a few more days. Lord Su, I've said all I need to say. May I go now? Zhu Yuan covered the broken arm carefully. Better to die than to live. Cannot die. Who wants to die? Even if the broken arm, the strength is greatly reduced. That is also the 8th grade of the martial arts. To some of the remote city, he Zhu Yuan is still a human being. Go. Good. This official will give you a ride. Put. With a flash of the knife, Zhu Yuan had a bloodstain on his neck. Su Changqing, you don't keep your word. Bang! Zhu Yuan planted himself on the ground. His eyes wide and dead. Credit. That's for people. You dog. Are you considered a person? From the beginning to the end, Su Changqing had never thought of letting Zhu Yuan walk out of the attic alive. Poisoning him and trying to stay alive. What a joke. Hidden elemental technique. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected pleasure. After some touching the corpse, Su Changqing had a secret book in his hand. It was actually a 5th grade secret method. It had the effect of simulating the breath and hiding the cultivation. There were a total of 5 weights. And every time he practiced one weight, he could make the strongest person of 2 ranks higher not be able to see through the reality. Without much hesitation, Su Changqing directly raised the hidden Yuan technique. He has long wanted to practice a secret art of concealment. To hide their true cultivation. Not to think what to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. It is really the speed of his breakthrough. Too scary. From the time he crosses the road to the present, it is just a week's time. Cultivation will be broken 4 products, which if spread out, the entire Dacian dynasty are to be crazy about it. Pitbulls are not guilty. Today, he was far from invincible. Chakrajack power -1. First level of hidden elemental technique. Chakrajack power -10. Second level of hidden elemental technique. Chakrajack power -100. Hidden elemental technique 3rd level. Triple hidden element skill. Able to conceal 6 orders. That is, a major realm plus a small order. With his current innate low-level cultivation. Under the high-level Zhongshe. When few people are able to see through his cultivation. In this small place of Moyang County. It will be enough for the time being. What? Li Haoyu and the True One Sword Sect elders are all dead? Chapter 27, Anger. The next day. Early morning. Qianning County. The first genius Li Haoyu and his division elders lost their lives in the mouth of the Wuyali news quickly swept through the Qianning city. Su Changqing did not deliberately cover up what? And even some of the fuel. His many techniques can be waiting to be fed. Do not let the news back to the true one sword sect, where the Qigong robbery power to push the breakthroughs. In less than an hour's time, all the major clans in Castle Rock City had learned of the news. Su Changqing is stabbing the sky. Overthrowing the Li family and exterminating the 4 Li Haoyu people were two different concepts. Overthrowing the Li family would at most provoke Li Haoyu's lineage, while exterminating Li Haoyu's 4 people would be immortalizing the entire true one-sword sect. The danger is more than 10 times greater. This Su Changqing is floating off, thinking that no one can cure him if he is promoted to the 6th grade. Just watch. It won't be long before it's Su Changqing's time to die. There were hardly any people from the major clans who looked favorably on Su Changqing. Not to mention that Su Changqing was only a 6th grade passing vein cultivation, or an innate powerhouse. And if he offended the true one-sword sect, he wouldn't be able to eat or walk around. Originally the Su house. A time as actually the door can be sparrows. Before also pleasing Su Changqing's big families. At this time that is itching to break with Su Changqing, save being implicated by it. Even the Southern Town Martial Arts Division are permeated with a depressing, the hearts of the people floating. Many lieutenants force, but also once again alienated from Su Changqing too. In response, Su Changqing didn't explain anything, and just took this opportunity to eliminate those wallflowers. Qingshi County, East City. A small 2-entry courtyard. A man and a woman. 2 young people were walking restlessly back and forth in the house. These 2 people's faces, and that Li Haoyu and Li Haoxian, have a few similarities. The male is Li Haorui. The female is called Li Manning. One is the 6th son of Li Derong. The other is Li Derong's youngest daughter. It is that day the 3 leakage of the fish of which 2. It's almost past the hour. Why aren't Big Brother and the others back yet? Little sister. Do you think something has happened to Big Brother and the others? Li Haorui looked at the door from time to time. Worried. No. It won't be. The 3 seniors can all be 6th grade powerhouses. That could never be a match for the 3 seniors. Big Brother and the others must have been delayed by something. Not knowing whether it was answering Li Haorui's words or comforting herself, Li Menning clenched her fists and couldn't help but say, yes. It must be like this. Big Brother and they won't be fine. Very soon. They'll be back very soon. Suddenly. Bang! The door to the courtyard was heavily pushed open with a sound. What man? Li Haorui brother and sister's heart lifted up, nervously looking towards the door. After the Li family was destroyed, the Zhenwu Division sent out a sea arrest document, searching for the 3 of them. Now, in the streets and alleys of Qingshi City, can be plastered with the portraits of the 3 of their siblings. At that moment, a mysterious man with a bucket hat on his head, making it impossible to see his face, ran in somewhat panicked. Ruidi. Ing's sister. Big deal. Brother Yu and Senior Chang, they were all victimized by that. Li Haoyang. This is Li Derong's 2nd brother, Li Degui's eldest son. Is also that last fish that escaped the net. Brother Yang. This is not true. You are lying to us, right? How can Big Brother and the others? Li Haorui's siblings are hysterical. Unable to believe, much less accept, all this. Ru Ad. Ing Mei. This is all true. This matter has already spread throughout the Greenstone City. Li Haoyang voiced through an unspeakable bitterness. He also want all this is false. But the fact is so cruel. Oh. My poor Big Brother. You died so tragically. Su Changqing. You shall not die well. Li Manning could no longer suppress the grief in her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. Su Changqing. You beastly dog thief. I, Li Haorui, swear that no matter how much it costs, I will definitely kill you. After a while, seeing Li Haoyang and his two people's emotions stabilized a little, Li Haoyang opened his mouth and said, Ruidi, Ing's sister, we can't stay here for long. Pack up our things and let's go out of the city right away. Brother Yang, where can we go again? Li Manning tearful eyes. The father is gone. The family is gone. And now even her most admired big brother is gone. This world, where there is still a place for them to stay. Go to the Tsang Thunder Mountain Range. The True One Sword sect will definitely do justice to us and avenge Brother Yuan Sr. Upon hearing this, Li Haorui's siblings were like seeing light in the darkness. And their spirits were shaken. Yes. Go to the True One Sword sect. The Sword sect seniors will surely be able to kill that evil thief. 3 days later, in the western part of Moyang County, Songlei Mountain Range, True One Sword sect. True One Great Hall. True One Sword sect Patriarch Su Changqing was seated on top of the main seat. And below him, on both sides, were a group of True One Sword sect elders. At this moment, the large True One Hall was filled with an unspeakable depression. From the Patriarch Su Changqing down to the great elders, all of them had angry faces. Patriarch, the fifth elder and the others must not die in vain. The fiery-tempered third elder Zhongzhan stood up and said, 3 pulse-passing elders and 1 bone-hardening true legend. Since they True One Sword sect became the 3 giants of Moyang County, they had never suffered such a big loss. Patriarch, third elder is right. That Su Changqing must die. The sword sect is not to be dishonored. Blood debts must be paid in blood. One by one, the elders had risen and agreed. A small Zhenwu Lieutenant also dared to kill their True One Sword sect elders and true legends. If they didn't take this revenge, where was their True One Sword sect's majesty? Who else would take their True One Sword sect seriously in the future? Grand Elder, Third Elder, Fourth Elder, Sixth Elder, Ninth Elder, and 11th Elder will be you guys traveling to Qianning County. After pondering, Su Changqing opened his mouth. The first Elder, the third Elder are half-step and 8. The fourth Elder, the sixth Elder have the 6th product consummate cultivation. The 9th Elder, the 11th Elder is almost, but is also a 6th product high-level martial artist. With the strength of their 6 elders, innate not out, is half-step and 8? Can be rounded up and killed. Definitely can easily take down that dog courageous little as for Su Changqing being an innate powerhouse. Su Changqing did not think about it at all. Really think that innate powerhouses are big cabbages. So easy to break through? Like his Su Changqing young time. That is also the Qian County rare pride demon. But now, are nearly old. Still hovering in the threshold of the first day. Throughout the ages, how many 6 products of the martial arts stop before the first day? Like their Qian County, the dark and the 6 products of the martial arts together. Not 1,000. There is at 800. But the first day of the strong, how many? Full counting will not be more than the number of double 10. The death of the 5th elder and the others must have fallen into Su Changqing's scheme. Yes. Sovereign. In the main city of Qingyangdao, Qingyang City. Inside an opulent hall, Wu Chen lowered his head and humbly knelt on the ground. In just a few months, breaking 3 grades in a row. This Su Changqing is a bit interesting. Pang Yu, go to Qianshi and bring that Su Changqing to me. Chapter 28 Divine Crane Inheritance. Before the hour. In the south city of Qianshi County, on the 2nd floor of the Green Fish Building, Su Changqing sat at a window seat and pushed cups with the 4 lieutenants under him. The other two lieutenants. A person named Phase 3. This is a face some vicious pugilistic man. Over 2 meters tall. Tiger back and waist. Casually sitting. Let a person have a sense of oppression. The other is called Qian 5. And weighing nearly 300 pounds of Phase 3 is almost the two extremes. Skinny as a monkey. 1 meter 75 people. But weighing no more than 100 pounds. It seems that casually a gust of wind will be able to scrape it down to the ground. These two people are also previously followed Su Changqing to go to Chui Lu Villa to catch Li Haoxuan. That's 6 Rexes. The only two 9th grade martial artists. After the destruction of the Li family, Su Changqing looked for Nan Lai mentioned. Withdrew the previous 2 lieutenants. Wanting to brighten up. Then obediently to the courage to fight the brothers to make way. My lord, I drink to you. Chen Feng's several people had the same attitude as usual. And did not follow those wallflowers who were alienated because Su Changqing had offended the true one-sword sect. The surprise over and over again made them have an almost blind admiration for Su Changqing. So what if the true one-sword sect? In the end, the one who will have the last laugh will definitely be the adults. These wallflowers? Do not think adults really want to be in a hurry. But also as usual General Hook rail listening to music. It was clear that the true one-sword sect was not put in his heart. A bunch of wallflowers with no eyesight. They'll have time to regret it later. Bang! Su Changqing had just raised his wine glass when a heavy sound came from the next room between them. Jiao Da. What are you Pingshan 3 tigers? You dare to meddle in my business. Surname Dong. Don't give face to face. This matter my 3 brothers still managed to determine. You agree then? Otherwise, I let you can't get out of this green fish building. You think I'm scared? That batch of goods from the Wu family. I'm sure I'll eat it. And it's no good even if the god of heaven comes. Surname Dong. You're fucking looking for death. This was followed by the sound of a scuffle. Let's go. Go and see who, in the end, has eaten the bear's heart and leopard's guts and dares to make trouble in our land. Su Changqing frowned, picked up the long knife, and headed out. Since he overthrew the Black Tiger Gang, the security of the South City has gone up more than one notch. The big and small gangs, one by one, all of them are doing it with their tails between their legs. Bang! When he reached the next door, Chen Feng directly kicked the door of the room open. Stop! Dare to cause trouble in my South City? You're tired of living. There's no business for you here. If you don't want to die, get the hell out. The 3 tigers Zhao San turned around and shouted harshly. Did not put Su Changqing and his party in the eyes. The district of Zhenwu lieutenants just. If it is not in the body of the layer of dog skin on the part of them, dare to talk to them like this. Must let them know how to write the word death. What kind of fool is this that dares to talk to them like that? Chen Feng's 4 people were stunned and couldn't believe their ears. Since the destruction of the Li family, all up and down the Castle Rock City, not to mention so few 8th grade martial artists, even those 7th grade ancestors, when they saw his family's adults, they were all as well behaved as a quail. Moo! A dragon roar sounded. Su Changqing sheathed the long blade in his hand, and the light of the blade was like a pike as it chopped at the 3 tigers Zhao San. There was still time to find a few truly useful henchmen. Chen Feng's 4 loyalty was there. But unfortunately, their cultivation was poor. Like now, a few 8th grade martial artists in the area. He had to personally take action. Chakrajacking power 230. This? A trace of astonishment flashed in Su Changqing's eyes. According to reason, this person's own first meeting, and did not strike out at himself. There should not be any cause and effect is. How can he still obtain the chi fortune robbing power? Is it hard to believe that it's because of who you are? Suddenly, a glimmer of realization surfaced in Su Changqing's heart. As the Zhenwu captain, the southern city was the place under his jurisdiction. And these people were fighting on his turf. So naturally, they had a cause and effect with him. I didn't realize that there were surprises. Ah! Third brother. Big Tiger Jiao De. And second Tiger Jiao Er looked at the fallen third tiger and let out heartbreaking wails. Dog thief! How dare you harm my third brother? I'll make you die without a burial place. At this moment, the two brothers directly left Dong Fei behind and charged towards Su Changqing. Something that doesn't know how to die. With a cold snort, two rays of blade light instantly slashed through the two men's necks. Bang! Almost simultaneously, the two brothers fell to the ground with unwillingness. It contributed nearly 600 points of Qi Fortune Plunder power to Su Changqing, making his Qi Fortune Plunder power exceed 4 digits once again. Soon, the Qi robbing power was reduced by another 1,000. And the hidden elemental technique stepped into the fourth level in one fell swoop. At this moment, it was the Zhongshe Perfection Realm powerhouses who hadn't specialized in practicing their pupil arts that would have a hard time seeing through his reality. There's another one. Su Changqing's eyes turned and landed on Dong Fei. Your Excellency, be gracious. I know I'm wrong. With that, Dong Fei's knees softened and he directly fell to the ground without the slightest twinge. Pingshan Three Tigers Cultivation. He is clear again. Big Tiger Jiao Big only than he if a line. Is the 8 products of high-level cultivation? 2 tigers. 3 tigers is 8 products of the middle level. 3 tigers join hands. Then he came. Are not weak. The result is the town of Martial Arts Division Lieutenant, such as killing chickens easy to decapitate. The 7 products, moreover, is not a low level of the 7th product. Not in the end. Not what he can mess with the up. After pondering for a moment, Su Changqing longing blade returned to its sheath and did not kill painfully. Nowadays, he casually a gong method to improve. Half to tens of thousands of Qi robbery power. An 8th grade martial artist. A district of 200 or 300 points of Qi robbery power. Undoubtedly is a drop in the bucket. Of course, the most critical or this Dong Fei is not like those a few sick cats general mouth. The crime is not to death. Say da. Before the word man could be uttered, there was a sound as a ray of true Qi pierced through Dong Fei's dantian like a sharp arrow. Ah! Put! With a miserable cry, Dong Fei sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His entire strength seeming to have been drained at once. His breath extremely depleted. Deadly sins can be avoided, but living sins are hard to escape. Dare to make trouble in his territory. This body cultivation will have to think about it. Ah! My cultivation. You're so cruel. Dong Fei was extremely angry. With a martial artist, abolishing their cultivation was even more difficult for them than killing them. Put! Another mouthful of blood spurted out. And Dong Fei fainted as his eyes went black. Take him down. Bring him back to the court. And lock him up for 6 months. After leaving the green fish house, it didn't take long before Su Changqing frowned once again. It's not right. The South City was not an inner city, where there were pitifully few entry-grade martial artists. Only a handful of 8th grade martial artists. And none of the 7th grade. But in just a moment's time, he had seen nearly 100 entry-grade martial artists. And there were even 3 7th grade martial artists among them. Chen Feng. Bring some people to find out why there are so many strange martial artists in the city. 1 hour later, the Zhenwu Division. Chen Feng respectfully stood in front of Su Changqing and reported. My lord. It's clear. I don't know who distributed the news that the divine crane scattered man's inheritance is hidden in my castle rock city. And all these martial artists are rushing towards the divine crane scattered man's inheritance. Chapter 29. Divine crane scatterer inheritance? Su Changqing read a sound. This person. He has heard of. It is active in 200 years ago. Was honored as the first person of the Moyang County casual cultivator. A cultivation. It is said to have reached the realm of the innate great circle. Across the Moyang County rare enemy. Even the three big clans do not dare to mess with him at will. In the whole of the Tianlin house. Have a not small reputation. If its legacy really appeared in their greenstone city, it would be normal to attract the attention of many forces. Moyang County. A total of 23 counties. In addition to the Daqian court, as well as the True One Sword sect and other three major clans, has a complete innate heritage of the family forces. Will not be more than the number of hands. A complete innate heritage. Enough to let countless family forces for the heart of the move. Especially those who are trapped in the realm of the vein. Long difficult to break through the scattered cultivators. In order to this heritage. Afraid of are able to gamble on everything. Castle Rock City is in trouble now. Chivalry to martial arts to violate the prohibition. These jianghu martial artists. Mixed. Many are temperamental. A word. The big fight generation. Just like that Pingshan Three Tigers and that Dong Fei. If he didn't happen to be at the Green Fish House, the Green Fish House would have to be demolished by them today. These jianghu martial artists. Fight life and death. This official does not care. However, innocent people must not be hurt. As an official, this official should keep the peace of the party. At this moment, Su Changqing seemed to have sublimated his entire being. He assured with the ungraspable conscience of the flower leader of Cui Honlu that it was never for the qi-robbing power. Chen Feng. Mobilize your men to find out the whereabouts of those 6th grade martial artists. At the end, Su Changqing added, if you don't have enough manpower, go to the other 3 towns' martial arts divisions and the 100 households and ask them to help. Although he was currently not yet in charge of the 100 households, he was confident that no one in the entire Qingshi County Zhenwu Division, including 100 households Wu Chen, dared to not give him face. Yes. My lord. My humble servant is on it. Phew. A number of large and small clans within the Castle Rock City breathed a sigh of relief. This Lord Su had finally made a move. In just less than a day's work. It made one of their families anxious. Dare to rob the inheritance of the divine crane scatterer. In addition to a very small portion of people who have a fluke in their hearts. Most of them are not bad in strength. At the very least, they all have a 7th grade martial artist to lead the team. And all the major clans in the castle city. The strongest person is only a 7th grade martial artist. And there's almost no deterrence to speak of for these overly fierce dragons. Those famous sects are just fine. More or less still have some face. Will not kill them for no reason. But those evil masters. One by one. A perverse character. Temperamental. Acting completely without a bottom line. The slightest carelessness. Will have to kill people? I do not know how many families hung up white to provide. And even the East City there are 2 small families have been extinguished. This is only the first day. Moyang County. Many big forces have not yet rushed to. If a few days later, Moyang County. 23 counties. Many big forces gathered in the green stone. Then how the situation? Think about let them panic. Someone. Quick. Mobilize manpower. Find out the whereabouts of those 6th grade martial artists and notify the Southern Town Martial Division. For the sake of self-preservation. The great clans within the Greenstone City had never been so united. People didn't push on. They really didn't know how much potential they had. In just less than an hour's time, the many 6th grade powerhouses that had entered within the Greenstone City had all been turned over. South City. Zhenwu Division. 43 6th grade martial artists. This divine crane scatterer inheritance attraction is really not small. Su Changqing gently tapped down on the desktop. This was just the beginning. As time went on, the 6th grade martial artists entering the city were afraid that they would soon exceed 3 digits. Chen Feng. Have the brethren send them invitations. And at the 11th hour of the evening, this official will host a banquet for them at the Green Fish House. South City. Feng Lai Building. A white-haired old man wearing green robes with a haggard description snapped and threw an invitation on the table. I don't know what to say. Just a Zhenwu Lieutenant. Also want to invite me to a banquet. Do you really think that the Zhenwu Division is still the Zhenwu Division of 100 years ago? Brother Kurong must not underestimate this Captain Su. He is not simple. Opposite him, a rich old man dressed in yellow, with a somewhat blossomed physique, like a rich man, laughed. After arriving in office for only a few months, he exterminated the Li clan, a major clan in this Qingshi county. And there are even rumors that even the true one-sword sect elder all died tragically under his sword. Luo he old brother. This kind of words are only those who have little knowledge of the people will believe. On him, a small town of martial arts lieutenant. Have the guts to kill the true one-sword sect elders? Qianning old man sneered. That what the Li family also even if the true one-sword clan elders. Each is the 6th grade through the vein not to mention. Even more have the true one-sword clan as a backing. That is, he. Not until the last resort. Do not dare to kill the true one-sword clan elders. Rumors, I'm sure, are exaggerated. Luo he smiled. That Captain Su, at most, defeated the true one-sword sect elder. This Lord Su, however, is more or less capable. Well, let's go check it out and see if we can find any clues. West City. Rui Building. 3rd floor elegant room. A group of young men and women gathered together, all with extraordinary temperaments and an air of arrogance, as if they were naturally superior. Less than 18. 6th grade passing vein. These people really dare to blow. A blue-clothed youth face upset. Even his eldest brother are far from this talent. District a small county lieutenant. Bragging all do not hit the draft. Really want to have that talent. Where will still hold in the nest in this small place? Senior brother Yang. Some countryside peasants don't have much insight. So why bother with them? In the center of the crowd, the white-clothed youth who seemed to be surrounded by stars let out a light laugh. I'm just a little bit uncomfortable with it. Eldest senior brother. Why don't we go to that green fish house at night and take a look at it? So that these earth leopards can see what a true genius is. East City. Spring Breeze Pavilion. A handsome gentleman dressed in purple, elegant, lightly shook the folding fan in his hand. Not satisfied with 18. The clan destroyed the Li family. Knife beheading the true one-sword sect elder. This Su Changqing is a great name. I just don't know how many parts of it are true and how many parts of it are false. North City. And in lobby, a yellow-clothed swordsman with a rough face picked up the precious sword on the table and walked outside. This Qingshi County Zhenwu Sea is a bit interesting. The 100 households have become shrunken turtles. And instead a lieutenant has come out strong. Su Changqing. Let me see what you have in the end to dare to ask us to go to the banquet. Inner City. Qianning. An old man wearing a beige and blue long shirt. Crane hair. Looking at the direction of the South City. Pondering. A little-known person. Suddenly famous party. There must be a strange encounter. Could it be that he took the inheritance of the god Crane's scattered people? The time was fast approaching the 11th hour. At this moment, outside the Green Fish Building, there were martial artists everywhere, including many 7th grade powerhouses. In just half a day's work, the news of Su Changqing's banquet for the city's 6th grade powerhouses had already spread throughout the entire Castle Rock City. Look! That's Old Man Deadwood. The one next to him is Iron Hands Loco Hop. Over there is the falling rain sword Mu Tiancheng. That's Mad Sword Duanji. I didn't expect this madman to come. The arrival of every 6th grade powerhouse would cause many people to gasp in surprise. With many 8th grade and 9th grade martial artists, these 6th grade powerhouses were considered living legends, having grown up listening to their stories. I'm not blinking. Am I? That's Prince Zhenwu? Chapter 30. Are you teaching this official how to do things? It's really Prince Zhenwu. This time, it's really the right time. Grandi Sekti Shanha, Yanluo Mountain Ningyi. Greetings to Prince Zhenwu. In an instant, the inside and outside of the Green Fish Building were all abuzz as a group of 6th grade powerhouses got up and rushed to respectfully salute that purple jade prince. While the many juniors behind them looked at that purple-clothed young man with a look of adoration and awe. Purple Jade Duke Zhenwu is one of the 3 major clans in the Moyang County. Purple Yang sect contemporary clan advocate Yufeng's son is one of the top of the Moyang County Heavenly Pride, and the true one sword sect Su Changqing. The White Sun sword sect White Fei Fan and is known as the 3 dukes of the Moyang County. It's 8 years of age martial arts. 10 years of age into the grade. This year is still less than 28 years of age. Has been the 6th grade through the veins of the cultivation. Ranked in the Qingyang Talent Ranking 972. Qingyang Talent Ranking. Lined up by the 1st grade Great Power Xuanji Pavilion, within which listed the strongest 1,000 of the young generation of Qingyang Dao. Don't look at Zheng Ziyu's ranking is not high. In fact, it has already surpassed the 9th layer of the 9th layer of the 9th 9 young martial artists of Qingyang Dao. To know, Qingyang Road has 12 prefectures, 126 counties. Each county is less than 10 counties. More than dozens of counties. And each county has at least 100,000 people. More than 1 million. Its total population of hundreds of millions. Young martial artists under the age of 30 have 8 million if not 10 million. The ranking is within 1,000 places of its gold. Each and every one of them can be called a dragon and phoenix among people. And in the future, as long as they don't die prematurely, at the very least, they will be a 5th grade innate. Look! It's Lord Yufan. Zheng Ziyu hadn't ascended the stairs for long before another burst of exclamations rang out from the crowd. Only to see a 27 or 88 model. White flowing. Temperament like a sword fairy down-to-earth young swordsman in a crowd of young men and women surrounded. Slowly stepped into the Green Fish Building. Fifan Gongzi by Fifan. It is Moyang County. The first of the 3 sects of the White Sun sword sect Big Brother. With a bright sword bone. The talent of the outstanding. And even in the purple jade Gongzi Zhang Ziyu above. Is currently ranked in the Qingyang Talent List 956. Compared to the purple jade Gongzi 16 rankings higher. It's just short of the true one sword sect sword one duke. I wonder if I'll have the honor of meeting you today? The crowd opened their eyes wide and looked forward to it. The gathering of the 3 princes was a rare event. The last time the 3 dukes gathered together was 3 years ago on the Purple Yang Sect Patriarch's 60th birthday. It was just a pity that Su Changqing did not show up until the 11th hour. Green Fish House. 2nd floor. Many 6th grade powerhouses had impatient faces. What the hell is this Su Changqing up to? Now. Even Duke Yufan and Duke Ziyu had arrived. And he actually didn't show up. This dog really thinks he's a big shot. I'll have to teach him a lesson later. He deserves it for making me wait so long. Just at this moment, a high voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. Lord Su has arrived. This dog is so big. The crowd had a look of displeasure. And those who didn't know better thought that the Zhenwu Division's Jinshou envoy had arrived. This is that Su Changqing? Looking at his appearance, I'm afraid he's really under 18. Looking at Su Changqing's young face, the crowd couldn't help but stare. And for a moment, they all forgot to look for Su Changqing's trouble. The rumors really can't be trusted. How can this Su Changqing be a 6th grade pulse-passing cultivation? Even the Purple Jade Duke III, at the age of 18, is only the 7th grade cultivation. Su Changqing District, a county small lieutenant. What virtue and how can be able to strong out of the 3 dukes so much? It is not allowed to say. He is not even the 7th grade. Straight through the crowd, Su Changqing directly came to the upper head. No polite. Directly opened the door to the mountain. Said, "Today, this official feast all of you. There is only one thing. You can compete for the inheritance of the god Crane scattered man. But do not implicate the innocent. Or else, I will not blame this official under the sword mercilessly. How does this dog talk? What do you take us for? His lieutenants?" Boom. Instantly, the crowd only felt an evil fire running straight upwards. One by one. Which one of them? Which one of them was not the master of a rampant party? When did they ever receive this kind of humiliation? Pop. A blind 6th grade expert slammed the table and said angrily, "Kid, you're a bit too lenient in your control. A bunch of pariahs in the district. I'll just kill them. So what can you do?" "What can I do? I can kill you." Ha ha ha. That one-eyed martial artist laughed out loud as if he had heard a big joke in the sky. No point be number, kid. Really think that if the world brags about you for a few sentences, you're really a 6th grade strongman. Today, I'll let you know what it means that a strong man cannot be insulted. The next moment, boom. The one-eyed martial artist's body was raging with true chi. And the terrifying aura of a 6th grade martial artist crushed towards Su Changqing in a vast manner. Put. Su Changqing didn't say anything more. With this kind of self-righteous fool, the dragoning blade in his hand was the best reply. Ah. Su Changqing. You. The one-eyed martial artist covered his neck. And that one eye was filled with disbelief. Bang! The whole person fell helplessly to the ground. No longer alive. The one dragon blade Haoxiu died just like that. How is this possible? The crowd stared blankly at the one-eyed martial artist in the pool of blood. His eyes full of unbelief. The one dragon sword Haoxiu. Although only 6 products of low-level cultivation. But even if it is a 6 products of high-level powerhouse, it is not possible to be so easy. Will be killed by a knife? Bai Yufan and Zhang Ziyu glanced at each other, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. This Su Du lieutenant's true strength. I'm afraid that he wouldn't be much weaker than a 6th grade great perfection powerhouse. Although it was quite a bit weaker than them. How old was Su Changqing? It seems that this Su Changqing is not a divine crane scatterer heir. In the corner, dressed in beige-blue long shirt, crane hair and childlike face of the rainfall sword Mu Tiancheng, 2 eyes narrowed. Pondering, the divine crane disperser to the divine crane palm famous in the world. For the sword. And did not have a lot of dabbling? On the contrary, Su Changqing, obviously good at is the sword. But it definitely has a big secret on it. Clank. The longing blade returned to its sheath. Su Changqing looked around at the crowd and spoke again. This official will say it again for the last time. It's fine for you guys to fight for the inheritance. But you must not harm the innocent people of my Qianning city. Remember, this official is not discussing with you. The voice was strong and incomparable, permeated with a sense of unquestioning. Boom! The crowd's anger, which had just dissipated, once again surged towards their heads. What do you mean you're not consulting with you? This Su. Does he really think he's the Zhenwu Division? However, none of them dared to take the lead and speak up. The corpse of Hao Xiao, the one dragon blade, was still hot on the ground. No one knew if Su Changqing had any other cards. They didn't want to become the second Dokoroku blade. The next moment, the crowd's eyes turned. And one by one, their gazes landed on the duo of Bai Yufan and Zhang Ziyu. Daylight Sword Sect. Purple Yang Sect as their Moyang County Martial Arts Mountain North. At this time do not come forward. For the jianghu fellow justice. Wait for what time? Seeing this, Zhang Ziyu lightly shook the folding fan in his hand, as if he did not even see the gazes of the crowd in general. There is Bai Yufan in. What is he strong out of the head? Of the three great sects, the White Sun Sword sect was the number one sect. Bai Yufan glanced at Zhang Ziyu, and in his heart, he had some regrets that he shouldn't have come to join in the fun. Su Changqing was young and had such a cultivation level. Was he not a good match? Nay now. He was riding a tiger, and he had to go on without it. Who called them the White Sun Sword sect, the number one power in Moyang County? Su adults. Although how seniors words on your offense. But the crime is not to death. Su adults such a painful killer. It is not too much. And the court in the jianghu has always been well water off river water. Su adults such a forceful meddling in the affairs of the jianghu. Have you ever thought of the consequences? What? Are you teaching this officer how to do his job? Chapter 31, Killing Madness. Su Changqing glanced at Bai Yufan, his face indifferent. Not putting Bai Yufan, the white-clothed sword sect's eldest senior brother, the Qingyang talent ranking heavenly pride, in his eyes in the slightest. Su Changqing, you are reckless. Bai Yufan frowned and was just about to open his mouth when one of the people behind him snatched a step ahead of him and rushed at Su Changqing angrily. Yang Yan had already looked at Su Changqing with displeasure. A countryside child, also worthy of comparing with his eldest senior brother. And now he actually dared to taunt his eldest senior brother. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Who the hell are you to talk to my eldest brother like that? Master Yang. Bai Yufan turned around and was ready to stop Yang Yan, although he was driven by the crowd to force his way out. He didn't want to offend Su Changqing too much. Less than 18 sixth grade martial artist. This talent, compared to the top 100 demons on the Qingyang talent ranking, are not at all bad. Stronger than him by more than one grade. Also, is this Su Changqing really the son of the late 100 households? As they know, martial cultivation, wealth, couple, law, land, just have natural talent. Cannot go far? Like him, if there is no White Sun Sword sect devoted to cultivation. Now he, not to mention to reach the 6th grade high level. That is, whether it is possible to break through the 7th grade, are a big unknown. Without really knowing Su Changqing's bottom line, he really didn't want to tear his face off with Su Changqing. White Sun Sword sect in Moyang County is the undisputed hegemonic power. But look at the Tianlin province. Is barely squeezed into the ranks of first-class forces. Not to mention the entire Qingyang Road, and even the great Qianjiuzhou. In this world, there were too many great powers that their White Sun Sword sect could not afford to provoke. Just then, put! A knife light flashed. Yang Yan had an additional blood scar at his neck. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, and his entire body fell powerlessly towards the ground. Bai Yufan hurriedly caught Yang Yan and cried out sadly. Senior brother Yang. Eldest senior brother. Promise me. Avenge me. You must avenge me. If the one surnamed Su doesn't die, I won't be able to rest in peace after my death. Bang! These words exhausted the last of Yang Yan's strength, and his hands fell to the ground powerlessly. That's the White Sun Sword Sect's true scholar. How dare he? Surrounded by a crowd of 6th grade martial artists dumbfounded. This is not a one-dragon sword Haoxiu. No background. A loner. Dead and no one for its head. Ah! Master Yang. Su Changqing. You have a cruel heart. Senior brother. You must avenge senior brother Yang's death. The back of a crowd of White Sun Sword Sect's true biographers were full of righteous indignation and emotions. If they didn't know that they weren't Su Changqing's opponent, they would have long rushed up to Su Changqing and killed him by 1,000 cuts to avenge Yang Yan's death. Senior brother Yang. Don't worry. Senior brother will definitely do you justice. Bai Yufan gently held down Yang Yan's wide-open eyes and handed him over to a senior brother behind him. Turning around, he rushed at Su Changqing and said in a single word. Why did you kill my senior brother? If you dare to disrespect this official, you deserve to die. Su Changqing coldly snorted. The weak should remain in awe of the strong. Do you really think that I am your father and will always spoil you? Su Changqing. You deserve to die. The arrow is in the air. Regardless of the background behind this Su Changqing, today he must die. Their White Sun Sword Sect's true legend must not die in vain. Otherwise, how else would their White Sun Sword Sect be able to dominate the Moyang County martial arts forest? And how would the disciples within the sect look at the sect? Even the hatred of the true disciples of the sect could endure. What about them? The inner, outer disciples? Boom! Terrifying killing intent rose up from Bai Yufan's body, as if it were the Yangtze River. Surging and surging. Instantly, the temperature of the entire second floor seemed to have dropped by more than 10 degrees. Hiss! Good Lord Yufan! Worthy of being a heavenly pride on the Qingyang talent list. This aura. It's just not much worse than a half-step innate powerhouse. Brother Zhang. And all seniors. This person has fallen into the devil's path. Please help me get rid of the devil. In the future, my White Sun Sword Sect will have a generous reward. Bai Yufan did not immediately take action. Su Changqing's cultivation strength is not much weaker than him. It is easy to win him. But if you want to completely leave him behind, depending on him and a few junior siblings, the chances will not be more than 3 layers. Brother Bai. This is a personal grudge between you and Lord Su. It is inconvenient for little brother to intervene. Sorry. Clasped his fist, Zhang Ziyu directly retreated to the side. The death of the White Sun Sword Sect true disciples. But not their Purple Yang Sect true disciples. What is he out of the head? And even cannot wait for the White Sun Sword Sect to die a few more true disciples. A mountain is difficult to tolerate 2 tigers. The 3 big clans on the surface of a harmony. But inside is a nasty and constant. Who want to extinguish the other 2 big clans? The sole hegemony of the Mo Yang. That's a good one. Some 6th grade martial artists' eyes lit up. Taking advantage of the opportunity to take down Su Changqing, it was impossible to say that they would be able to seize his great opportunity. What are you talking about? Lord Yufan. It is our duty to get rid of demons and defend the way. This devil cub wants to plague my Moyang County. He's still 100 years too early. Today is the end of this devil. As a few 6th grade martial artists opened their mouths, soon, most of the 6th grade martial artists came forward. Why not take a reward for nothing? Besides, they were already looking at Su Changqing with displeasure. Bai Yu Fan. This official thought you are a character. I did not expect. Is a villain. Hypocrites. Is not just want to avenge your younger brother. Action is. What to talk about other. Devil. What did you say? Bai Yu Fan's group of senior brothers and sisters were furious. You devil. You are the one who is a hypocrite. Your whole family is a hypocrite. Ladies and gentlemen of the White Sun Sword Sect Senior. It's not worth it to be annoyed with such a dying man. Who? Right now. Is just trying to show off his tongue. Fuck nigga. I gave you guys face huh? Cursing angrily. Su Changqing's figure moved like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of a 6th grade martial artist. Put. With a sound. A head shot up into the sky. With his backhand, he stabbed another knife into the chest of another 6th grade martial artist. Chakrajack power 6700. Chakrajacking power 7500. Chakrajack power 8200. Su Changqing like a vicious tiger down the mountain. To these do not know the death of the jianghu reckless nothing to say. Is a word. Kill. Ruthlessly kill. Dual innate cultivation. Without a bit of reservation. Full outburst. Directly open the peerless mowing mode. Regardless of whether it was a 6th grade great perfection powerhouse or a 6th grade low-level martial artist. There was not a single person who was able to block a single slash from Su Changqing. In less than 3 short breaths of time, the number of 6th grade martial artists who died in Su Changqing's hands exceeded double 10. Ah! How did that happen? Wrong. We're all wrong. Innate. He's an innate powerhouse. The crowd of 6th grade martial artists were horrified. A single slash killed the 6th grade great circle in a second. This was the greatness that only innate powerhouses had. The rumors are all true. Not a single exaggeration. At this moment, the crowd of hosts and powerhouses couldn't wait to give themselves 2 big fights. You say you're not a bitch. It's clearly a matter for the White Sun Sword Sect. Why are you blindly getting involved? Su Changqing is actually an innate Xuanji Pavilion. And a first-rate great power. I poo-poo. Chapter 32 Sword Chopping Bai Yu Fan. Zhang Ziyu was dumbstruck. And in her heart, she greeted the ancestors of the Xuanji Pavilion's senior management. This Xuanji Pavilion. It's totally pitting them to death. 5 and 8. Even if not proficient in any martial arts, solely based on cultivation crush, is enough to enter the top 300 list of Qingyang talent. But this Xuanji Pavilion is good. Even on the list are not given to this Su Changqing. But also fair. Authority it. If I believe you again in the future, this son of the prince will not be called Zhang Ziyu. Luckily, I didn't listen to Bai Yu Fan's bullshit. Otherwise, next year's today won't be the anniversary of my death. Next. Zhang Ziyu's gaze fell on Bai Yu Fan. Her eyes filled with pity. This child. Poor thing. I can't say that there will be one less person on the Qingyang talent list today. Damn it. How did this happen? At this moment, where did Bai Yu Fan have the mood to pay attention to Zhang Ziyu? His face was gloomy to the extreme. And the words 5th grade innate were like a huge mountain pressing down on him. With his 6th grade higher cultivation, it was a half-step innate powerhouse that he had the confidence to fight with. But the innate? Half-step innate. Half a step difference. But 2 life levels. Is 10 half-step innate join hands. Do not see to be able to win over an innate powerhouse. On their side. Besides him, only Mad Sword Duanji possessed half-step innate battle power. While the crowd froze, Su Changqing was not idle. His figure constantly prancing around, continuing to mow the grass without a double. In that single moment of concentration, 8 more 6th grade martial artists and a dozen of their subordinates juniors fell in a pool of blood, adding tens of thousands of chi robbing power to the mix once again. Bang! The head of a 6th grade powerhouse along with 3 of his men rolled to the ground. The rest of the crowd finally came back to their senses. Run! Run away! I don't know who shouted, but the crowd scattered in all directions. At this moment, one and all just hated that their parents had given them 2 less legs. Many people even went so far as to use secret methods to forcefully increase their speed. Good chance. Everyone. Bai Yufan's heart rejoiced and greeted the group of senior brothers and sisters with a cry. Whoosh! With his stance elevated to the limit, he rushed towards the outside of the green fish building. Want to go? The Perfection Realm Gale Blade technique erupted with full force. Su Changqing instantly chopped out dozens of blades enveloping one direction, cutting the 3 6th grade along with a few young scions brought by the 6th grade powerhouses into several pieces. Next, Su Changqing's earth-walking steps were pushed to the limit as he chased after them in one direction. He alone was too divided and the Zhenwu Division was too unwieldy to be used, so he could only selectively leave some of it behind. Undoubtedly, Bai Yufan and the group of White Sun Sword Sect true disciples were the best targets. As the White Sun Sword Sect's true biography, that is one in a million geniuses. A body of luck, far beyond the other forces of young martial artists can be compared to. That is, compared to those who are 6 products of the strongest, are not much worse. And Bai Yufan, this hypocrite, even more needless to say, as the White Sun Sword Sect's young master. Moyang County's first pride. Qianning talented list of talented people. Bai Yufan, all of the male fortune, afraid of than the innate powerhouse too, are not the slightest bit worse a person than 10 or even more of the 6th grade of the martial artist. In the blink of an eye, Su Changqing came later and blocked Bai Yufan's path. Outside the green fish house. Whoosh! A silhouette quickly exited the green fish building, and with a few dodges, disappeared from the sight of the crowd of martial artists. What's going on? What the hell is going on in there? Why do I feel like they're running for their lives? The martial artists were dumbfounded. Among these people, there were quite a few 6th grade powerhouses. Who was so capable of letting them run for their lives? Green Fish House. 2nd floor. Captain Su. It's better to settle the wrongs than to tie them up. As long as you let us out. The matter of senior brother Yang. We, White Sun Sword Sect, can put it behind us? How about it? After a moment of silence, Bai Yufan opened his mouth. And at this moment, the group of senior brothers and sisters behind him were not clamoring to avenge Yang Yan's death. Man is not for himself when it is a matter of one's life and death. What is the love of a fellow disciple? Are those your last words? Su Changqing skimmed a glance at Bai Yufan, saying that revenge is revenge, saying that uncovering is uncovering. Really think that the whole world revolves around you? What you say is what you say. Su Changqing, do you really want to be so desperate? Bai Yufan's face turned cold as he said in a deep voice. Hiss. This Lord Su won't really want to kill Bai Yufan, right? Zhang Ziyu and those 8 lucky children who did not choose to make a move were shocked. Bai Yufan is not that Yang Yan. It's not only the first pride of the White Sun Sword Sect, but also, since childhood, was adopted by the White Sun Sword Sect patriarch Bai Dang. The two love like father and son. If he has a good or bad, the White Sun Sword Sect will certainly be immortal with Su Changqing. Although Su Changqing is strong, but against the White Sun Sword Sect, or worse, the 3 sects of Moyang County, honored by the White Sun, there are 5 supreme elders of the innate realm alone. And its supreme elder is the first person in Moyang County. And legend has it that as early as 30 years ago, He had already stepped into the realm of the Zhongshu with 1 foot. And if I remember correctly, this Lord Su he also killed a few elders of the true One Sword sect. He shouldn't be that crazy. Offending 2 major sword sects one after another is an innate expert who will die 9 deaths. Finished? Then be on your way. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Su Changqing was slashing down. At this moment, in Bai Yufan's eyes, it seemed as if the entire heaven and earth, there was only a sword left. It's a killing blow. Damn. This maniac really wants to kill me. This blade, if he couldn't block it, he would really die. No. Su Changqing. It's not that easy to want my life. Secret art burning blood. Boom. White Yufan body essence blood crazy burning? This is their White Sun Sword sect life preservation secret method. Burning essence blood. At the cost of falling down the realm. A short period of time to forcefully raise the cultivation level. Burning Sky Sun snatching sword. This sword is Bai Yufan's most peak sword? In the burning blood secret art, a sword out. As if the sun burning sky. Then the general low-level innate full-force blow. There has been no better. Unfortunately, Su Changqing was not an unusual low-ranked innate, but an internal and external dual innate. And this blade of his was several times comparable to a high-ranked innate's full-strength strike. Put. With a sound, the blazing sun dispersed, and Bai Yufan knelt down on one knee with an extra line of blood on his neck. Su Changqing, my White Sun Sword sect will not let you go. In an instant, blood spurted wildly, staining the ground red. Chakra Jack power 68. 000. As expected. Not as I expected. One Bai Yufan is as good as 10 6th grade martial artists. Dead. Dead. Bai Yufan is really dead? Zhang Ziyu looked blankly at Bai Yufan in the pool of blood, with a sense of unreality. All these years, he cultivated hard, just to one day be able to press Bai Yufan head. Did not expect. Just fell in front of him. Crazy. He's just crazy. Ah. Eldest senior brother. The eyes of a group of White Sun Sword sect's true successors were red as if they had lost their parents. And 2 of them were even mad as they rushed towards Su Changqing. Su Changqing? You pig dog worse than a dog. You take your life. Chapter 33, where is this fierce man from? If you want to die, this official will fulfill you. Su Changqing indifferently glanced at those 2 White Sun Sword sect true successors. Even Bai Yufan was not the enemy of one of his own swords. Just the 2 of them. The 2 tiny 7th grade. Who gave them the courage to dare to take a shot at themselves? Liang Dingru? Thumbs up. 2 knife lights mercilessly slit their throats. And blood sprayed crazily. The 2 of them covered their necks in death. Their bodies staggered twice and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Their eyes wide open, staring at Su Changqing in death, as if they were emitting the most spiteful curses. Senior Brother Chen. Original Senior Brother. The voices of the 5 remaining true transmitters were choked. But more than anything, they were still in panic and despair. When Su Changqing's gaze landed on them, one person finally couldn't withstand the horrifying pressure and his legs went limp, kneeling down. And this time, the remaining 4 White Sun Sword sect true successors couldn't hold on any longer. And they all fell to their knees. Spare your life. Lord Su, spare your life. Don't kill me. Please. Don't kill me. Woo woo. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Griffins were still greedy for life. Not to mention all of them who were the pride of heaven. They've just started their lives and have a great future ahead of them. How can they just die here? Lord Su. As long as you spare me from death, I can serve you for the rest of my life as a slave. Lord Su. The slave girl can also. As long as you are willing. Do whatever you want to the slave girl. Finished? Then hurry up and be on your way. Your eldest brother is waiting for you. Su Changqing indifferently glanced at the two female true transmitters and indifferently said. These two women said that the posture is excellent. Not to say 90%. 85 points or have. Not worse than those of the Chuihan Lu flower girl's sister to the single temperament. But also beyond a large section. But he wasn't one of those lickspittles who couldn't walk away from a woman. Besides, in the Qian dynasty, the last thing that was lacking was beautiful women. As the words fell, Su Changqing was chopping out. And almost at the same time, the five true legends had an additional blood mark at their necks. Su Changqing, you shall not die. The clan will avenge us. Pity. Two dainty little beauties. Looking at the two female true transmitters in the pool of blood, a flash of regret flashed across Zhang Ziyu's eyes. This Su Changqing? What a waste! In the jianghu, the number of female martial artists was originally far lower than that of male martial artists. A 7th grade female martial artist was an even scarcer resource. Especially one as young and beautiful as this. He was the young master of the Purple Yang sect. And up to now, he had only played with one. Wastefulness. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Su Changqing's line of sight turned and landed on Zhang Ziyu. And instantly, Zhang Ziyu shivered. Can't wait to give myself a couple of big earfuls. You're so tired of living by yourself. And this monster is something you can bellyache about. Lord Su. You mustn't misunderstand. The late generation didn't mean to offend you. These people dared to disrespect you. Death is not enough. Zhang Ziyu is very from the heart. Go life is important. Not shabby. What's wrong with heaven's pride? Only alive. That's a heavenly pride. Dead. No matter how great the talent is, it's still a dead man. The boy is a quick wimp. Su Changqing glanced at Zhang Ziyu with some regret. If this kid was a bit tougher, how good would it be? If he was beheaded, the harvested chi fortune robbing power would never be much less than that of Bai Yufan. What kind of eyes does this Su Changqing have? What kind of eyes does this Su Changqing have? He shouldn't be thinking of even me. Zhang Ziyu was jolted and a heart was in her throat. A madman could do anything. Zhang Ziyu. And a few of you. All give this official to keep an eye on those foreign martial artists. How they compete for the inheritance of the divine crane scatterer, this official doesn't care. But if any of the martial artists injure innocent people, this official will only ask you to try. Su Changqing swept his eyes over Zhang Ziyu's 9 people one by one and said sternly. The people available under his command are still a little less. Relying solely on the Qingshi County Zhenwu Division's men and women. They simply can't keep an eye on those outsider martial artists. No choice but to get some tool people to watch. Phew. Hearing this, Zhang Ziyu let out a long breath. His own little life is considered to be saved. At some point, his back has been thoroughly dampened. In 28 years, there has never been a time when he was so close to the door of the ghost. Don't worry, my lord. The late generation will keep an eye on them and ensure that no one will hurt the innocent. The other 8 6th grade martial artists also chimed in, patting their chests in assurance. If there was really a slight difference, Su Changqing, this madman, would really kill someone. Remember your words, my lord. Hesitating, Zhang Ziyu reminded. The White Sun Sword sect has always acted in an overbearing manner. And once Bai Yufan dies, it will definitely not be willing to stop. So your lordship still needs to make preparations early before doing so. And if you need it, The latecomer can contact my family father to ask all of the Taishangs of my purple Yang sect to come out. Icing on the cake is not as good as giving it away. If they were able to make Su Changqing a favor, it was not possible to say that in the future. Their purple Yang sect would be able to take this opportunity to go even further and become a 4th grade great sect. Less than 18 innate masters. This talent, that is, compared to the top 10 monsters on the Qingyang talent list, are not bad at all. Those can be the seeds of the great masters. As long as they do not die in the middle of the day, will certainly be able to become a 3rd grade great master? Or even break through the 2nd grade supreme great masters. Are not impossible. No need. Su Changqing categorically rebuffed the White Sun Sword sect before he was still afraid of them for 3 times. Now, they were the group of moving qi robbing power. He couldn't wait for them to come to his door and save himself 1,000 miles and a trip to the Valley of the White Sun. My lord, you must not be careless. The White Sun Sword sect's heritage is not bad. Not only does it have 5 innate realm Taishang elders, its Taishang the Elder is a half-step master who has stepped into the realm of the master. Half-step sovereign? This official is waiting for him to come. Su Changqing was full of confidence. He didn't put the White Sun Sword sect's supreme elder on his mind in the slightest. In this battle, he had made a lot of money. As long as he was willing to do so, he could break through to the sovereign master at any time. And moreover, it was still an internal and external dual sovereign master. The district's half-step sovereign master. What was it? To the extent that he doesn't even put a half-step sect master in his eyes. Could it be that behind him there is a real sect master powerhouse? Only a patriarchal powerhouse could disdain a half-step patriarch. I should have thought of it before. A supreme demon like him can't have no one behind him. Bai Yu Fan, Bai Yu Fan. This time you are completely planted. Not only your own death. Even your White Sun Sword sect's 1,000 years of inheritance will be destroyed because of you. No. We can't just watch. Purple Yang sect should also take action. Su Changqing's thigh. Purple Yang sect will hold on to it. Just then, a roar, as if the heavens were shaking with anger, came from outside the Green Fish building. It rolled and boiled and resounded throughout the South City. Su Changqing, you beastly bastard. Come out and suffer death. What's the matter with you? Where did this fierce man come from that has so much guts? Chapter 34, Total Annihilation. Green Fish House. 2nd floor. Zhang Ziyu and the 8 6th grade martial artists were dumbfounded one by one. This one by one. Could it be that they were all blind? Can't you smell this strong odor of blood in the tavern? A bunch of 6th grade martial artists dare to come and clamor with this person. Looking for death is not the way to look for it. Do you know how many 6th grade martial artists are lying here? 10 meters away from the Green Fish building. A line of 6 people coldly looked at the Green Fish building. Body murderous aura. Such as the river flooding. Surging. In their surroundings actually appeared a vacuum zone. Around the martial arts no one dared to approach them 10 feet place. These 6 people were no one else but the 6 elders of the True One Sword sect who had come to take revenge on the orders of True One Sword sect's patriarch, Xin Zhengyang. After learning that Su Changqing had hosted a banquet at the Green Fish House, the 6 elders rushed here without stopping. Letting that dog Su Changqing live for one more second would be a blasphemy to the 4 dead 5th elders. What exactly did this Su Changqing do to make the 6 elders of the True One Sword sect come all the way here to kill him? It's hard. Can't it be that that rumor is true? That Su Changqing really killed the True One Sword sect elder? Hiss. Even the True One Sword sect elder dared to kill him painfully. This Captain Su was really a ruthless person. But it's a pity that it's just a bit short-lived. Around the crowd of martial artists exchanging words. Discussing. In their eyes, Su Changqing has been a dead man is no different. This can be a true sword clan, many elders and the best. The weakest 11 elders Jidan have been promoted to the 6th grade for 20 years long. That the big elder Han Tianyi is a long time to become famous half-step in 8. The 6 elders teamed up. In 8. Under they. There is almost no one is their rivals. A mere Su Changqing. They really couldn't think of any possibility for him to win. Green Fish Building Door. Was Su Changqing sent to maintain order? Chu Feng Lieutenant and a group of South Town Wushu Division Lieutenant Rex. The same two shares trembling. Bean-sized cold sweat. Constantly dripping down from their foreheads. If not on the body of the layer of official uniforms to give them a bit of confidence. They have long since fled. What a heavy smell of blood inside this green fish house. Suddenly, Han Tianyi frowned. That strong smell of blood was by no means as simple as one dead person. 2 dead people. That dog Su Changqing wouldn't have died in the building already. Right? The identity of the Zhenwu Lieutenant. Those 7th and 8th grade martial artists might still have a little fear. But with the 6th grade powerhouses, it was nothing at all. Not to mention, there were quite a number of evil loose cultivators among them. These people, each and every one of them is alone. Unattached. Acting according to preference. A look at Su Changqing is not happy. It is not possible to say that they will directly take action to kill him. Mud. Still a step too late. It's really cheap for that dog. He can also think of a good torture, that dog thing. Dare to even kill their true one sword clan 3 elders. A true biography. Directly a sword results in him. Not too cheap, this dog thief. Just then, Su Changqing, surrounded by Zhang Ziyu's 9 people, walked out from within the green fish building. The dog isn't dead. Han Tianyi's heart was overjoyed. But soon, a flash of doubt surfaced in his eyes. Strange. How come Zhang Ziyu is with this dog thief? What puzzled him even more was that Zhang Ziyu and the others had a vague feeling that Su Changqing was the leader. An illusion. It must be mine. Zhang Ziyu's status. The young master of the Purple Yang sect. Xingyang Dao talent list on the Heavenly Pride. How can he be subordinate to a small-town Wudu lieutenant? Qian nephew. Su Changqing killed my clan's elders and true disciples. My true one sword sect swore to kill this thief. Please move aside. Lest there be any misunderstandings that will affect the friendship between you and my 2 clans. After pondering, Han Tianyi rushed at Zhang Ziyu. Among the crowd, only Zhang Ziyu, the young master of the Purple Yang sect, was able to make him fearful. As for the other 6th grade martial artists, he believed that they would make the right choice. Zhang Ziyu looked at the 6 Han Tianyi people with some amusement. It's pathetic that they still don't know themselves when they're dying. However, when this scene fell in the eyes of Han Tianyi and the others, it became another meaning. Zhang Ziyu is not determined to protect this dog. It is hard to believe that Su Changqing, this dog thief behind the stand, is their Purple Yang sect. In this way, everything is explained. Without a big power to back him up. Su Changqing is just a Zhenwu lieutenant. Where does he have the guts to harm their true one sword sect elders and true successors? Zhang Ziyu. Good. 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 I really didn't expect that everything was a trick by your Purple Yang sect. Crouch. What does the old man mean by that? Zhang Ziyu was dumbfounded. This Gongzi didn't say a single word. What is this old man brainstorming about? Just when he wanted to open his mouth to say something, he saw Su Changqing impatiently say, "Old thing. Didn't you tell this official to come out and suffer death? Now that this official is here, what are you guys wasting words for? Do it instead. Crouch. Is this Lord Su so fierce?" The surrounding martial artists froze, somewhat unable to believe their ears. Good little who doesn't know how to die. Really think that with the purple Yang sect backing you up, you can have no in your eyes? What a lot of nonsense. Su Changqing directly interrupted. This official doesn't have that much time to listen to your old dog blindly comparing. If you guys don't do it, then this official will. The words fell. Moo! With a dragon's roar. Su Changqing sheathed the dragon blade in his hand. Old thing. Die for this official. Fight when you say you're going to fight. Thunder and lightning. Little good guts. You find. Han Tianyi furious. Just after the death word has not yet exported. His face suddenly is a change. The face of anger. Disappeared without a trace. Replaced by despair and panic. This blade actually gave him the feeling of facing several Taishangs in the clan directly. Even if it was even better. Innate. This little is actually an innate powerhouse. Wrong. Patriarch, we were all wrong. It is not at all like what we have imagined. There is some kind of conspiracy and calculation. This dog thief is completely based on their own strength. Knife beheading Chang Rue them. Heavenly will true king sword. Block it. Block it for me. Han Tianyi let out a desperate roar and struck his strongest sword. Overrate yourself. Su Changqing smiled contemptuously. Under the power of dual innates. It was not something that his little half-step innate could resist. Put. The sword light was like a cloth curtain that was easily torn apart. No. Spare. Before the word fate could be uttered, Han Tianyi's head shot up into the sky. Chakrajack power in 9800. Ah. Great Elder. No. It's not true. I don't believe it. An illusion. It's all an illusion. Zhongwu and other 5 elders were horrified. The eldest elder is the first person in their crowd of elders. From the realm of the innate. Just short of an opportunity. It is the general low-level innate. It is impossible to kill him with a knife. How can it be so tragic death under the knife of this dog thief? After slashing Han Tianyi, Su Changqing's figure moved and appeared in front of Zhong Zhan. Slashing down with the same slash. At this moment, Zhong Zhan experienced the despair of the Grand Elder. Innate. Moreover, it was likely that it was still a middle-order innate. What a monster this is! Chakrajack power in 9600. Third Elder. Zhong Zhan's death caused the remaining 4 elders to finally come to their senses. Go! Everyone! Move! Even the strongest of them, the Grand Elder and the Third Elder, were killed by a single slash. Not to mention a few of them, the Taishan elders. The only way to kill this thief is to invite the Taishangs. It was just that they were fast. But Su Changqing's speed was even faster. With the 5th layer of earth walking steps, a step of 30 feet, exceeding these elders by more than a factor of 2. Ah. No. I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it. Dog thief. The Supreme Elder won't let you go. I'm not dreaming. Am I? Dead. Dead? All 6 elders of the True One Sword sector dead? Chapter 35, The Patriarch. Quiet. For a while. The silence around the green fish building was frightening. The breathing of a single martial artist seemed to be clearly audible. Looking at the bodies of the True One Sword sect elders on the ground, they were all dumbstruck. It was only after a while that the group of martial artists came back to their senses. Hiss. Really? It's all true. Dead. All 6 elders of the True One Sword sector dead. Innate. Definitely a 5th grade innate powerhouse. Otherwise, it would never be possible. In just less than a few breaths of time, to slaughter the True One Sword sect's 6 great elders. Gollum. This What the hell kind of monster is this? If I remember correctly, this Captain Su is not even 18 yet. No wonder he dared to not put the True One Sword sect in his eyes. Now, the True One Sword sect is afraid to be in big trouble. 5th grade innate. In their Moyang County, that was the ceiling of battle power. It was impossible for any power to ignore a 5th grade innate. Let alone, or such a demonic monster. If you are not careful, the True One Sword sect's 1,000-year foundation will go down the drain. In front of the Green Fish House, Chu Feng and a group of Southern Township Martial Arts Division lieutenants and luxes had a pang of fear in their hearts. Phew. Luckily they held up their end of the bargain and didn't drop the ball when it mattered. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. And being able to safely abdicate and leave the Zhenwu Division alive would be their best outcome. At this time, Su Changqing managed to scavenge his loot. And it had to be said that these 6 people deserved to be True One Sword sect elders. And the abundance of each one's family fortune was far too much stronger than those small forces of 6th grade martial artists. Swords in his hands. None of them are sharp. Especially the Grand Elder Han Tianni. That Tianni sword, which was 1 grade higher than the long Yin sword in his hand, was a superbly sharp weapon. And if it were to be offered, it would be worth 100,000 taels of silver. To say the least. This wave tonight has more than doubled his family's fortune straight away. This didn't even include the skyrocketing qi robbing power. Handing the loot in his hands to the 2 brothers Chen Feng, Chen Lei who arrived, Su Changqing took a step to Zhang Ziyu's side. His eyes looked around. And in an instant, wherever his gaze reached, all the martial artists lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Everyone listened carefully to this official. How you compete for Divine Crane Scatterer's inheritance. This official doesn't care. But whoever dares to mess with the green stone and injure innocent people, this official will definitely chop them off without mercy. Su Changqing's voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer that struck hard on the hearts of the crowd. Lord Su's words are the meaning of my purple Yang sect. If anyone dares to mess around in Qingshi County, my purple Yang sect will not rest with them. And I, Yan Luo Shan, if you dare to cause trouble in Qingshi County, you're an enemy of my Yan Luo Shan Ning family. Not bad. There's also our Purple Clothes Pavilion, Thousand Clouds Hall, Cloud Dragon Cliff. As Su Changqing's words fell, Zhang Ziyu and the 9 6th grade powerhouses in the back opened their mouths. Their voices strong. Whoever dared to cause trouble within Castle Rock City was their mortal enemy. At those words, all the surrounding martial artists even said that they didn't dare. In his heart, he secretly made up his mind that he would rather be injured himself than hurt the people in the city. One Su Changqing is already scary enough. Together with the Purple Yang sect and the other 10 major forces. If they were to accidentally provoke them, the huge Moyang County would not have a foothold for them. After warning the crowd, Su Changqing didn't stay here for long and took a step outside. His men will take care of the rest of the wrap-up. Wherever they passed, everyone retreated and looked at Su Changqing with a gaze full of awe. Exiting the crowd, Su Changqing quickly opened the attribute panel. Host, Su Changqing. Realm, Innate Low. Martial Arts, Pure Yang Kung Fu. 5th level, 2508/100000. Golden Body Kung Fu. 5th level, can be extrapolated 0/10,000. Martial Arts, Gale Blade Technique Perfection, can be deduced 0/1000. Ground Walking Steps 5th level, can be deduced 0/10. 000. Bastard Blade 4th level, can be deduced 0/1000. Hidden Elemental Technique 4th level, 0/10. 000. Chakra Robbing Power, 387854. Nearly 400. 000 Chi Robbing Power. This time it was really profitable. Twin Patriarchs. This official is here. 6th level of pure yang kung fu. Give me a boost. Instantly. The chakra robbing power minus 97,498. Boom. The innate true qi in Su Changqing's body expanded more than 10 times at once. And after a breath, a layer of innate astral qi that was an inch thick emerged outside of his body, enveloping Su Changqing's entire body. 4th grade sectarian. Innate deity realm success. At this time, the pure yang gong, a family heirloom 5th grade gong method, had also reached its limit. The only way to go further and break through to the middle level of the sovereign master was to spend 100,000 qi robbing power to deduce the next level of the technique. Next is the golden body kung fu. Chakra jacking power 10,000. The 6th layer of the golden body technique is completed. Chakra jack power minus 100,000. Golden body technique promoted to the 6th level. Boom. Su Changqing whole body strength. Geometrically crazy upsurge. Until beyond the power of 10,000 tripods. Before stopping the growth. To know. The power of a tripod of the Qian dynasty. The weight of 1,000 pounds. Horror. 10,000 tripods. Is 10 million pounds of huge power. Random fist. Can blow up a mountain. In addition to the whole body defense. Su Changqing also has a qualitative metamorphosis. Under the sovereign, unless a divine weapon was in hand, it would be difficult to injure him even with an extremely sharp weapon. Put on the battlefield. It was a horrible war weapon. There are still 180,000 qi robbing power left. The Gale Blade technique gives me a push. Chakra jack power 1,000. 5th feat of Gale Blade technique completed. Chakra jack power minus 10,000. Gale Blade technique promoted to the 5th level. Chi luck robbery power 1,000. Bastard sword 5th merit technique completed. Chakra jack power minus 10,000. Bastard blade promoted to the 5th level. Chakra jack power minus 10,000. Hidden elemental technique promoted to the 5th level. With 356 points of chi robbing power left. The old rule was to break through the earthbound steps first. This time, Su Changqing didn't have much hesitation. This time, if he hadn't broken through the ground walking steps first, he wouldn't have been able to keep by Yu Fan, whose speed that finally erupted was no worse than before his ground walking steps breakthrough. It was even stronger by a hair's breadth. Chakra jacking power 10,000. Earthbound steps 6th layer technique completed. Chakra jack power minus 100,000. Earthbound steps promoted to the 6th level. The last 356 points of chi fortune robbing power. Su Changqing didn't use it. No matter if it was the pure yang gong or the golden body gong. Both had reached their current limits. Without the next layer of gong method, his cultivation, it would be difficult to advance an inch. The Gale Blade technique and the Bastard Blade were able to be deduced. But even if the next layer was deduced, there wasn't enough chi robbery power to raise it. And the increase in his strength would be minimal. As for practicing hard on your own? Forget it. He's got time for that. Doesn't he smell good? What? Innate? Chapter 36, Storming. South City of Qingshi County. General Zhenwu's residence. Bang! Zhenwu General Nan Lai jumped 3 feet high. Ha ha ha. I knew Su's old man wouldn't let me down. True one-sword sect. He counts as a dir. They deserve to be compared to elder brother Su. The bet was won. And this time, he won again. Like Chen Feng and the others. He had been standing firmly on Su Changqing's side for the past few days. At this moment, Nanlai seemed to have seen 100 household beckoning to him. I can't say in the future that I'll even be able to work for a term as 1,000. With elder brother Su's demonic talent. In the future, he must at least be an Earth-level Jinzhou envoy. Or a Zhenwu Grand Duke. It is not impossible. Qian Dynasty Zhenwu Division. To the head of the deputy director. Sitting in the town of Qiandu. Leading the Zhenwu Division. Under which there are 9 major governors. Sitting in the town of 9 states. And then under the heaven and earth. Xianhuang 4 levels of Zhenwu envoys. Which heaven? Earth 2 levels of Zhenwu envoys. For the head of the Zhenwu Division of the road. Xianhuang 2 levels of Zhenwu envoys. Control of the Zhenwu Division of the government. And finally is 1,000 households. 100 households. Try 100 households. Such as the middle and low-level officers responsible for the various counties and counties of the Zhenwu Division. In relation to an Earth-level town envoy, promoting 1,000 households was nothing more than a matter of words. 5th grade and 8. This Su Changqing should not be so scary. At this moment, the great clans within the Castle Rock City were already powerless to spit. Their Qingshi County is a small border county. 18 years old, 8 products. That are 10 years hard to come by. This Su Changqing is good. 18. No. Still a few months short of 18. Want to not be so voluminous. This cap pull. What do you call the later? Forget it. I'm tired. I won't argue. Multiple eunuchs are as good as multiple eunuchs. Otherwise. What else? 6th grade. They could barely struggle. But 5th grade. They really couldn't struggle. Qingshi County has not produced a single innate since its establishment nearly 1,000 years ago. In fact, it was not bad to have such a supreme emperor. At least those foreign martial artists were quite peaceful. If it wasn't for Su Changqing, their clans might have been scourged into something. Time passes. It's a day that passes. More and more foreign martial artists get the news of the inheritance of God Crane's scattered man into the Greenstone City. Just compared to yesterday, these foreign martial artists can be too honest. Even if the face of some commoners speak peacefully, without a little bit of martial arts masters of arrogance. The lesson of blood sparkling right in front of his eyes. That Lord Su really dared to kill. Last night, not only the 6 elders of the True One Sword sect, but there was also a massacre that unfolded inside the Green Fish building. That killed heads and blood. It was really scary. And it was said that no less than 46th grade powerhouses had died. My mom, yeah. Mo Yang County 23 counties total only how many 6th grade martial artists? Upwards of 10 years. The death of all the 6th grade martial artists together. Do not see so many. Not to mention, there are also Purple Yang sect and other 10 major forces to monitor the Green Stone. Is in the bold people will not dare to go against the wind. Southtown Wuji. After a day, there were many new people in the Zhenwu Division. Zhang Ziyu was determined to hold on to Su Changqing's thigh. And the next morning, he signed up to join the Southern Township Martial Arts Division. Not only by himself, but also by bringing quite a few Purple Yang sect disciples. Seeing that the Purple Jade Duke, the young master of the Purple Yang sect, and the heavenly pride on the Qingyang talent list were all kneeling to Su Changqing in such a manner. The other 9 6th grade martial artists also followed suit and brought people to join the Southern Township Martial Division. In response, Su Changqing tested them slightly and came to take them all under his wing. He really needed a bunch of useful henchmen. Chen Feng and the others were indeed weak. Last night, if he had a group of 6th grade martial artists under his command, He was afraid that he would be able to chop off more than 100 or 200,000 more chi robbing power. As for whether or not he, the Zhenwu captain, would be hollowed out with the addition of Zhang Ziyu and the others, Su Changqing was not worried at all. This is a high martial arts world where many great powers are attributed to oneself. And it is not uncommon for one person to become an army or even an enemy of the country. As long as he is strong enough. That is, if he borrows 10 of their guts, they would not dare to betray themselves. In the end, the Southtown Town Martial Arts Division more than 10-6 products through the Vane Realm Town Martial Arts Lieutenant. 36-7 products? 128 products. 309 products Realm Town Force Sergeant. This configuration. Many thousands of households to see the tiers are to collapse. They have been working hard for dozens of years. But also as good as such a small county town martial arts division. There is no king's law. There is no heavenly reason. In the meantime, there are few people were swept out of the door. Before, the Southtown Martial Arts Division manpower shortage. Temporarily keep that gang of wallgrass. Now the Southtown Martial Arts Division talent. Su Changqing where will still keep that gang of black sheep. It's a bargain not to hold them accountable and just skin them for that. White Sun Valley. Hall of Divine Light. Van. My poor Van. White Sun Sword Sect Patriarch White Daying I sobbing blood. Chopped liver. White Yufan is still in infancy. Was adopted by him. In his heart. And his own son is no different. Did not expect. Just a few days time. He will be white hair to send a black hair person. Su Changqing. You dog courageous. If I don't kill you. I by Qianning swear not to be a man. Boom. The horrifying killing opportunity was like a river flooding out of control. Bai Yufan was not only his beloved disciple, but also the future. The hope of their White Sun Sword sect. However, all of this was ruined by that dog thief Su Changqing. This hatred is not shared. Dead. Even if he pays a heavenly price. He wants this little man to die. Disciple Qianning. I seek an audience with the Taishangs. Song Lei Mountain Range. True One Great Hall. True One Sword Sect Patriarch Shen Zhengyang and a group of True One Sword Sect elders were once again gathered together. It was just that compared to a few days ago. Shen Zhengyang and the others had an extra heaviness and melancholy in addition to their anger. Innate. Su Changqing that little is actually an innate powerhouse. Patriarch. The only plan today is to ask the Supreme Elder to come out. Second Elder Shintu, he said with a gloomy face. An innate powerhouse was not something they could deal with. Even if they mobilized all the elders, it was unlikely that they would be a match for an innate powerhouse. Don't look at Bai Yufan. Zhang Ziyu and the other 3 dukes. The 6th grade high level has the power to cross the level to challenge the half-step innate. But when it comes to the half-step innate, none of them will be able to be the opponent of an innate powerhouse. And to be able to save their lives is already a rare thing. Innate. That is the beginning of longevity. The gap between them, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In order to challenge an innate powerhouse at the half-step innate realm across the levels, one had to be at least in the top 500 of the Qingyang talent ranking. And since their True One Sword Sect's inheritance until now, not to mention the top 500 of the Qingyang talent ranking, even the top 700, none of them had ever appeared. I'm afraid that the Supreme Elder can't even help that. Shen Zhengyang sighed. Just a knife. Chopped the strength second only to his great elder. This cultivation strength will not be much weaker than the middle order innate. If he is bent on leaving, even if the 3 Taishang all attacked, they may not be able to keep him. And once you let him get away, the consequences. Patriarch. Su Changqing the dog thing can offend more than just my True One Sword sect. Once Bai Yufan died, Bai Daing must have hated to kill him by 1,000 cuts. We can completely unite with the White Sun Sword sect to take action together. I don't believe that. Combining the strength of my two families, that dog thing can still escape from life. Chapter 37, honestly go with this commander to avoid flesh and blood pains. Tianlin Mansion. Qi Mansion. Zhenwu looked at the secret letter in his hand for a long time. Innate. That dog Su Changqing actually became a 5th grade innate. Shit. How is this possible? Even he, the 3rd son of the Qi house, who had the backing of the Qi family as a mountain, and who was now in his 30s, was still only hovering in front of the innate realm. And if he wanted to make a real breakthrough, it would take at least a few more years of time. That surnamed Su, the son of a mere 100 households. What virtue can he have to be able to advance to the innate? Still so old. But reason told him, this is all true. This matter in the Greenstone City has long been no secret. He casually sent a few people over. Will be able to know the authenticity of those who have a little bit of brains? It is not possible to take this news to deceive him. Only after a long time did Zhenwu suppress the shock and unwillingness in his heart. The next moment, boom! A terrifying killing opportunity was brewing in its heart. We can't give that dog thing any more time to continue growing. We have to finish him off before it's too late. That dog Zhu Yuan has been missing for many days. In all probability he is in a bad way. The innate powerhouse's spiritual sense is far better than a 6th grade martial artist, easily able to perceive the movement of the wind and grass in a radius of 100 feet. Although Zhu Yuan's hidden element skill has become a great success. But if he wants to conceal the spiritual sense of an innate expert, he is still much worse. It's impossible to say. At this point, he's already exposed. Zhu Yuan was not a dead soldier that his family had cultivated since childhood. And it was not impossible that he would betray him as his master in a life and death situation. Loyalty? That had a price. And with high enough weights, there were few who betrayed even their own parents. Let alone him, the Lord. This time, it's going to be less of a hemorrhage. Wanting to tackle an innate expert, or such a demonic genius. The cost was definitely not low. This time is really a loss to the grandmother's home. Are to blame Su Changqing this dog thing? You say you obviously have so strong strength? Play what pretending to eat a tiger. This is not a pit. If I had known that you are the 5 innate, I will make good to you. Cannot wait. How can you still rob you of 1,000 households? It's not like there is only one position of 1,000 households in the government Zhenwu Division. And with his status as the 3rd son of Qi, it's just a matter of taking a little bit more time. And that true one sword sect can't even solve such a junior. What a bunch of losers. Castle Rock County. 100 households. Wu Chen was hunchbacked and stood respectfully behind a 35 or 36-year-old black-clothed youth. The excitement and thrill on his face could not be concealed. Having just returned, Su Changqing had given him such a big surprise. This Su Changqing was really his great blessing. In just less than 3 months' time, he had stepped into the path of longevity and promoted to the realm of the innate from the middle 9th grade in one fell swoop. He had definitely obtained a Supreme Great Master inheritance. And it wasn't even an ordinary Supreme Great Master inheritance. As long as he could bring back Su Changqing, that lord would definitely not be stingy with the reward. 1,000 households? It's just that it's not hopeless to go even further and become a prefectural town councillor. That one. But the first son of that marquis. South City. Su Mansion. Or Wui Lane, the two into the small courtyard. Not much change. Even the maid servant. Also still so some. Not more on a person. Although he had raked in millions of taels of silver in just a few days, he had a lot of money to spend. Jade Red Mansion. Those girls, one by one, Are all poor people? No one to rely on. The parents do not take care of them. Who will take care of it? These can be silver dollars for nothing. There was no way out. He had to suffer himself for the sake of those poor people. Anyway, in this Qingshi county, he couldn't stay for long, and would eventually have to return to Tianlin Prefecture City. For now, a place to land is all that's needed. Uptime. Whoosh. A black shadow appeared in Wui Alley. As fast as thunder. And in the blink of an eye, it arrived before the Su mansion. And with a flip, crossed the high wall. Su Fu's main house. Su Changqing lying on the bed, calculating where to go tomorrow to help those poor people children. I heard that the East City Pao Xianglu came a group of foreign dance girls. Each of them are very skilled. Blowing, pulling, playing and singing everything. How can you, a parent official yourself, try it? There is also the East City Piu Xianlu, the West City Yihong Pavilion, the North City by Xiang Yuan. The inner city Nihuang residents must be taken care of. These are all poor people. I am an official. I can't favor one party over another. Buzz. Suddenly, a flash of coldness flashed in Su Changqing's eyes. His right hand clenched in the air, and the dragon's bane sword fell into his hands. His figure flashed and he exited the room. Don't come out yet. Do you want this official to ask you to come out? Su Changqing coldly looked at a corner of the courtyard, as if there was someone hidden there. Su Changqing. To be able to discover this commander's whereabouts, you do have some skills. A cold voice came from that corner. Next. Whoosh. With a flash of black shadow, a person appeared in front of Su Changqing. Its 35-6 appearance. Handsome features, such as jade carved into. Wearing a black dress. Spine straight, as if the body, with a rod of the world's god gun. Temperament cold, arrogant, seems to have no one can be in its eyes. Who are you? Su Changqing frowned. Innate high-level cultivation. Is it the True One Sword sect? Or is it the White Sun Sword sect's supreme elder? However, very quickly, Su Changqing in self-denial up. The two major sword Mount Taishan elders are the older generation. The youngest are over the age of old age. The older? Even more than 100 years old. None of them are so young. Could it be the Qi family of Tianlin Mansion? Su Changqing. My young master wants to see you. Come with me. Pang Yu's voice was high and cold, as if it was a great honor for him that Su Changqing could accompany him to see the young lord. What a shit young master. What a big stand. And letting this official go over. Doesn't he have legs himself? Bold. Pang Yu's face turned cold as he snapped. It's your honor that the young lord is willing to see you. Don't think that just because you've become an innate, you can have no one in your sights. In this world, there are too many people you can't afford to offend. If you don't want to suffer the pain of skin and flesh, come with me honestly. From the beginning to the end, Pang Yu had never put Su Changqing in his eyes. A lucky one who had gotten the inheritance by fluke was just a lucky one. In front of those top-tier heavenly prides, he was nothing at all. And he, Pang Yu, was one of them. Don't think about escaping. Under the boundary talisman. Unless you are a sect master powerhouse, you won't be able to escape with your wings. Said. A stream of light rose from his body. It was a palm-sized red jade talisman, which was suspended in mid-air. And a stream of red light radiated out with it as the center, enveloping the entire backyard within it. Boundary talisman. Unbreakable by non-patriarchs. Good stuff. Su Changqing's two eyes lit up. The night before at the Green Fish House. If he had this boundary talisman in his hand, none of those 6th grade martial artists would have thought of escaping. Su Changqing, how's the consideration? Are you going to go with this commander yourself? Or will this commander beat you half to death and take you away? Screw you. Beating me half to death. You're worthy of this dog. Chapter 38, Marquis Qingyang's Mansion. Su Changqing, you are reckless. Pang Yu was furious. This dog has now become a turtle in a jar. Actually dare to speak out of turn. Today do not give this dog a painful lesson. He is not called Pang Yu. Let go of your MB. Boom. The innate true qi in his body rioted crazily. And Su Changqing's aura around his body climbed infinitely, as if it was an ancient ferocious beast, awakening from its slumber. This aura. How is it possible? Pang Yu was shocked. This aura gave him the feeling that he actually had a sense of facing the Marquis in the midst of the Patriarch's offerings. The mystery of the story. This dog must be playing a trick. How could he be a 4th grade sect master? Not to mention the 2nd grade Supreme Grandmaster inheritance. It was impossible for a 1st grade martial myth to raise a 9th grade martial artist to the 4th grade Grandmaster realm in just a few months. Dog thing. Thinking that this little trick can deceive this commander. Ridiculous. Today, this commander will let you know what it means to be outside of people and outside of heaven. Whoosh. With a flash of swordlight, Pang Yu had an extra sword in his hand. The Purple Star Soft Sword, a lower grade divine weapon, was like a belt wrapped around his waist on weekdays. Boom. With the sword in his hand, Pang Yu's aura around him changed. And his entire body was like the sheathed divine weapon that wanted to pierce the sky. Dog. Take this commander's sword. As he spoke, the soft sword in Pang Yu's hand erupted into a terrifying sword shadow. A brilliant sword aura flashed by, illuminating the dim night sky. Before this sword aura, a Zhonglong sword qi erupted out, sharp and incomparable, breaking everything. Sculpture. Break it for me. Su Changqing laughed coldly. A horizontal chop of the dragon blade in his hand. The terrifying blade qi, as if it was a huge wave, engulfing everything. Boom. The blade qi and sword qi collided together. And in an instant, the sword qi was like spring snow under the sunlight, rapidly melting away. Bang! Pang Yu's tiger's mouth cracked. And the Purple Star Soft Sword in his hand directly flew out. And the whole person flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. And heavily smashed on top of that red-colored stream of light. Put! Pang Yu opened his mouth and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Struggling to get up. His entire body felt like it was falling apart, causing him to grimace in pain. Clan. Patriarch. Pang Yu stared at Su Changqing with both eyes. Although he only had a high innate level cultivation. But it was a half-step zongsure. He was confident to fight with one. And even win the battle. To be able to seriously injure him with a knife. The only person who could do so was a true zongsure powerhouse. Su Changqing didn't deny it. Dragging his longing blade and walking towards Pang Yu step by step. Su Changqing. What do you want? Pang Yu's face panicked. Colorful. Said. Don't you mess around. If anything happens to this commander, my lord will not let you go. At that time, the great Qian states, there will no longer be a place for you to stay. What a big mouth. Who exactly is your master? Tianlin Fu Qi family. Never have such a big bottom. Moreover, the innate powerhouse. Also not the Qi third son Shizhua can be driven at will. Su Changqing. Listen carefully. My lord is the first son of the Marquis of Qianning. Pang Yu's face was proud. His waist straightened up at once. Marquis of Qianning. That is the sky of Qingyang Road. In this acre and 3/4 of Qingyang Road. There is no force that dares to not give them face of Marquis of Qianning. You let go of this commander right now. And this commander will take it as something that never happened. Otherwise, under the thunderous wrath of my lord, I will tell you to die without a burial place. Dogs! Give this commander to wait. Without this revenge. This commander's name is written upside down. The first son of the Marquis of Qianning. Strange. How did he notice me? A flash of doubt flashed in Su Changqing's eyes. He had crossed over so far. But only for a mere 10 days. Although he had made quite a commotion in Qingshi County. But when looking at the entire Qingyang Dao, it was nothing at all. According to reason, a big shot like the first son of the Marquis of Qianning simply couldn't be concerned about such a small person like him. Not to mention sending someone over from a long distance. Why would your young Marquis send you to me? It's your Qingshi County Zhenwu Division 100 Tenant Wu Chen. He reported to the little Marquis about you, saying that you got a copy of the Supreme Grandmaster's inheritance. So the little Marquis sent me over to find you to ask about it. Pang Yu didn't hide a bit. Without saying a word, he sold Wu Chen out. If it wasn't for this dog's lack of information, how would he have ended up in today's situation? A 4th grade sect master was actually said to be a 6th grade vein passing. This dog deserves to die. If I don't die today, I will skin the dog. Otherwise, it is difficult to eliminate the hatred of this commander. Crouch. Supreme Grandmaster inheritance? Old dog Wu Chen. This is wanting me to die. Su Changqing gritted his teeth. Once this was rumored. Even those 2nd grade powers with Supreme Grade Masters sitting in their midst would have to go crazy over it. And worst of all, he couldn't explain anything. Even if he didn't know that he had broken 5 ranks in a row in just 10 days. Just being a 17-year-old 4th rank sect master was enough to show that there was a great chance. A great secret in him. No. Can't go on being so salty. Originally, he had wanted to keep a low profile for a moment or two, waiting for the True One Sword sect and the White Sun Sword sect to take the initiative to send them to the door. But now it seemed that he would have to kill them tomorrow and destroy them. Otherwise, he really didn't feel much security. Nowadays, although his internal and external dual sect master cultivation, but the martial arts in addition to the ground walking technique counts as a sect master light power. The Gale Blade technique and the Domineering Sword are only innate level. The comprehensive combat power at most rivals the lower high-level sect master. Casually a perfect sect master out. He will have to escape. If it comes to a 3rd grade great sect master, he just want to escape. Are a big problem. Mud. It's all because of that dog Wu Chen. I can't spare you. Su Changqing. This commander has said everything that needs to be said. Now can you let this commander go? There's no rush on this. First tell us what this boundary talisman is and how to use it. Su Changqing raised his head and swept the boundary talisman above him. His eyes were filled with burning heat. Good stuff Whether or not he can scavenge some more chi fortune robbing power tomorrow. It all depends on this boundary talisman. Su Changqing. You. Pang Yu's face was unwilling. The only way to refine a boundary talisman was to have a 3rd grade grandmaster or above. And he had gone to great lengths to obtain such a lower grade boundary talisman, whose value was no less than that of a lower grade divine warrior. What? Don't want to talk about it? The tip of Su Changqing's blade scratched the ground. And that ear-piercing sound made Pang Yu's heart tremble. No. I said. Su Changqing. This boundary talisman will be placed in your hands for now. And in the future, This commander will make sure that you return it tenfold. Soon after, Pang Yu spoke about the method of the boundary talisman royalty. After testing the imperial method that Pang Yu said and successfully recovering the boundary talisman, Su Changqing asked the Marquis of Qianning and that little marquis some more things. Su Changqing, I've said all I can say. Can I go now? It's about time to send you on your way. Su Changqing, what do you mean by that? Chapter 39, Revenge Doesn't Last All Night. Pang Yu froze, a trace of uneasiness flooding his heart. Literally. Su Changqing face a cold. No point be number of things. Have hit the idea to the head of the old man. But also want to go back alive. When ye sue someone is a good church is not. What do you mean ask one or two? Consider yourself a cutie. What? You believe in this kind of childish bullshit? If that Marquis of Qianning Marquis Zhao Yuanping doesn't covet the second-grade Supreme Master inheritance in his hands, he Su Changqing will write the 3 words backwards. Su Changqing, you can't be like this. I'm a person of the Marquis of Qianning. If you dare to hurt me, the Marquis of Qianning will not. Pang Yu's face suddenly changed in urgency. He hadn't even been promoted to sovereign. How could he just fold here? Put. A sound. The dragon's bane blade directly cut Pang Yu's neck. And in an instant, blood sprayed wildly. Su Changqing, you went back on your word. Little Marquis will not let you go. Words without faith? When did this official tell you that he would let you go if you answered? Su Changqing. You. Bang. Pang Yu's hands hung down powerlessly. His vitality rapidly draining away. Chakrajack power 267896. Worthy of being a top-tier celestial pride of the Qingyang Dao. All of his chi is afraid that he's not much weaker than a sect master powerhouse. Su Changqing's eyes lit up. 10 years ago, this Pang commander was also on the Qingyang talent list. Moreover, ranked much higher than the 3 dukes of Moyang County. Ranking 98 on the Qingyang talent list. Otherwise, it would be impossible to challenge a half-step sovereign over the level with a mere innate high-level cultivation. Can promote an 8-person? No one is mediocre generation. Even if not as good as Bai Yufan and other 3 dukes. At most it is slightly inferior. Is a county of the top genius. Deducing the 6th layer of the Gale Blade technique. After hesitating, Su Changqing still decided to upgrade the Gale Blade technique and Bastard Blade first. A total of 306. 252 points of chi robbery power was still quite a bit worse, making it difficult for him to break through to the middle-rank sect master. And the increase in battle power was far less than 2 more sect master martial arts. Chakrajack power 10,000. 6th level of Gale Blade technique feat completed. Chi loot power minus 100,000. Gale Blade technique promoted to the 6th level. Chi luck robbery power 10,000. Bastard Blade 6th feat completed. Chakrajack power minus 100,000. Bastard Blade promoted to the 6th level. 5th grade perfect martial arts. The power is not much less than the great completion of the 4th grade martial arts. Plus internal and external dual masters. The integrated combat power should not be much weaker than the perfect master. According to Pang Yu said, the general perfect master. Also 1 or 2 of the 4th grade martial arts great completion. Of course. How to really. But also have to battle over a say. Next. It's the turn of that dog Wu Chen. A cold killing chance flashed in Su Changqing's eyes. Inner city. 100 house. Wu Chen walked back and forth, looking openly in the direction of the southern city from time to time. At this time, Commander Pang should have already taken down Su Changqing. I don't know how the little Marquis will reward me heavily afterward. But that's a 2nd grade Supreme Grandmaster inheritance. Just then, A voice full of teasing sounded behind him. 100th Household Wu. What beautiful things are you thinking about? Your mouth is cracking open with laughter. What man? Wu Chen subconsciously turned around. Instantly scared that 2 of his 3 souls were missing. His torso stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Su. Captain Su. What do you want from me at this late hour? Why is Su Changqing here? Did Pang Commander miss? No. It won't. Commander Pang was a top 100 heavenly pride in the Qingyang talent ranking back then. And after these 10 years of bitter cultivation, there aren't many people who would be Commander Pang's rival under the Patriarch. How could Su Changqing, a newly advanced innate, possibly win against Commander Pang? It must be this dog's luck that he didn't run into Commander Pang. So he dodged a bullet. Yeah. Definitely. Did 100th Household Wu not just think about how little Marquis would promote you? What? How does he know the little Marquis? It is hard not to be Pang Tongjihe. Wu Chen's body shivered. And bean-sized beads of sweat drifted down like rain. Captain Su. What little Marquis? This official doesn't understand what you're talking about. Playing dumb with me even at the end of death. Su Changqing's face turned cold. Speak. The news of the 2nd grade Supreme Grandmaster inheritance. Besides telling Zhao Yuanping, who else did you tell? Damn. It looks like Commander Pang has really planted himself. At this moment, Wu Chen dispelled the last trace of fluke. Marred. Even such a newly promoted innate cannot deal with. But also the top celestial pride of Qingyang Dao. You are a waste snack. Captain Su. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding? The news of the 2nd grade Supreme Grandmaster's inheritance. How can this official, a small one Zhenwu Division 100, with a cultivation level of only 7 grades, know about it? Put. The blade of the dragon blade turned, and one of Wu Chen's arms fell to the ground. Ah! With a miserable scream, Wu Chen almost fainted from the pain. Gritting his teeth. Su Changqing, do you want to rebel? Plotting against a superior officer is a felony. Even if you are an innate expert, it's still hard to escape death. Keep talking tough. You still have 3 more chances. As the words fell, Wu Chen's right arm came down flush with his shoulder. Say, who else did you tell about the news of the 2nd grade Supreme Grandmaster's inheritance? Don't. I said. Everything. Years of pampering had long worn out his bloodlust. At this moment, Wu Chen completely collapsed. Just told the Marquis of Qingyang's young Marquis alone. Are you sure? Just Zhao Yuanping alone was told? Su Changqing narrowed both of his eyes. And a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Captain Su. I swear. If I tell a second person, let me die with 10,000 arrows through my heart. It does seem like he only told Zhao Yuanping. The world of high martial arts. Unlike the previous world, where betting and swearing was like farting and coming out of one's mouth. Here, there was still no small amount of credibility. Moreover, if this Wu Chen really dares to sell his goods to 3 families, the first person who won't be able to spare him is Zhao Yuanping. Phew. Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, in a short period of time, there is no need to worry about any other major power making a move against me. But where there was the slightest hope, Zhao Yuanping definitely wanted to monopolize this chance. Su Lieutenant, I am also a moment of confusion. Only to make this big mistake. You have a large amount of adults. Forgive me this time. I promise. Tomorrow I will retreat from the mountains and forests, and will never disclose the matter of inheritance to the second person. Wu Chen strongly endured the severe pain. Begged for forgiveness. Even if he broke both arms. He did not want to go over to death. Forgive you? That's for Hades. And what I'm going to do is send you to Hades. Su Changqing. Don't mess around. I'm your Shangwan. Put. With a flash of the knife, Wu Chen's neck had an additional bloodstain. Something with no B count. How much of a mess did you make for me? And you still want me to let you off the hook? Chapter 40, The Big Case. Castle Rock County. 100 households. Su Changqing cleaned up the blood sacrifice on the ground. Grabbed Wu Chen's mutilated body and the 2 broken arms that fell to the ground. And with a single movement of his figure, he went out of the 100 house unnoticed. To be able to delay a day is a day. And other masters? This time, there is no use. The cultivation to the 4th grade master's realm. Even those who are 1,000 years hard to come by the pride of the sirens. Each breakthrough will take several years. Or even longer. But Su Changqing was different. As a generation of hangers-on. In just 10 days, he had jumped from a 9th grade mole to a 4th grade sect master. A few days was enough time to raise his strength another notch. Arriving at a remote corner where no one was, Su Changqing's innate true qi in his body moved, shocking Wu Chen's corpse into a bloody mist. Then Su Changqing returned to the Su mansion as if he was nothing. The next day, Su Changqing checked the next 100 households. As expected. Not what he expected. Everything as usual. There is nothing unusual. Over the years, Wu Chen was busy with how to get money to enjoy. Basically not much management of the 100 households things. These days, with Su Changqing ascended to the top and became the uncrowned king of Qingshi County, Wu Chen is even more completely swinging. Disappearing from time to time. The 100 households crowd of Zhenwu Wei had long been accustomed to it. Maybe this Hayakuto-sama has gone to some lover's place to have a good time again. It was now time to settle the score with the 2 major sword sects. The deaths of Wu Chen and Pang Yu could not delay Zhao Yuanping for long. And the next one sent would most likely be a grandmaster. Or even a great grandmaster. And as the Marquis House of Qianning was a majestic domination of the Qingyang Dao, and was able to suppress those second-ranked clans head-on, there must be a supreme great grandmaster sitting within it. And there was even more than one. Although Zhao Yuanping wasn't the Marquis of Qianning and wasn't qualified to mobilize a supreme grandmaster, it was still not a big problem to invite a third-ranked grandmaster. And at most, he would have to pay some price. One must be promoted to the 3rd rank. Preferably the 2nd rank. As soon as possible. As a hangman, high-level crushing is the right way to open. If we still have to engage in some kind of over-level battle, life and death breakthroughs, then what fun is it for me to work so hard to open up? Soon, Su Changqing began to gather his lieutenants and force officers. On this trip, Su Changqing was not prepared to go alone. The lower grade boundary talisman boundary ceiling range is limited. And when it explodes to the limit, it only covers 100 feet square. The 2 major sword sect disciples thousands of tens of thousands of records. Alone. Even if he alone. Even if the ground walk step promotion 6 layer. Full step. Nearly 60 feet of land. It is difficult to leave too many people to come. A quarter of an hour had passed. And in the Southtown Martial Arts Division schoolyard, Su Changqing's subordinates had gathered most of the school captain's force. Just then, Shen Feng, somewhat panicked, ran to Su Changqing. A face of gravity. Adults. Something happened. Last night, Qingshi City outside the Wang family village. Lu family fort. Qian family village. Such as 13 villages. All have a population missing. As few as a few people. More than a dozen people. A total of hundreds of people. Moreover, are all children under the age of 10 years old. Hundreds of people missing. And all of them children under the age of 10? Su Changqing's face sank. Although it was outside of Qianshi city, but it was also within Qianshi county. He had strictly ordered a group of foreign martial artists only the day before yesterday, not to cause trouble within Qianshi county. But as a result, in less than 3 days, there was such a big case. Provocation. This is a barefaced provocation to him. Mr. Su. Tick. Tick. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from the foreheads of Zhang Ziyu and the others below. And one by one, their heartbeats accelerated so rapidly that they were almost about to pop out of their chambers. Who is it? Who the hell is screwing with us? They hadn't forgotten what Su Changqing had told them earlier at the Green Fish House. That fucking asshole. It's killing them. True One Sword Sect. White Sun Sword Sect. Count yourselves lucky and let you live a few more days. Contemplated. Su Changqing temporarily dismissed the idea of going to the two major sword clan. This case is not solved. He sues someone faced to which to put aside. Not to mention, the missing can be children. In his previous life, he hated human traffickers the most. Each and every one of these miscreants deserves to go eat a gun. Zhang Ziyu. Belonging. Zhang Ziyu was jolted and hurriedly answered. Check. It's to turn Qianshi County upside down for me. But also to find that gang of thieves for me. Hundreds of children from 13 villages have disappeared in just one night. And this is by no means the work of one person. Yes. My lord. My subordinate will go now. Zhang Ziyu answered loudly. And in his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my lord was decisive and joined the Southern Township Wushu Division without saying a word. Otherwise, today, my lord was afraid that he would have to land on his head. Bai Yu Fan, the White Sun Sword Sect's young master. Su Changqing said to kill. He didn't think that their purple Yang sect was able to make Su Changqing scrupulous. Damn bastards. If I find you, my lord will skin you. Out of the schoolyard. Zhang Ziyu heart secretly fierce. Martyr. Today he is in the ghost gate in front of a walk. Soon. The entire South Town Martial Arts Division, as well as the purple Yang sect, Yan Luoshan and other top 10 forces in the manpower of Qianshi County, all mobilized, frantically searching for the whereabouts of the gang of thieves. What in the world has happened here? The Zhenwu Division, as well as the purple Yang sect and Yanluo Mountain. Why are those people acting like mad dogs? Biting people everywhere? You still don't know? Something big happened outside the city. 13 villages. Hundreds of children. All disappeared overnight. Hiss. No wonder the Zhenwu Division and the 10 great forces are so crazy. Countless foreign martial artists in Qianshi city were talking. From time to time, there were martial artists who drew cold air and exclaimed in shock. Such a shocking case. Where is this provoking Su Changqing and the 10 major forces? It is clearly stepping on them and rubbing them hard. It would be strange for Su Changqing and the others not to go crazy. Where in the world did a fierce man come from that has so much guts? I'm not sure. But that gang of thieves is by no means simple. In all likelihood, they have an innate powerhouse in attendance. Ordinary 6th grade forces. Where dare to provoke Su Changqing and the 10 forces? Look at the city of those 6th grade forces martial arts. One by one to the green stone city. Goat like a quail. Even with those farts to speak. Do not dare to be too loud. Afraid to anger Su Changqing, that fatal star. There's no telling if we'll have a chance to witness an innate battle. Many 6th grade martial artists had a hint of more expectation in their hearts. Imoyang County had not had a battle with an innate powerhouse for some years now. If they were able to witness this battle with their own eyes, it was not likely that they would be able to gain some insights and improve their cultivation greatly. South Town Wuji. Su Changqing's face was gloomy and somewhat scary. This is 2 days past. Still no news. Damn it. Could it be that the thieves have already left Qingshi County? If so, it can be a problem. The Great Qian dynasty is vast. Moyang County, a county of land, is comparable to a province of the former Dragon Kingdom. Another 3 hours passed, just as Su Changqing hesitated to send someone out of Qingshi County. My lord. Good news. This brother Hong has a lead on that gang of thieves. Chapter 41, The Eternal Life Cult. Chen Feng brought one person to Su Changqing. This person looked 37 or 88 years old. Dressed in cloth, with a rugged face and a big beard. His face was a bit pale, without much blood, giving a sense of a great illness. And there was a hint of blood on his body vaguely. There's something about this guy. Su Changqing scrutinized the bearded man. This was actually a half-step innate, giving him a feeling that it was not much weaker than that true one-sword sex Grand Elder Han Tianyi who had been decapitated by his sword. At such an age, with such a cultivation level, in this acre of Moyang County, it has already been called a heavenly pride demon, with such a high level of talent that it is just a little bit inferior to Zhang Ziyu and the other 3 dukes. Herb Hongshi pays his respects to His Excellency. The bearded Hongshi respectfully saluted, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. There is no need for strong man Hong to be polite. Su Changqing gently waved his hand, and somewhat impatiently inquired, I wonder if strong man Hong knows who that group of thieves are, and where they are hiding now. My lord. That gang of thieves is from the Eternal Life sect. What? It's actually the Eternal Life sect? Chen Feng on the side was startled. And even Su Changqing had a few more points of gravity on his face. Everlasting Church's great name, up and down the Daqian dynasty, but all a bit of knowledge of people, are not unfamiliar. That is their Daqian dynasty's largest evil church organization. To the belief of the everlasting Heavenly Mother, the inheritance of the vertical thousands of years, and even those who have a myth of the martial arts of the town of the first grade of the big forces, are scornful of its incomparable, the Daqian. Before, a number of times the dynasty changed. There are the everlasting Church of the Handwriting. Several of the current anti-kings in the Golden State are said to have the shadow of the Eternal Life sect behind them. No wonder he dared to disregard him, an innate expert, and dared to act against the wind in their Qingshi County. In front of the behemoth that is the Eternal Life sect, the second and third grade Grand Masters are nothing, let alone a small 5th grade like him. Not only Qingshi County, Moyang County 23 counties. There are a large number of children missing. Now, those children are being held captive by those evil thieves in the Changqing evil teaching Moyang rudder within the grass people's children are also in it. But also ask adults to save the grass people that poor children. Saying that, Hongshi once again knelt down towards Su Changqing. So it is. No wonder this Hongshi has the guts to track down the Eternal Life sect. Chivalry. For the country and the people. This kind of real warrior. There is. But definitely a phoenix. Things do not matter to the high. Is the norm. To mess with the behemoth that was the Eternal Life sect for the sake of a few unrelated farts. Unless their heads were caught in the door. The injuries on this Hongshi's body should have been left by the Eternal Life sect. Seeing Su Changqing's silence, Hongshi thought that Su Changqing was afraid of the everlasting sect and was unwilling to make a move. So he hurriedly said, My lord, as long as you are willing to make a move to save you, the grass people are willing to offer the 5 revolutions of the divine crane technique. I didn't expect that this Hongshi is also a divine crane scatterer. 5 turns of the divine crane skill is the divine crane disperser famous technique. Ranked 5th grade. Not inferior to their Su family ancestral Puriyang Gong. Practiced to the limit. There is a glimmer of hope. Cohesion of the astral body. Step into the realm of the 4th grade masters. The 5 turns divine crane technique is not needed by this official. Su Changqing waved his hand. Nowadays, he was already a 4th grade sect master. A mere 5th grade gongfu was nothing but chicken ribs. It was of no use to him at all. Even if he practiced it to the limit, it wouldn't enhance his strength much. Your Honor. Hong Shi was in a hurry. The 5 revolutions divine crane technique was already the most valuable thing on his body. Besides it, what else could impress Su Changqing? As for the other Moyang County innates, he couldn't trust them at all. They couldn't possibly mess with the behemoth that was the everlasting sect for such an outsider like him. And most likely, they would directly make a move to take him down and seize his divine crane scattered inheritance. This kind of thing, those big clans can definitely do it. This world is so. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. If not for the fact that Su Changqing was a juvenile heavenly pride and had the backing of the Zhenwu Division as a big tree, and that there was a high probability that there was no shortage of high-level techniques in his hands, he would not have dared to come to the door rashly. Don't be in a hurry. Saving people this official can promise you. But you need to promise this official a condition. He couldn't afford to mess with the current ones of the everlasting sect, but a mere rudder of Moyang County. Su Changqing still didn't put much on his mind. Dare to move the earth on a Teiyu Kai. This is the first time I've ever seen the Eternal Life Church in the country. And I'm sure he'll take it. What conditions do you have? Your Excellency. You can just say it. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. After this matter, you need to join my Zhenwu Division and serve me. A half-step innate in this Moyang County has been counted as the top strong. And its talent is good. Properly an innate seed. Cultivate good. Will not be worse than jianghu on how much. Is a good tool, people. My lord. The straw man is willing. Without much hesitation, Hong Shi directly agreed. In order to save his son, he could pay any price. Not to mention, joining the Zhenwu Division and following such a top-tier heavenly pride like Su Changqing wasn't a bad thing. Hong Shi. Where is that Eternal Life sect's Moyang County rudder? Among them, how many strong people are there? My lord. The Everlasting Life sect Moyang County rudder is in Qianning County Tianqing. Its helmsman has an innate cultivation. 3 vice helmsmen are half-step innate. This injury on the body of the grass people is injured by a vice helmsman. The 6th grade through the vein realm of the deacons over 10 people. Soon, Hong Shi told everything he knew about the information about the Eternal Life sect's Moyang County branch rudder one by one. 1 innate. 3 half-step innates. More than 10 6th grade. Plus other entry-grade martial artists. I don't know if it will be possible for me to raise my cultivation by 1 rank. Su Changqing had some expectations. Then his eyes turned. Rushing towards Chen Feng and ordering, notify Zhang Ziyu. Have him bring people to the schoolyard to gather. Yes. My lord. Qianning County. Tianqing Quan. It is located on the Green Ox Mountain, 80 miles to the southeast of Youth County. This view heritage of nearly 300 years. In the entire Qianning County is also a big force. The view into the product of more than 100 martial artists. The viewer of the Qinghu Reel is a 7th grade powerhouse. The Qingniu Mountain. A 30-mile radius of the land. All the big clans and forces. All to the Tianqing view of respect. It was nearing the end of the year. And the sun was setting in the west. Ta-da-da-da. The earth trembled slightly. And a rush of footsteps broke the quiet in the view. Good heavenly green view. It really is where the evil sect is located. Looking at the Tianqing view in front of him, Su Changqing sneered. Under his spiritual sense, the view and the strong people have nothing to hide. The number of strong people in it. Than what Hongsher said, but also a lot stronger. In 8 strong, there are 3 people. Half step in 8, then there are 5. But it is the 6 products through the veins. And Hongsher said, not much difference. Less than 20. The heavenly green view, on the other hand, is only a small 7th grade power. Even if there was some concealment, 1 or 2 more 7th grade martial artists would be the limit. What's more, the breadth of these martial artists, secretive and unpredictable. Many of them are permeated with an evil nature. Not at all like the righteous martial artists. Must be the long life of the evil sect rudder undoubtedly. Zhang Ziyu. In. You take half of the men and surround Tianqing 1. Nah. The rest of you. Charge with this official. The thieves in the Guanzhong. Those who dare to resist will be killed without pardon. Chapter 42, Save Me. With a command, Su Changqing went ahead of the others and entered the heavenly green view. Who are you people? What is the reason for coming to my Tianqing 1? Soon. The heavenly green observatory's master, Zhenwu Division, led a group of disciples to block Su Changqing's path. The Zhenwu Division has captured the thieves of the evil cult. All of you, put down your weapons and surrender. Those who resist will be killed without pardon. How did the Zhenwu Si know about Qinghu? Real person was shocked. But on the face is a face of innocence. Said, adults, this is whether there is any misunderstanding. Tianqing 1 has always been impartial and law-abiding, and has never had dealings with what evil sect thieves. Trying to be sophomoric even now. Ridiculous. Su Changqing sneered and sheathed the dragon blade in his hand. With a pft sound, it directly split that green lake realist in 2. Ah! Goddess of mercy. Quickly! Signaled the helmsman. A group of eternal life sect cult disciples are not in disguise. A word. Killed their goddess of mercy. It is clear that they have already identified them. Boom! A fierce aura rose up from within the heavenly green view. A large number of 8th and 9th grade martial artists, led by a 7th grade martial artist, leapt out. Kill them all. And leave no one behind who resists. With a command, a group of school captains and rexes, led by Hongsher, a half step in 8, struck out one after another. Su Changqing followed them. From time to time, he swung out a blade and chopped down a martial artist of the 8th grade and above. As for the 9th grade and even some unimpressive ordinary secta disciples, as long as they didn't seek death on their own and take the initiative to strike out at him, Su Changqing didn't pay much attention to them. Nowadays, he has already looked at this mosquito meat. The 9th grade martial artist, on 30 or 50 points of chi robbery power, and ordinary Ticha disciples, but only 3 or 5 points. He is to kill a few thousand tens of thousands. Are not enough for him to raise a rank. Besides, with so many henchmen, there had to be some chance for them to perform. Otherwise, it would all be him alone making the moves. So why would he bring so many henchmen here? Being that eating crowd, shouting 666 to him in the back? It's a great way to advance. With Su Changqing around, those evil sect powerhouses were mercilessly decimated just as soon as they ventured out. How would the remaining ordinary people who were of the 9th grade and those who did not enter the grade be a match for the wolf-like South City's elite? Soon, Su Changqing and his group killed their way into the backyard of the Heavenly Green Observatory. Boom! 5 terrifying auras that were not much inferior to true one-sword sect's Grand Elder Han Tianyi rose up from the back of the Heavenly Green View, sweeping in all directions. You guys are so bold. How dare you break into my branch rudder and kill my congregation? It's Vice Helmsman. There's help. We're saved. Instantly, the morale of the remaining group of Eternal Life sect disciples is greatly revitalized. A few Vice Helmsmen can be half-step innate. We'll be able to kill this gang of dog officials for the dead brothers to avenge. At that moment, 5 10-foot-long sword lights fell from the sky. And almost simultaneously, 5 mournful wails before dying resounded through the backyard. Ah! Dead. Vice Rudder Master. They're all dead. No. How? Innate. That dog official is an innate powerhouse. In an instant, the faces of a group of Eternal Life sect cult apprentices changed drastically. And their morale plummeted. Hiss. That's 5 half-step ascendants. Hong Shi, who had just chopped a 9th-grade martial artist to the ground, couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. 5 half-steps innate. None of them weaker than him. The 5 of them join hands. That is, the low stage innate can resist 1 or 2. Actually couldn't last more than a breath. What kind of cultivation does this Lord Su have in the end? Middle order innate. Or stronger? Ah! Dog officer. With a roar as if he had lost his life. A terrifying aura that was more than 10 times more powerful than the 5 vice rulers rose from the middle of the backyard. Next, one person was seen stepping into the air. And with each step, the aura around him rose by a knot. 5th grade innate. Already with the ability to briefly navigate the air. And this is the sign of an innate master. It's the helmsman. Dog officer. Your time to die has come. The morale of the Eternal Life sect's crowd, which had just plummeted, climbed to the peak at once. And each one of them looked at the upright figure in the air, full of admiration and fervor. On the contrary, the crowd of Zhenwu School Captain Rex, one by one, no longer had the same composure as before. And each of them subconsciously looked towards Su Changqing, with an unspeakable worry in their eyes. Although their own adults are also innate powerhouses, they don't have the slightest idea in their hearts whether they can win against this evil sex helmsman. After all, his own lordship's age was there. One breath later, L.V. Hui, the rudder master of the Everlasting Life Sex Mo Yang County Rudder, appeared above the crowd, looking down from above, his face grim as he said, "Trespassing on my rudder and killing my rudder's brothers. Dog officer. You're bullying people too much. Today, this rudder master will definitely make you pay for the blood debt in blood." At this moment, no matter if it was Su Changqing's subordinates, the school captain Rex, or the congregation of the Eternal Life sect, they all retreated away very silently, leaving a vacuum of nearly 100 meters in diameter for the two. The battle of the innate powerhouses was not something they could participate in. Whoosh! A streak of bloody light cut through the void. A bizarre blood-colored longsword appeared in Lu Hui's hand. Dog officer. Suffer death. Kill. Blood phoenix chirping. As the sword stabbed out, blood light blossomed, vaguely forming a blood-colored phoenix that emitted an eerie chirping whistle that was sometimes low and sometimes sharp. Kind of funny. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes. This sword, actually with a mind attack, is some of the perfect innate? The slightest carelessness may be caught in his way. It's a pity that this official is not an innate. Adding a sentence in his heart, Su Changqing longing blade slashed out. A brilliant blade flashed, illuminating the dim sky. Chirp! A mournful phoenix cry. Lu Hui's face suddenly changed, and his entire body was like that kite with broken strings, planting down from that air, leaving a human-shaped dent on the ground. Ah, poof! Lu Hui opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His breath was extremely depleted. And the gaze he looked at Su Changqing carried a hint of panic. Damn! How could this dog official be so strong? With just one slash, he had seriously injured him. A high-level innate. And this dog official was afraid that even if he wasn't a half-step sec master, he wouldn't be far behind. How come? Even the helmsman is no match for that dog official. Who else can save us? Woo woo. Dead. We're dead. The pillars of the heart collapsed. And endless panic and despair spread through the crowd of eternal life cultists. I knew our worries were superfluous. My lord, he is the strongest. How could the district evil cult leader be a match for my lord? On the other side, the shadows in the hearts of a group of Zhenwu Division lieutenants and force officers were swept away. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Hui coughed up blood repeatedly. Luckily, there are other rudder brethren present today. Otherwise, this rudder master would have really fallen into the hands of this dog official. Brother Ba. Brother Meng. Save me. Chapter 43, Sword Chopping 3 and 8. What? It's hard to believe theirs. The hearts of the group of school captain Rexes under Su Changqing jumped and a wave of uneasiness surged up. As if verifying what the crowd thought. Two terrifying auras that were not inferior to Lu Hui at all. And even more so, erupted from the back of the heavenly green view. 2 innates. Damn. How did that happen? Is heaven going to kill me? As the joy began to shift, the faces of the group of school captains Rex were heavy. And many of them even had more than a hint of despair. 3 innates joining hands. This was by no means 1 + 1 = 2. No matter how demonic Lord Su was, he was afraid that it would be hard to be their opponent. Ha ha ha. I knew that the helmsman still has a backhand. Dog officer. Your end is nigh. Whoosh. At that moment, two figures flashed and appeared to the left and right of Lu Hui. One person was in his early 40s. Dressed in a white coat, with a cold face, and all over there was a sense of loneliness. The other person. This is a yellow-clothed old man. 70 or so. Tall and thin. Hair white. Looks like a weak old man. But by chance, a hint of breath revealed. Let a person such as on in the back not shudder. At this moment, the two of them looked at Su Changqing. Their gazes carrying a touch of gravity. LV Hui cultivation, the two of them are no longer clear. Even if it is not as good as them, it will not be much inferior. This person is able to hit LV Hui with a knife. Its cultivation strength definitely above them. Cough, cough, cough. Brother Meng. Brother Ba. Be careful. This kid is not easy to deal with. Saying that, Lu Hui took an elixir, barely stabilizing his injuries, and stood together with Meng Chua and Bai Yin. Two little mice. Finally shedding out. The corner of Su Changqing's mouth lifted up and he let out a cold smile. He didn't behead that Lu Hui with a single slash. Just to wait for these two little mice. If he scared them and these two little mice were bent on leaving, he really didn't have full certainty that he would be able to leave them both behind. What? What does the dog officer mean by that? Could it be that he has any other cards that can? The three of them, Lu Hui, had their hearts shaken, and a vague sense of uncertainty enveloped their bodies. Boom! Almost at the same time, Lu Hui and the three of them raised their spiritual senses to the limit and were on guard, fearing that an innate powerhouse would suddenly jump out and sneak attack them. It's getting late. So it's time for you three to be on your way. Su Changqing's voice was flat, as if he was stating a fact. As soon as the words fell, Su Changqing was slashing out. Dog officer. Don't make a show of. Before the word false could be uttered, Lu Hui's face suddenly changed. Damn it! How could this happen? The feeling that this blade gave him was more than 10 times stronger than the blade that had hit him so hard before. This dog officer. He has been reserving his strength. All three of us were fooled by him. This was no half-step sect master. Sect master. He was a true 4th grade sect master. Louis Fai. You dog. You screwed us over. Meng Chua and Ba Yan gritted their teeth, itching to give Lu Hui 2 big ear scrapes. If they had known that this dog official was a true 4th grade patriarch, they would have definitely run as far away as they could without saying a word. With the 9 grades of the martial Dao, the further back one went, the greater the gap between each grade. The greater. A 4th grade sect master. Even the weakest 4th grade sect master could easily blow up a dozen half-step sect masters. Not to mention the 3 of them. The 3 tiny high-ranked innates. Mercy. My lord. Mercy. Without the slightest hesitation, the 3 of them, Lu Hui, opened their mouths almost simultaneously to beg for mercy, completely lacking any trace of the pride of an innate powerhouse. Survival is the most important thing. How much is dignity worth? Remember to be a good person in your next life. Su Changqing's voice was cold, directly pronouncing their fate. My lord. Do you really want to be so desperate? Leave a thread in all things, and we will meet again in the future. If you offend my eternal life sect, even if you're a Grand Master, or even a Supreme Grand Master, you will have no way of escaping death in the end. Don't! Stop! As long as you don't kill the little one is willing to serve you. Put! 3 heads shot up into the sky, blood spurting out. Bang! The headless bodies of the 3 Lu Hui people fell to the ground with a loud bang. This officer is not a garbage collector. Not anyone is qualified to enter his command. Especially these evil devils in crooked paths. One by one. Ruthless and selfish. Accepting them, that is far more harm than good. And in the future have to be careful to guard against them, lest one day by these dogs bite back. Chakrajack Power 259261. Su Changqing disappointedly swept the bodies of the 3 Lu Hui, but also the helmsman of the Eternal Life sect. The 3 together cannot compare to a Pangyu? Martyr. A bunch of waste. Dead. Dead? One cut. Just one cut? At this moment, the large Tianqing one was frighteningly quiet. Regardless of whether it was Su Changqing's subordinates or the crowd of the everlasting sect, each and every one of them were all dumbstruck in disbelief. That's 3 innates. Hiss. Could it be that Lord Sui's not a 5th grade innate at all? But Gollum. Is this even possible? A 17-year-old 4th grade sect master. Even the top few in the Qingyang talent ranking could not be so demonic. The leader of the thieves is dead. Those who surrender are exempt from death. And those who resist will be killed without amnesty. Su Changqing let out a stern shout, finally letting the people in the days come back to their senses. A group of school captains and force majors were greatly boosted in morale. And they all shouted, those who surrender will be spared death. Those who resist will be killed without pardon. In an instant, aside from a very small portion of the Eternal Life sect's diehards who continue to stubbornly resist, the majority of the Eternal Life sect's congregation put down their weapons and chose to surrender. Mercy. My lord. Mercy. Surrendered. Little one surrendered. Even the Lord Rudder Master was easily decapitated. So what were they? These mole crickets. Going to fight that monster with. You traitors. The everlasting Heavenly Mother will not let you go. Dog officer. Dare to destroy my sacred sect's branch rudder. The sacred sect will surely avenge us. You and those men of yours. All of you will die. I don't know what to do. Soon. That group of diehards was decimated. Tie them all up and take them aside. Between words. The rode tiny knife gas. Like rain. Quickly into those who surrendered to the elders of the congregation. Wear out their body true qi. Internal energy. Damage their qi and blood meridians. Instantly. All the Eternal Life Church congregation is like a pale old more than 10 years in general. Many people are instantaneous white head. Weak breath. Such as the wind in the candle. For the time being, let's leave these thieves alive. And wait for him to interrogate the whereabouts of the other Eternal Life sect rudiments before sending them on their way. 3 and 8 high ranks. Or the origin of the first grade Great Power Eternal Life sect. Were not enough for him to raise his cultivation by 1 rank. True One Sword sect. White Sun Sword sect, those ascendant Taishangs. The chi-robbing power provided would only be lower. Taking down 2 major sects wouldn't even necessarily allow him to break through the double 3rd grade. Let alone go further and sprint to the Supreme Grandmaster. It was hard to make him feel too secure with this amount of power. Who knows? That Marquis Qingyan's residence will not follow the cards. He came up and gave him a handful of king bombs. Sending out a 2nd grade Supreme Grandmaster. You can't put your life and death all on your enemy. One can only take the risk of being reckless and touching the everlasting evil sect. It's all because of that dog Wu Chen. It's really cheap to kill him just like that. Send out a signal to notify Ziyu and the others to come over and search the heavenly green view for the whereabouts of those children. I don't know what tactics this Eternal Life sect thief used. But his spiritual sense didn't find any trace of those children. My lord. A quarter of an hour passed. Zhang Ziyu came to Su Changqing and reported. My lord. The discovery of the evil, teaching underground palace. Just. Chapter 44, Assassination. Looking at Zhang Ziyu, who wanted to speak. Su Changqing's heart jumped and a trace of uneasiness flared up. Just then. Shan'er. Hongshure's heartbreaking voice came from the back of the mountain. The Eternal Life sect. You bunch of you return my son's life. No good. Something's wrong. Su Changqing's figure moved and quickly rushed towards the back of the mountain. Qingniu Mountain. The back of the mountain. The underground palace. The entire underground palace was the size of a few acres of field. Up to more than 5 feet high. And at the top of the underground palace, there were 108 beads inlaid. Like a small sun. Emitting a soft light. Illuminating the entire underground palace. A large area of large drugs. Old drugs planted in the center of the palace. The air is filled with the light fragrance of grass and trees. Bees and butterflies. But also a little bit of smoke. Ethereal. Just like a fairy palace. At this moment, Hongshu was kneeling in front of an old medicine. His eyes weeping blood. Underneath that old medicine was actually a twisted child's head. As if it were soil. Feeding the growth of the old medicine. Not only that old medicine, but all the old medicines. Underneath the big medicine were the heads of a child, boy or girl under the age of 10. Each of their faces were in agony. And they didn't know what kind of torture they had suffered before they died. Truly a hell on earth and miserable. This Eternal Life sect, which takes children captive, is actually vomit. Su Changqing's stomach flipped. This time, he was truly disgusted. Cultivate the elixir with children as the sustenance. How is this different from direct cannibalism? The everlasting sect is a bunch of people in human skin. And they don't deserve to live in this world at all. It's really cheap to have just chopped them up with a single slash. For the crimes they committed, death by 1,000 cuts or execution by lynching would be less severe. The rest of those eternal life sect thieves must not be allowed to die easily. Otherwise, how can we afford to treat this one poor child? Only after a while did Su Changqing suppress the murderous intent rolling around in his heart. And with a wave of his hand at the back Zheng Ziyu, he commanded, Ziyu, let the brethren find a good place to bury these poor people. Next, Su Changqing's face was cold. Sternly warned, all the big medicines here. The old medicines are destroyed for me. Whoever dares to hide them privately. Don't blame this official for not remembering his old feelings. Don't worry, my lord. If anyone dares to do that man-eating, I will be the first to behead him. I'm sorry for your loss. Su Changqing came to Hong Shi's side and comforted him. Revenge. I want revenge. Everlasting evil. Sect. I want you to bury my chinner with me. Hong Shi's eyes were filled with the light of hatred. Only very quickly. His entire body was like a frosted eggplant. Absent. Revenge is an easy word to say. But it's not easy to do. The everlasting sect has been passed down for thousands of years. Even the Dacian court can't do anything about him. For him, a mole who is not even an innate. To want to take revenge is undoubtedly an ant trying to shake a tree. And he doesn't think he can do it. Suddenly, looking at Su Changqing on the side, Hong Shi's eyes lit up. Bang! With both knees bent, he knelt down in front of Su Changqing and pleaded. Xiaoming is willing to swear to follow your excellency to the death. Please take in your excellency. On his own, he could never have succeeded in his revenge in this lifetime. The only way to have a glimmer of a chance was to use Su Changqing's power. To kill 3 innates with a single slash. Lord Su is afraid that even if he is not a grandmaster, he is not far from it. And if he heard correctly, Lord Su was only 17 this year. This kind of talent, not to mention their Qingyang Dao, but even in Qingzhou, and even in the great Qian 9 states, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to find a few people. Get up. Sooner or later, this official will make the eternal life sect pay. Su Changqing picked up Hong Shi. Even if Hong Shi didn't say anything, he wouldn't let go of the everlasting sect. This tumor, he will get rid of it. No one can protect them. My lord, watch your back. At this moment, a cry of alarm rang out from behind Su Changqing. With a flash of a black shadow, it arrived behind Su Changqing, and a sword went straight to the back of Su Changqing's heart. This sword was so fast that it was like a shooting star that flickered under the starry sky. Su Changqing's spiritual sense had just sensed something when that sword stabbed Su Changqing's back. Junior Patriarch. Your life. I want it. A fierce smile crossed the mysterious assassin's face. As if he had already seen the wonderful image of a sword piercing through the back of Su Changqing's heart. However, in the next second, his face suddenly changed. And his entire body was horrified as if he had seen a ghost. This sword gave him the feeling that it was not stabbed on his back. Instead, it was like stabbing a piece of steel plate. And it even made a sound of metal collision. Damn! Horizontal training sect master. What kind of monster is this? Not to mention the fact that the internal martial arts were suspected to be a sect master. It was actually a horizontal training sect master. Is this really still human? Internal and external dual patriarchs. Compared to cultivating one alone, the difficulty had not only skyrocketed several times. It was those martial arts myths that never had this perverted method when they were young. Mud. Do those Dark Lords eat s? Phew. Su Changqing let out a long breath. Fortunately, he insisted on not leaving any shortcomings in developing in a comprehensive manner. Otherwise, I can't say I'll be planted today. If he wasn't a horizontal training master, under this sword, he would have lost half of his life even if he didn't die. Dare to sneak up on me? Give me death. Su Changqing let out an angry cry in his heart and slapped out a palm with his backhand. This palm. Su Changqing stormed out. Without any reservation. Double sect master power full outburst. A palm out. The power is more than 10,000 tripods. A few can rival the high-level sect master full force blow. No good. The mysterious black-robed man's face suddenly changed. And an earth-shattering, unsettling omen enveloped his entire body. Trying to dodge. Where was the time? In the end, he could only hastily stab out a sword. Bang! A huge force spread along the long sword in his hand. And his right arm instantly exploded like fireworks. The entire person flew backwards as if he were a sandbag, smashing heavily on the ground, with terrifying sounds of bones breaking, constantly exploding. Are you all right, my lord? Zhang Ziyu hurriedly came to Su Changqing's side. Her eyes filled with shock. Lord Su is hiding too much. Who would have thought that it's still a cross-trainer? External attainments, at the very least, have reached the innate realm. How can the gap between people be so big? Compared to him, himself, the talent ranking heavenly pride, is properly a waste. No harm done. Little brigands. They can't hurt this official yet. Su Changqing shook his head. That sword. It only left a red mark on his posterior. It wasn't enough to break his golden body. Next, Su Changqing's figure moved and appeared in front of that mysterious assassin. Who is it? Who sent you to assassinate this official? Give an honest account and this official will give you a pain in the ass. Otherwise, this official will let you know what it means to beg for your life and beg for your death. Want to know who the employer is? Wait for the next life you. The mysterious assassin sneered. And with a click, something seemed to break in his mouth. A smear of black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. And his breath was like that of a burnt-out candle, rapidly weakening. Not good. Su Changqing's face changed. Bastard! How dare you rob my head? Chapter 45, Seven Hayes House. Bang! A flash of blade light. And the mysterious assassin's head rolled to the ground. You're so unethical that you took poison to kill yourself. Do you know how much I'll lose if you take my head? Bang! Su Changqing was still not relieved and viciously kicked the headless corpse of the mysterious assassin. Zhang Ziyu at the back of the room was confused. That assassin had taken poison to kill himself. And Lord Su even added a knife. Is this necessary? And this kick in the back. Lord Su. He doesn't have any special fetishes. Does he? It was said that many demonic prides had eccentric and unusual personalities. Gasjacking power 201368. Phew. Hearing that familiar beep, Su Changqing let out a long breath. Martyr. Fortunately, this official reacted sharply and managed to save his head. If this is slowed down a beat, this 200,000 Qi fortune robbery power can fly. Once he misses, he decisively kills himself. 9 times out of 10. This dog is a professional killer. Who the hell could it be? Mobilizing professional assassins to kill me? An innate perfection realm assassin. What a great deal. Is that the young Marquis of Qianning? It should not be him. Zhao Yuanping wants the Supreme Grandmaster inheritance in his hand. He will only let people capture himself alive, not hire assassins to assassinate him. Looks like it's just those 3. These days, he was inviting forces is quite a lot. But those 6th grade forces, that is, they sold them. It is difficult to afford an innate powerhouse, let alone or an innate consummate realm assassin. I just don't know if it's the Qi family of Tianlin Fu. Or the two major sword sects? True One and White Sun? My lord! This was found on that assassin. At this moment, Zhang Ziyu walked over with a palm-sized token. Exquisitely styled and crafted from Qian iron. One side had the word 7 Haze written in 7 colors, while the other side had a large green character, green. This is the order of the 7 Haze? Su Changqing's face stared. Sure enough. That dog is a professional killer. 7 Xia Order. From the 7 Xia building, which is the largest killer organization in the territory of the Qian dynasty. Forces throughout the 9 states of the Qian dynasty, claiming that as long as out of the silver, there is no they cannot kill the 7 Xia building people. The long history and strong heritage is not in any way inferior to the everlasting evil sect. Inside the killer, to red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple 7 colors for the grade, in which the red order killers lowest, purple order killers strongest, but even the weakest red order killers have the power to assassinate the 8th grade of the martial artist. The strongest purple order killers, even the 2nd grade of the supreme master. The slightest carelessness may be a tragic death in their assassination under. And on top of the 7 order killers, there were also the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple 7 floor masters, as well as the most mysterious and most terrifying chief floor master of the 7 Summers Tower. Once they were targeted by the 7 Summers Tower, it was a martial artsmith that had the possibility of falling. Since the establishment of the 7 Harmonies building, legend has it that several martial artsmiths have died tragically under their assassination. Truly, a wave has not yet subsided and another wave has arisen. That Marquis of Qianning has not yet had time to resolve. And then another even more horrible 7 Xia house. It's so hard to get a wave of peace and quiet. No! Must boost a wave of strength first. With that wave of assassinations just now, both of his dual clansmen could be exposed. Not having a few cards in his hand really didn't give him much security. Next, Su Changqing directly opened the attribute interface. Host, Su Changqing. Realm, Lower Master. Technique, Pure Yang Technique. 6th level, can be deduced. 0/100000. Golden Body Technique. 6th level, can be deduced. 0/100000. Martial Skills, 6th level of Gale Blade Technique, derivable. 0/100000. 6th level of Earth Walking Technique, derivable. 0/100000. 6th level of Bastard Blade, derivable. 0/100000. 5th level of Hidden Elemental Technique, derivable. 0/10,000. Chakra Robbing Power, 829423. After the 4th product, it was afraid that it would be difficult to raise one product at a time like before. Going forward, I can only advance one rank at a time. And this is too difficult for me. How long will it take before I can advance to the 1st rank? It was fortunate that no other patriarch knew what he had in mind. Otherwise, he would have to blow his dog's head off. It's a cheap shot. Thinking about them, how much time it takes to raise one rank, how much they suffer, and how many trials and tribulations they go through. He is good. Just so gently adding a little bit. Actually not satisfied. Is this dog even human? Enhance the Pure Yang Kung Fu. Shiluk Robbery Power 100000. Pure Yang Technique 7th level technique completed. Chakra Jacking Power 300000. Cultivation advanced to the middle level of the Clan Master. Next, enhance the Golden Body Kung Fu. Without piling all of the remaining Qi robbing power on the Pure Yang Gong. The inner work was important. And the outer work was equally indispensable. Today, if he wasn't a horizontal trainer, he wouldn't have been able to say that he had GA. Chakrajack power minus 100,000. 7th level of golden body technique completed. Chakrajacking power 300000. External skills promoted to the middle level of the clan. Not bad. Finally, a little security. As long as he didn't run into a third-grade grandmaster. Even if he wasn't defeated, he shouldn't have much of a problem staying alive. The time flashed by. And it was 3 hours that passed. Qingyo Mountain, halfway up the mountain, has an additional mausoleum. In the meantime, a few more heads fell to the ground. Money moves people. 30% profit can make people desperate. Let alone 200%.